Get up!" Batten subsided into what he considered injured but righteous dignity. He busied himself with his right nostril, keeping his remarks just out of the company's hearing. Sergeant McGovern crossed to the lieutenant and stood formally at attention. Price looked up. "Sergeant?" "That's a bit strange, sir." "Yes." They both watched Huckfield cross the ditch of the central fort. Price suddenly realized that McGovern, formal always, was still at attention. "Stand easy, Sergeant, stand easy." "Sir." McGovern let his shoulders drop an eighth of an inch. "Thank you, sir." Price looked at his watch. 4:15. He didn't know what to do, and felt helpless without Sharpe or Harper to guide him. He knew that the Scottish sergeant was hinting that a decision ought to be made, and he knew McGovern was right. He stared at the San Cayetano, saw Huckfield's red jacket appear on a parapet, then disappear, and after a long wait Huckfield came to the top of the crude breach and spread his hands emptily. Price sighed. "We wait till 5, Sergeant." "Yes, sir." Major Hogan had waited for Sharpe, first at the ravine's head, then at headquarters, but the fate of Colonel LaRue was not the Irishman's only concern. Wellington, now that the forts were taken, was eager to be out of the city. He wanted reports from the north, from the east, and Hogan worked late through the afternoon. It was not till 6:30 that Lieutenant Price, awed by approaching headquarters on his own responsibility, entered Hogan's room. The Major looked up, smelled trouble, and frowned. "Lieutenant?" "It's Sharpe, sir." "Captain Sharpe?" Price nodded miserably. "We've lost him, sir." "No LaRue?" Hogan had almost forgotten LaRue. He had assumed that it was now Sharpe's problem, while he could concentrate on discovering what fresh levies of troops were joining Marmont. Price shook his head. "No LaRue, sir." Price sketched in the afternoon's events. "What have you done since?" It didn't add up to much. Lieutenant Price had searched the San Cayetano again, then La Merced, and afterwards taken the company back to their billets in the hope that Sharpe might have turned up. There was no Sharpe, no Harper, just a lost Lieutenant Price. Hogan looked at his watch. "Good God, you've lost him for 4 hours?" Price nodded. Hogan shouted, "Corporal!" A head came round the door. "Sir?" "Daily reports, are they in?" "Yes, sir." "Anything odd, apart from the forts? Quick, man!" It didn't take long. A shooting and a fight at the hospital. One Frenchman had escaped, and the town guard had been alerted, but there was no sign of the fugitive. "Come on, man!" Hogan pulled on his jacket, snatched his hat, and led Lieutenant Price down to the Irish College. Sergeant Huckfield, who had gone with Price as far as headquarters' front door, joined them, and it was he who pounded on the gate that was still shut against the revenge of the townspeople. It didn't take long to hear the story from the guards in the gate lodge. There'd been a chase. One man was wounded, probably in the wards. As to the other... The guard shrugged. "Dunno, sir." Hogan pointed at Price. "Officers' wards. Search them, Sergeant." Huckfield stiffened. "Sir?" "Other ranks' wards. Find Sergeant Harper. Go!" LaRue at liberty. The thought haunted Hogan. He couldn't believe that Sharpe had failed. He needed to find the rifleman, because he thought surely Sharpe could throw light on the episode. It was impossible that LaRue was free. The surgeons were still at work, dealing now with the less wounded men, taking out scraps of stone that the bombardment had splintered and driven into French defenders. Hogan went from room to room, and none could remember a rifle captain. One remembered Sergeant Harper. "Out of his senses, sir." "You mean mad?" "No, in a faint. God knows when he'll recover." "And his officer?" "I didn't see an officer, sir." Was Sharpe still on LaRue's trail? It was a hope, at least, and Hogan clung to it. Sergeant Huckfield had found Harper, had shaken the huge Irishman's shoulder, but Harper was still dead to the world, still snoring, still unable to say a thing. Lieutenant Price came down the curving stairs. He was blinking, almost unable to speak. Hogan was impatient. "What is it?" "He's not there, sir." "You sure?" Price nodded, took a deep breath. "But he was shot, sir. Really bad, sir." Hogan felt a chill spread through him. There was a silence for a few seconds. Shot? Bad, sir. And he's not in the wards. Oh, God. Huckfield shook his head, unwilling to believe it. Hogan had held to a live Sharpe, a Sharpe chasing LaRue, a Sharpe who could help him, and he could not adjust to the new information. If Sharpe had been shot and was not in the officers' wards, then he was— "Who saw it?" "A dozen French wounded, sir. They told the British officers. And the priest." "Priest?" "Upstairs, sir." Hogan ran, the same path that Sharpe had run, and he took the stairs 2 at a time, his sword rapping the stone, and he ran to Curtis's rooms. It seemed to Price and Huckfield, left outside, that he was in the rooms a long time. Curtis told his story, what there was of it, of how he had opened the door and found a French officer. "Terribly wounded he looked, blood from top to toe. He pushed me in, turned and fired, and then he closed the door, and he went out the window." He gestured to the tall window that opened onto the back street. "There was a man there, with a spare horse and a cloak." "So he's gone?" "Clean away." "And Sharpe?" Curtis clasped his hands, then extended the fingers as if in prayer. "He screamed terribly. Then he stopped. I opened the door again." He shrugged. Hogan dared hardly use the word. "Dead?" Curtis shrugged. "I don't know." There was not much hope in the old man's voice. Hogan insisted on going back over the story, harrying it, as if some detail might emerge that would somehow change the ending. But it was with a harsh expression that he left Curtis's door and walked slowly down the curved staircase. He offered no explanations to Price, but just went back to the surgeons. He bullied them, ordered them, used all the weight of headquarters, but still no news emerged. One of them had treated an officer with a bullet wound, and the man had survived, a lieutenant in the Portuguese army, but they were quite sure they'd seen no bullet-wounded British officers. "We had a few privates." "Ye gods, a rifle officer, Captain Sharpe!" "Him?" The last surgeon shrugged. "I would have been told about him. What happened?" "He was shot." Hogan kept his patience. The surgeon shook his head. His breath smelt of the wine he had been drinking through the long afternoon. "If he was shot here, sir, we'd have seen him. The only explanation is that he never got this far." The man shrugged. "I'm sorry, sir." "You mean dead?" The surgeon shrugged again. "Well, you've looked in the wards? He's not here?" Hogan shook his head. The surgeon gestured over the courtyard with his bloody knife. "Try the body men." At the side of the college was a small yard where the servants had lived in the better times, when the Irish college had been full of students training for the English band Irish priesthood. In the yard Hogan found the body men. They were working, nailing up crude coffins, sewing rough shrouds for the French dead, and they did not remember Sharpe. The smell in the small courtyard was overpowering. Bodies lay where they'd been dumped. The body men seemed to live on a diet of rum, and Hogan found the soberest man he could discover. "Tell me what you do here." "Sir?" The man had only one eye, part of a cheek missing, but he was understandable. He seemed proud that an officer should be interested. "We buries him, sir." "I know. I want to know what happens." If Hogan could at least find Sharpe's body, then the worst question would be answered. The man sniffed. He had a needle and coarse thread in his hand. "We shrouds the frog, sir. Unless they're officers, of course, and they get a coffin. Nice coffin, sir." "And the British?" "Oh, a coffin, sir, of course, sir, if we got enough. If not, they get sewn up like this. Unless we ain't got shrouds, sir, then we just stick 'em and bury 'em." "Stick 'em?" The man winked with his good eye. He was warming to his explanation. By his knees was a French soldier, the face already waxen in death, and the shroud was half closed with big, crude stitches. The man took the needle and plunged it through the Frenchman's nose. "See, sir? Don't bleed. Means he's not alive, if you follow me, sir, and if he were, then he'd like as not give a twitch. We had one 4 days ago." He looked at one of his ghoulish mates. "4 days ago, Charlie? That Shropshire sat up and bloody puked?" He looked back at Hogan. "Not nice to be buried alive, sir." He gestured at the needle. "Sort of comfort, really, to know we're here, sir, looking after you, and making sure you're really gone." Hogan's gratitude seemed less than heartfelt. He pointed at a stack of rough-cut coffins. "Do you bury them?"
"Lord love you, no, sir. For Frenchies now, we might sling 'em in the pit, or at least the burial detail does, sir. I mean, there's no point in making a folderol about 'em, sir, not seeing as how they've been trying to do us, sir, if you follow me. They're officers now, well, they're different. They might get the,
Hogan cut him off.
"The British, you fool, what happens to them?"
The perfectionist in the body man was offended. He shrugged.
"Well, their mates get 'em, don't they? I mean, the battalion, sir, does 'em a proper service with a priest. That's them over there, waiting for their interment, sir."
He pointed to the stack.
"And if you don't know who they are?"
"Sling 'em, sir."
"What happened to the bodies you've got today?"
"Well, depends, sir. Some have gone, some are waiting, and some, like this here gent, are being attended to."
He invested the phrase with dignity. Sharpe was in none of the coffins. Sergeant Huckfield levered the lids open, but the faces were all of strangers. Hogan sighed, looked up at the swallows, then down to Price.
"He's probably buried already. I don't understand it. He's not here, not in the wards."
Hogan did not believe his own words.
"Sir?"
Huckfield was raking through the pile of uniforms that had been slit open, searched, and then tossed into a corner of the small courtyard. He held up Sharpe's overalls, the distinctive green overalls that Sharpe had taken off a dead French officer of the Imperial Guard. Hogan, like Huckfield, recognized them instantly. He turned back to the one-eyed man whose stitches, now that an officer was present, were smaller and neater.
"Where are those clothes from?"
"The dead, sir."
"You remember the man who wore those?"
The man squinted with his one eye.
"Well, we get 'em naked, as often as not, and the clothes come after."
He sniffed.
"Buggers have already searched 'em. We just burn 'em."
He peered at the overalls.
"Must have been a Frenchie."
"Do you know which bodies are French?"
"Of course we do, sir. Buggers tell us when they bring 'em."
Hogan turned to Huckfield and pointed at the pile of shrouded French dead.
"Open them, Sergeant."
He noticed almost for the first time the huge bloodstain on the overalls. It was vast. No man could have lived through that. The body men protested as Huckfield began slitting at the grey shrouds, but Hogan snapped at them to be quiet, and he and Price watched as face after face was revealed. None were Sharpe. Hogan turned back to the body man.
"Have any been buried yet?"
"Lord, yes, sir. 2 cartloads this afternoon, sir."
So Sharpe was buried in a common grave with his enemies. Hogan felt the beginnings of a sob, and he swallowed, stamped his feet as if it were cold, and looked at Price.
"It's your company now, Lieutenant."
"No, sir."
Hogan's voice was gentle.
"Yes. You'd better march in the morning. You'll find the battalion at San Cristobal. You'll have to tell Major Forrest."
Price shook his head obstinately.
"Well, shouldn't we find him, sir? I mean, well, the least we can do is dig a decent grave."
"You mean dig up the French dead?"
"Yes, sir."
Hogan shook his head.
"Fire a volley over the grave tomorrow morning. That'll do."
It was all, Hogan thought, as he walked slowly back to the headquarters, that Sharpe might have wanted. No, that was not right. He didn't know what Sharpe wanted, except success. And to prove that a man who came from the gutter could compete with anyone, be as good as the most privileged. And perhaps it was better that he should find peace now, rather than strive after that remote dream. And then Hogan dismissed that thought as well. It was not better. Sharpe had been turbulent, ambitious. But one day, Hogan supposed, that restlessness would have found satisfaction. Then, curiously, Hogan found himself resenting Sharpe. Resenting him because he had been killed, and was thus denying his friendship to those who still lived. Hogan could not imagine being without Sharpe. Just when life seemed to reach an even keel, the rifleman could be relied on to upset things, stir them up, make excitement from dullness. And now it was all gone. A friend was dead. Hogan wearily climbed the steps of the headquarters, and the officers were coming from the dining room as he went into the hallway. Wellington saw Hogan's face and stopped.
"Major?"
"Richard Sharpe's dead, sir."
"No."
Hogan nodded.
"I'm sorry, my lord."
He told what he knew. Wellington listened in silence. He remembered Sharpe as a sergeant. They'd covered many miles together, and much time. He saw the distress on Hogan's face, understood it, but did not know what words to say. He shook his head.
"I'm sorry, Owen. I'm sorry."
"Yes, sir." It suddenly struck Hogan that life hereafter would seem anticlimactic, inadequate, and dull. Richard Sharpe was dead. Chapter 14. The surgeons had not lied to Major Hogan. They remembered Patrick Harper, stunned cold by the fall, and they'd probed and palpated and found nothing broken, and so he'd been put into a ward where he could snore until he recovered consciousness. There was another man involved in the fight on the upper cloister, and when he reached the surgeon he was still breathing, but shallowly, and unconsciousness had blessedly released him from his pain. An orderly had stripped off the empty scabbard and sword belt, slit the shirt from the man's back, and seen the old flogging scars. The body was lifted onto the stained table. The surgeon, spattered with fresh blood that gleamed over the clotted, coagulated stains from the week's operations, caught at Sharpe's overalls, split them down with huge shears, and saw the wound low and right in Sharpe's abdomen. He shook his head and swore. The blood welled up in the small bullet hole, spilt and pulsed onto the wounded man's thigh and waist, and the surgeon did not even bother to pick up a knife. He leaned close to the muscled chest and noted that the breathing was shallow, so shallow as to be almost inaudible, and then he picked up the wrist. For a moment he could not find the pulse, was about to give up, and then he felt it, a thready, weak throb of a tiny heartbeat. He nodded at the orderly, and then at the wound. "Close it." There wasn't much he could do, except stop the man bleeding to death, and then he thought that would be a mercy with this kind of wound. One orderly grasped Sharpe's feet, held them tight. The second pinched the skin over the wound, pushing the flesh, blood, and driven uniform threads together, and keeping his fingers clear of the welling hole. The surgeon crossed to the brazier, took out the poker, and cauterized the puncture. The wounded man jerked, gasped, and moaned, but unconsciousness held him, and the bleeding stopped. Smoke hung over the bloody abdomen. The stink of burnt flesh was in the surgeon's nostrils. "Put a bandage on, take him away." The orderly who'd closed the wound nodded. "No hope, sir?" "No." The bullet was inside. The surgeon could take a leg off in 90 seconds. He could probe for a bullet and pluck it from next to a thigh bone in 60. He could set broken limbs. He could even take a bullet from a man's chest if it hadn't pierced a lung, but no one on earth, not even Napoleon's famous Surgeon General Larry, could take out a bullet that had lodged in the lower right abdomen. This was a dead man. Already the breathing was shallow, the skin pallorring, and the pulse going. The sooner he died the better, for the rest of his life would be pain. It would be a short life. The wound would abscess, the rot would set in, and he'd be buried within the week. The surgeon, irritated with himself for his thoroughness, heaved up Sharpe's side and saw that there was no exit wound. Instead he saw the flogging scars. A troublemaker come to a bad end. "Take him downstairs. Next!" They bandaged him, stripped him naked, and his clothes, such as they were tossed into a corner where they could be searched at leisure. Many men hid coins in the seams of their clothes, and the orderlies reaped a tidy reward for their work. One of them looked at the pale face. "Who is he?" "Dunno. French, I suppose." Sharpe's overalls were French. "Well, don't be stupid. French don't flog their buggers." "They do." "They bloody don't." "It doesn't bloody matter. He's dying." "Give him to Connolly. That's what the doctor said." Sergeant Harper could have told them that Sharpe was a British officer, but Sergeant Harper was unconscious in a ward, and Sharpe had borne no marks of rank, just the scars of a flogging that had been given him by Obadiah Hagswell in an Indian village years before. He looked like a private. He was treated as a private, and he was carried down the damp steps to the cellar where the doctors left their hopeless cases to die, the death room. Sergeant Michael Connolly, dying himself of alcoholic poisoning, heard the steps and turned his huge fatty bulk round. "What you got?" "Dunno, Sarge. Could be a frog, could be one of ours, but he ain't saying." Connolly looked at the face, at the bandage, and tapped a quick sign of the cross on his chest.
Poor sod. At least he's quiet. All right, boys, down the far end. There's some wee space left.
Connolly sat down on his bench, tipped the rum bottle to his face, and watched as the new man was carried into the darkness of the dank brick cellar.
Any money on him?
No, Sarge. Poor as a bloody Irishman.
You watch yourself,
Connolly growled. He spat on the floor.
They should have put me with the officers upstairs. There's some rare money up there.
He drank again. They pushed Sharpe into the wall, laying him on a thin, lumpy straw palliasse, and his head was in the low space where the brick arch met the floor. There was a pile of dirty blankets under the single window, a small grating at the very top of the arch, and the orderlies spread one on the naked body that had curled its legs into the fetal position. "Here you are, Sarge. All yours."
And in good hands he is too.
Connolly was not an unkind man. Few would want his job, yet he didn't mind. He tried to make the last hours of his dying charges as gentle as he could. Yet even in death he expected men to have standards, especially if there were Frenchmen dying in his room. Then he would lecture the wounded British, admonish them to die like men, not to disgrace themselves in front of the enemy.
"You'll be getting a proper funeral, will you not?" he would say, "with the whole regiment in reversed arms, the proper honours, and you're making a noise like a wee girl. Shame on you, man. And will you not die well?"
He gestured to the other end of the room and spoke to the orderlies.
"There's a dead one up there."
It was cold in the death room. Connolly drank steadily. Some men breathed noisily, some moaned, and some talked. The big sergeant prowled the central aisle from time to time, carrying a water bucket and ladle, and he would feel the feet of the patients to see if they'd died. He came to Sharpe and crouched beside him. The breathing was shallow, moaning slightly in his throat, and Connolly put a hand on the naked shoulder, and it was cold.
"Ah, you poor man, you'll catch your death."
He lumbered to the window, found another blanket, shook it as if he could free it of the lice that infested its seams, and spread it on top of the other blanket. A man at the far end cried out, caught in sudden pain, and Connolly screwed himself round. "Whoa there, lad, whoa! Gentle now! Die well, die well!" A Frenchman cried, and Connolly squatted beside him, took the man's hand, and talked of Ireland. He told the uncomprehending Frenchman of Connaught's beauty, of its women, of fields so fat that a lamb was full grown in a week, of rivers so thick that the fish begged to be caught, and the Frenchman quieted, and Connolly patted his hair and told him he was brave, and he was proud of him. And beyond the small grating the sky darkened into dusk, and the orderlies came down again and dragged the Frenchman, who had died, head bumping up the steps. The pain was like a dream in Sharpe, and sometimes he floated up through the layers of pain, and he cried out, and at other times he was deep in its suffocating folds, and the dream writhed inside him, separate from him, but part of him, pinned to him like the lance held in the Indian soldier's hands that had pinned him to the tree outside Seringapatam. Except this was dark, dark, and he cried out, sobbing because of the pain. "Oh, there, lad!" Connolly paused with his bottle halfway to his lips. "You're a brave one now, sure you are. Be brave, lad." Sharpe was lying on his side. He was a child again, being beaten, tied to the bench in the foundling home, and the arm was crashing down, and the birch was splintering inside him, and the face of the supervisor changed to Wellington's face, and the face was laughing at him. He dreamt. Teresa was there, but he didn't remember that dream, and he didn't know that he dreamt of La Marquesa, and the dusk turned to darkness, night in Salamanca, and it should have been his last night in the wide black-curtained bed, and he moaned on the palliasse, and Connolly, half-drunk, called in his sing-song voice for him to die well. He slept. He dreamt that the rats were chewing the flour and water paste that was caked onto a soldier's hair. Recruits were forced to grow their hair long, and when it was long enough, it was pulled back and twisted round a leather queue, pulled so hard that some recruits screamed as the hair was yanked and twisted. The skeined hair was formed into the queue, 5 inches long, a solid pigtail, and it was caked with flour and water paste so that it was stiff and white, and sometimes in the night the rats chewed at the queue. Then, surfacing into the pane, he remembered that he hadn't had his hair powdered and pasted for a dozen years, that the army had dropped the fashion, and that the rats were real, scuffling along the cellar's edge, and he coughed at them. Spat weakly, and the pain shrivelled him, and he cried out, "Die well, lad, die well!" Connolly had woken up. He should have been relieved hours ago, but he rarely was. They left him to drink peaceably with the dying men. The Irish sergeant stood up, groaned as the pain hit him, and called again to Sharpe. "It's only the rats, lad. They won't touch you if you're living." Sharpe knew then that the pain was real, that this was not a dream, and he wished he were dreaming again, but could not. He opened his eyes into the dank darkness, and the pain was pulsing in him, making him sob, and he forced his knees up and tensed himself, but the pain was terrible and encompassing. The rushlight on the stairs flickered on the cellar wall. The bricks gleamed damply, darkly, curving down to Sharpe's head, and he knew he was in this place to die. He remembered Leroux, La Marquesa, and he knew he'd been so confident, and now it was all over. He'd come so far, from the foundling home to being a captain in Britain's army, yet now he was as helpless as that small child strapped to the bench while the birch thrashed at it. He was going to die. And he was helpless, childlike, and he sobbed to himself, and the pain was like flesh hooks ripping him apart, and he dreamt again. The Irish priest was mocking him, was stabbing him in the side with a long spear, and Sharpe knew he was being sent to hell. He dreamt he was in a vast building, so high that the roof was misty, and he was pinned by the long spear to the very centre of the floor, and he was tiny, and the great space echoed with laughter, insane laughter that boomed and banged its way in the huge building, and he knew that in a second the floor would open, and he would fall endlessly, fall down to the pits of hell, and he struggled out of that dream back to the pain. He would not go to hell, he would not, and he would not die, but the pain made him want to sleep or to scream. The bricks glistened above his face. Cold water dripped slowly onto the palliasse. He knew it was the night's middle, death's kingdom, and the rats scuttled against the wall. He tried to talk, forcing words from the pain's grip, and his voice was like wind stirring thistles. "Where am I?" Connolly was drunk, asleep, and there was no answer. There was no Harper. Sharpe remembered the body on the stairs, his friend, and the blood that puddled on the step. And Sharpe cried because he was alone, and was dying, and no one was there. There was no one. No Harper, no Teresa, no mother, no family, just a damp cellar of rats, cold in death's kingdom, and all the glory of colours carried into battle smoke, of a soldier's pride, of the bayonets rippling in sun, and the boots going forward across the sparks towards victory ended here, in a death room. No Harper, no slow grin, no shared thoughts without words, no more laughter. He sobbed, and in his sobs he swore he would not die. The pain was all over, so he forced his right hand down and found his naked legs. And then he moved his left hand and found the bandage, and he felt round the bandage, round to his lower stomach, and the pain screamed up inside him in a vast red swell of breaking agony that drove him into unconsciousness again. He dreamt his sword was broken, splintered grey shards, useless. He dreamt. A man screamed in the room, a high-pitched, quavering scream that startled the rats and woke Connolly. "Oh, there, lad! It's all right, so it is, and sure I'm here. Hey, lad, lad! Gentle now! Die well!" "Where am I?" Sharpe's voice was unheard in the noise. He knew, though. He'd seen death rooms before. The man who'd screamed was crying now, small yelps that piqued in pathetic gulps, and Sergeant Connolly swiftly swallowed some rum, thrust the bottle in a gaping pocket, and lumbered down the room with his bucket of water. Other men were stirring, crying for water, for their mothers, for light, for help, and Connolly called out to them all, "I'm here, lads, I'm here, and you brave boys, are you not? Now be brave.
We have the French, so we do, and would you want them to think that we're weak?"
Sharpe breathed in short, shallow gasps, and he swore he would not die. He tried to blank the pain out, but he couldn't, and he tried to remember men who'd come out of the death room alive. He couldn't. He could only think of his enemy, Sergeant Hakeswill, who'd lived through a hanging, and Sharpe swore he would not die. Connolly shushed the men with his rough tenderness. He walked down the room, pausing by some, finding some dead, comforting others. Sharpe drifted in the pain. It was like a live thing trapping him, and he struggled with it. Connolly knelt by him, talked to him, and Sharpe heard the Irish voice.
"Patrick. Are you called Patrick now? And us thinking you was a Frenchie."
Connolly stroked the dark hair.
"Patrick. And a good name it is, lad. Connolly's my name, and Kilkieran Bay's my country, and you and I'll walk on the cliffs there." "Dying."
Sharpe had meant it as a question, but the word came as a statement.
"I'm sure you're not. You'll be chasing the women yet, Paddy, so you will."
Connolly took his rum bottle, lifted Sharpe's head gently, and poured the smallest amount between the lips.
"You sleep now, Paddy. You hear me?"
"I'm not going to die."
Each word was soft, each almost edged with a sob.
"Sure you're not."
Connolly lowered the head.
"They can't kill us Irish."
He backed into the aisle and stood up. The room was quieter now, but Connolly knew that the noise could break out again. They were like puppies, the dying. Once one was excited, the whole litter began yelping, and a man deserved some quiet to drink and die in. He sang to them, walking up and down the aisle, and he sang the corporal's song that told of the soldier's life, and he repeated the refrain over and over again, as if he wanted to sing them softly into a soldier's death.
"It's a very merry hey down derry sort of life enough. A very merry hey down derry sort of life enough."
Chapter 15. The next morning Lieutenant Price marched the company to the field west of the city, where a common grave had been dug for the French. The company was shocked, unbelieving. They stopped by the pit. Price stared into the hole. It looked as if dogs had been clawing at the part where the shrouded bodies had been already covered with earth. A sentry shrugged. "We caught some bloody madman here this morning, sir. He was trying to dig up the bodies." They were in two ranks. Price nodded at McGovern. "Carry on, Sergeant." It seemed terribly inadequate. The commands were given, the muskets and rifles went into the shoulders, the volley echoed back from the houses. It all seemed so flat, so wrong, so inadequate. As the volley and its echo died away, there came a sudden burst of bells from the city, pealing bells, victorious and joyful, and the company marched away from them, going north, leaving a small cloud of smoke that hung over the grave. Hogan heard the volley, very distantly, and then came the bells clamouring, and he straightened his uniform, took off his bicorn hat, and went into the cathedral. It was Sunday. A Te Deum was to be sung for the liberation of Salamanca, for the destruction of the forts, yet it was a half-hearted celebration. The cathedral was full, packed with gaudy uniforms, sombre citizens and robed priests, and the organ thundered in the great space. Yet Hogan knew nothing but an immense sadness. The congregation sang and responded, went through the motions, yet they knew that Salamanca was only temporarily freed, that the army of Marmont still had to be destroyed, and some of them, the better informed, knew that 4 other French armies were in Spain, and that no city would be free till all had been defeated. And the price would be high. Already a great part of Salamanca had been destroyed to clear a space around the fortresses. The city had lost cloisters, courts, colleges, and houses, all ground to rubble. After the service, Wellington stood beneath the fantastic carvings of the great western doors, opposite the bishop's palace, and acknowledged the applause of the crowd. He pushed through them, nodding and smiling, sometimes waving with his plain hat, but his eyes flicked over the faces looking for someone. He saw Hogan, and the hat gestured at the Irishman.
"My lord?" "Is it done?"
"Yes, my lord."
Wellington nodded.
"We march tonight."
Hogan was left behind by the general's progress. What had been done was to put a discreet guard on El Mirador. It had not been an easy decision. To guard El Mirador meant telling the chosen guard who their ward was, and why he was important. Yet with Leroux at liberty, it was the only course left. Lord Spears, his arm mending but not yet fully fit for normal duties, had been given the task. At first he had been reluctant, but when told that El Mirador was not to be close guarded at home, only out in public places, he relented. He would still have time, it seemed, for his relentless gambling. Then he was told El Mirador's identity, and he shook his head disbelieving. "Bless my soul, sir! Oh, one would never have guessed." No one in headquarters, apart from Wellington himself and Hogan, knew what Lord Spears' new duties were. Hogan was mindful that Leroux had a source within the British headquarters. All had been done then that could be done, and it had been done heavily, reluctantly, because Hogan still had not fully understood that Sharpe was dead. Twice that morning he'd seen rifle officers walking in the streets, and both times his heart had leapt because he thought he saw Sharpe. And then he remembered. Richard Sharpe was dead, and the army would march on without him. And Hogan let the crowds disperse and walked slowly, disconsolately through the streets.
"Sir! Sir!"
The voice shouted at him from down the hill.
"Major Hogan!"
Hogan looked down the steep street he'd been passing. A group of chained prisoners were being led by provosts, one of whom clubbed with reversed musket at a shackled man. Hogan had recognized the voice. He ran.
"Stop it! Stop it!"
The provosts turned round. They were the police force of the army, universally disliked, and they watched Hogan's approach with silent truculence. Sergeant Harper, who had shouted, was still on the ground. He looked up at Hogan.
"Would you be telling this scum to let me go, sir?"
Hogan felt an immense relief when he saw Patrick Harper. There was something intensely reassuring about his fellow Irishman, and Harper was so inseparable from Sharpe that Hogan felt a sudden crazy hope that if Harper lived, then Sharpe must too. He crouched beside the sergeant, who was rubbing his shoulder where the provost had clubbed him.
"I thought you were in the hospital."
"So I was. I got the hell out."
Harper was angry. He spat on the ground.
"I woke up this morning, sir, early with a head like the very devil. I went to look for the captain."
Hogan wondered if Harper did not know yet. He wondered how the big sergeant came to be arrested. The provost stirred suddenly, and one suggested to the other that he go and find their own captain. The man left. Hogan sighed. "I think he's dead, Patrick." Harper shook his head stubbornly.
"He's not, sir."
The chains clinked as he held up a hand to silence Hogan.
"The guard on the gate told me he was. He said that he'd been buried with the French."
"That's right," Hogan had told the gate sergeant at the Irish College. "I'm sorry, Patrick." Harper shook his head again.
"He's not there, sir."
"What do you mean?"
"I looked. He's not there."
"You looked?" Hogan noticed for the first time that Harper's trousers were stained with earth. Harper stood up, towering over the other prisoners.
"I slit up more than 20 shrouds, sir, right down to the ones that stank. He wasn't there."
He shrugged.
"I thought at the very least the man should have a proper burial."
"You mean—" Hogan stopped. The hope fluttered in him, and he pushed it down. He turned to the provost. "Set him free."
"Can't do that, sir. Regulations."
Hogan was a small man, usually mild, but he could be roused to a wrath that was awesome. He released it on the provost, threatened him with the same shackles, threatened him with punishment battalions in the fever isles, and the provost, wilting under the onslaught, knocked the bolts out of the manacles. Harper rubbed his wrists as the other provost with his captain came back. The captain took one look at the freed prisoner, saluted Hogan, and launched into an explanation. "The prisoner was found this morning, sir, desecrating the
Quiet!"
Hogan's voice cracked with anger. He looked at Harper. "Where are your weapons?" Harper jerked his head at the provosts.
"These bastards have them, sir."
Hogan looked at the captain.
Sergeant Harper's weapons are to be delivered to me, Major Hogan, at Army Headquarters within 1 hour. They are to be cleaned, polished and oiled. Understand?"
"Yes, sir." Harper stepped on the foot of the man who'd hit him with a musket. Hogan saw the man's face flinch in agony. Harper leant harder. Then the sergeant stepped away with a surprised look on his face.
"Sorry."
He looked at Hogan.
"Should we go and look for him, sir?"
Hogan had seen the lump and the blood on Harper's head. He gestured at it.
"How is it?" "Bloody terrible, sir. Feels as if some bastard scraped the brains out. He'll live."
Harper set off up the street. Hogan caught up with him. "Don't be too hopeful, Patrick." He didn't like saying it, but it had to be said. "He was shot, and the surgeons didn't see him." Hogan had to hurry to keep up with the huge sergeant. "He's probably buried with the British, Patrick." Harper shook his head.
"He's not buried at all, sir. He's probably sitting up in bed screaming for his breakfast. He always did have a terrible tongue in his head in the morning."
Hogan shook his head. "You didn't hear me. They didn't treat a British officer with a bullet wound." He hated puncturing Harper's hopes, yet still the Irish sergeant seemed unmoved.
"You searched, sir?"
"Yes. Officers' ward, surgery, the dead in the courtyard."
"Other ranks' wards?"
Hogan shrugged. "Sergeant Huckfield looked for you. He didn't see Sharpe. Why should Sharpe be there?" Harper screwed his face up with the pain of his head.
"They didn't treat an officer?"
Hogan felt sorry for Harper. At last the truth had sunk in. "I'm sorry, Patrick. They didn't."
"Well, like as not the bugger wasn't wearing his jacket, and doubtless they saw the scars on his back."
"He what?" Hogan dodged round a water seller who was waving his leather spout, hoping the Major would buy. Harper shrugged.
"He left his jacket with the lieutenant, didn't he? It was so damned hot out there. And the surgeons must have seen his back, like mine."
Both Sharpe and Harper had been flogged, and the scars never went. Hogan swore at the absent Lieutenant Price, who'd never thought to mention Sharpe's jacket. He began to run, the hope suddenly giddy inside him, and they took the steps of the college in 2 leaps. The hope stayed with him as they went into the men's wards. Hogan imagined Sharpe's face when he saw them, the relief, the joking that he'd been mistaken for a private, even a Frenchman. But there was no Sharpe there. They searched each room twice, and the faces on the floor stayed the same. Harper shrugged.
"Perhaps he woke up, told them who he was."
The orderlies said no. They'd seen no officers, no patient complaining about being in the ward. There was no Sharpe. The hope went. Even Harper seemed to be resigned.
"He can dig up the British, sir."
"No, Patrick." One of the orderlies had become involved in their search. He still wandered, hopeful among the crammed wounded. He looked at Hogan and seemed reluctant to speak. "Was he shot bad, sir?" Hogan nodded. "Yes." "Connolly's Kingdom, sir?" "What?" The orderly pointed out of the window to a small door at the far side of the courtyard. "The death room, sir. The cellar." They crossed the grass, beneath the awnings that were still rigged round the wellhead, and Harper pulled open the door. A stench came up into the sunlight, a stench of pus, blood, vomit, foulness, and death. There was a light at the bottom of the steps, a feeble, flickering rushlight, and a great bulk of a man peered up in its illumination. "Who's that?" "Friends, who are you?" "Connolly, Your Honour. Sergeant, would you be relieving me of your kindness?"
"We would not."
Harper went down the steps, treading carefully because they were slippery, and the stink of disease and death grew worse. The room was filled with moaning, with small cries, but the bodies lay utterly still, as if in the darkness they were rehearsing for the grave.
"We're looking for a man with a scarred face and scarred back. He was shot yesterday."
Connolly swayed slightly, the drink rank on his breath.
"Would you be Irish?" "I would. Now, do you know the man?"
"A scar, you say? Well, they all have scars. They're soldiers, not milkmaids." Connolly groaned and sat heavily on his bench. He waved a hand towards the small barred window. "We had an Irish lad in yesterday, shot he was. Patrick he calls himself. He was alive an hour ago, but he won't last.
They never do." Hogan had come down the stairs, and the fat, drunken sergeant peered at the officer's uniform. "Oh, my God, and it's an officer, to be sure." He lumbered to his feet, and his hand wavered to a salute. The salute turned into an expansive wave round the room. "Ah, and they're all good lads. They know how to die like men, so they do, and there's no call for you to be officering them, sir. They're doing their duty." Harper pushed Connolly gently back onto his bench. He took the torch from its bracket and set off to search the room. Hogan watched him and felt the hope inside him shrivel to nothingness. The bodies were so still, so hopeless. The room was like a grave. Harper crouched under the brick ceiling and held the torch over the bodies. He went left first, into the darkest part of the cellar, and the faces he saw were pale. Some slept, some were dead. Some watched the light go past, and there was a terrible hope in their eyes that the torch presaged some help, some miracle. Many shivered beneath their blankets. Fever would kill them if their wounds didn't. Harper couldn't imagine a man being in this room and living. But this was the death room, and they were here to die. The big Sergeant Connolly seemed decent enough. Some death-room attendants simply stifled their charges or slipped a dagger between their ribs because they couldn't endure the endless crying, the moans, the helpless, childlike ways of the dying. Harper turned at the end wall and carried the torch down the far side. He stopped a few times and pulled damp blankets away from hidden faces, and he saw the fever and smelt their deaths. He went past the stairs where Hogan stood by Connolly's bench. "Anything, Sergeant?" Hogan's whisper was an expression of worry. Harper did not reply. He stopped beside another man whose face was hidden, whose legs were drawn up, and Harper pulled back the blanket that lay right up to the dark hair. There was a second blanket beneath, and the man was clutching it, hiding his face, and Harper had to prise the fingers open so he could pull it down. The eyes were red. Already the cheeks seemed sunken. The face was pale, the hair soaking with sweat and water. Harper couldn't detect any breath, yet the fingers had not been cold, and the huge Irishman put a single finger onto the long scar. The eyes didn't move. They were staring into blankness, into the space where the rats had been in the night. Harper's voice was very soft.
"You silly bugger. What are you doing here?"
Sharpe's eyes moved slowly up to the face that flickered in the light of the torch.
"Patrick."
There was no strength in the voice.
"Yes."
Harper looked round at Hogan.
"He's here, sir."
"Alive?"
Hogan's voice was just above a whisper.
"Yes, sir."
But only just, Harper thought, by the thickness of the merest thread, but alive. Chapter 16. Marmont had marched north, away from the river Tormes, 40 miles to the valley of the river Douro. The dust of the French retreat spiraled high from the wheels, boots, and hooves of the army, dust that plumed in the sun over the wheat fields. It was like the thin smoke trail of an unimaginably large grass fire. It faded, carried eastwards by a breeze from the far Atlantic, and the plains of Leon were left empty except for the hovering hawks, the lizards, and the poppies and cornflowers that smeared colour on a bleached land. On Monday, June the 29th, the feast of St. Peter and St. Paul, the British army was swallowed up in the haze of the immense plain. They went north, following Marmont, and all that came back were rumours. One day the people of Salamanca said that there had been a great battle, that the sky had lit up with the flashes of the great guns, but it was just a summer storm, sheeting the dark horizon with silver. And the next day there was another rumour. It was said Wellington was beaten, his head cut off. And then it was the French who had lost, who had soaked the Douro red with their blood, dammed it with their corpses. They were just rumours. The visitation of the Blessed Virgin Mary came and went, then St. Martin's Day, and a peasant girl in Barbadillo said an angel had appeared to her in a dream. The angel had been armoured in gold and carried a scarlet sword with 2 blades. The angel had said that the last battle would be fought in Salamanca, that the armies of the north would harrow the city, pour blood in its streets, desecrate the cathedrals, trample the host, until in desperation
the earth would open up and swallow the evil and righteous alike. Her village priest, a lazy and sensible man, had her locked away. There was trouble enough in the world without hysterical women. But the rumours spread, and the peasants looked at their young olives and wondered if they would live to see an autumn harvest. In the north, beyond the Douro, beyond Galicia, across the Pyrenees and France itself, and still further north, a small man led a vast army into Russia. It was an army the like of which the world hadn't seen since the hooves of the barbarians came out of the dawn. The war had become unimaginable, so vast that the dreams of a Barbadillo peasant girl were not so far removed from the fears of sober statesmen. Across the Atlantic, beyond the shredded wave crests, the Americans prepared their forces to invade British Canada. It was a world war now, fought from the Great Lakes to the Indian Ocean, from the Russian steppes to the plains of Leon. Sharpe was alive. A message went north to the South Essex, and another went further north to La Aguja, the Needle, and it told of her husband's injury and urged her to come south. Hogan was not hopeful that his messenger could reach Teresa. The journey was long, and the partisans used secret paths and hiding places. Sharpe was moved upstairs. He had his own room, small and bare, and Harper and Isabella curtained off one half and lived with him. The doctors said Sharpe would die. The pain, they said, would stay with him, even increase, and the wound would abscess into constant blood and pus. Most of what they said came true. Hogan had ordered Harper to stay, an unnecessary order, but the big Irish sergeant sometimes found it hard to endure the pain, the smell, the helplessness of his captain. He and Isabella washed Sharpe, cleaned away the pus, dressed the wound, and listened to the rumours that came back to the small British force left in the city. A letter came from the battalion, written by Major Forrest and signed with scores of names. The Light Company wrote their own, penned by Lieutenant Price, decorated by the crosses and signatures of the men. And sometimes Sharpe was lucid, and he was pleased with the letters. Somehow he hung on. Each morning Harper expected to find his captain dead, but he lived, and even the doctors shrugged and conceded that sometimes, very rarely, a man recovered from that wound. Then Sharpe took the fever. The wound was still abscessed, its dressing changed twice a day. But now Harper and Isabella had to wipe the sweat that poured from Sharpe and listen to the ravings that he muttered day and night. Isabella found some rifleman's trousers taken from a dead man who was as tall as Sharpe, and she hung them on the wall beneath the jacket and above Sharpe's boots that Harper had found discarded in the small courtyard. The uniform waited for him, but the doctors had again given up hope. The fever would kill him. Harper wanted to know how they would treat a fever, and the doctors tried to fob him off. But the Irishman had heard of some miracle cure, a new cure, something to do with the bark of a South American tree. The doctors had very little of the substance, but Harper frightened them, and they yielded it up, grudgingly, and Harper gave it to Sharpe. It seemed to help, yet the doctors had very little of the precious substance. It had only reached them the previous year. It was expensive, and they made it go further by mixing the powdered quinine with black pepper. When the quinine ran out, they gave Sharpe quassia bark instead. But still the fever raged, and even the Navy's remedy, suggested by Lord Spears, which consisted of gunpowder mixed with brandy, didn't work. There was an army remedy, and Harper decided on that. He carried Sharpe downstairs one day, stripped him naked and laid him on the grass of the courtyard just beside the cloister. The sergeant had already drawn bucket after bucket of well water and carried them to the top cloister, where he'd fill 2 rain barrels. He would have preferred to be higher, 3 floors at least, but the upper cloister was the best he could do. He looked down on the shivering naked body and poured the first barrel in a glittering cold shock that exploded on Sharpe. He cried out, jackknifed, and the second barrel followed in a cascade that flattened Sharpe, choked him. And then Harper ran downstairs, wrapped Sharpe in a dry blanket, and carried the emaciated body back to the cot. The doctors said that Harper had certainly killed Sharpe with that treatment, yet that night the fever went down, and Harper came back from the cathedral to find Sharpe lucid again.
"How you're feeling, sir?"
"Bloody." He looked it, too. His eyes were sunk in a pale face. Harper grinned at him.
"You'll be up soon."
Harper and Isabella took it in turns to pray. She used the chapel of the Irish College, close and beautiful. But Harper thought God might be nearer to the big cathedral, and he climbed the hill twice a day, and he prayed with a childlike intensity. His broad, strong face would screw up in concentration, as though the very force of his thoughts could drive the prayer up, past the statues, past the glorious ceiling, and up to a heaven where so many other prayers were clamouring for answers. He lit candles to St. Jude, the patron saint of hopeless causes, and he prayed to him, pleaded with him, and once again the doctors began to cautiously suggest that there was a chance, that sometimes men recovered from the wound, and Harper prayed on. Yet he knew something was missing. They gave Sharpe medicines when they could, prayers that they did not tell him about, and Harper knew there was something else, something that might persuade Sharpe to live. Something was missing. Sharpe's weapons were missing. The rifle had been stolen in the hospital, the sword broken by LaRue. It took Harper 3 days, a bribe, but in the end a storekeeper with the town major opened up a small warehouse and rummaged through the racks. "Swords," he muttered to himself. "Swords. Well, you can have this one." He offered Harper a sabre.
"Well, that's bloody rubbish. It's got bloody woodworm. I want a heavy sword, not that bent rubbish."
The corporal storekeeper sniffed. He found another sword, this one straight. £20?
"You want me to trade on you? I paid already."
The corporal shrugged. "Well, I have to account for this lot."
"You poor wee man. And how do you account for the stuff you steal?"
Harper went to the racks himself, raked through the weapons and found a plain, sturdy, heavy cavalry blade.
"I'll take this one. Where are your rifles?"
"Rifles? You didn't say nothing about any rifles."
"Well, I am now."
The huge sergeant pushed past the storekeeper.
"Well?"
The corporal glanced at the open door.
"More than my bloody job's worth." "Your job's worth cow dung. Now, where are the rifles?"
The corporal reluctantly opened a box. "Well, that's all we've got. Don't get many." Harper picked one up. It was new, beautiful, the lock greased, but it wouldn't do.
"Are they all like this?"
"Yeah." The corporal was nervous.
You can keep it."
Harper put it back. He would have liked one for himself, let alone Sharpe. But these were the new rifles with the carbine bore, smaller than the old rifles, and he knew that they would never be able to get a reliable source of ammunition. The rifle would have to wait. He grinned at the storekeeper.
"Now a scabbard."
The man shook his head. "Well, scabbards is difficult." Harper pointed the blade at the storekeeper's throat.
"You've got $2 a main. That says scabbards are easy. Now give."
He gave. The sword was not like Sharpe's old sword. This one had not been looked after. It was dull. But it was a heavy cavalry sword, and Harper set to work on it. The first day he remade the sword's guard. The guard was slim at the pommel, and then it broadened so that it would cover a man's fist, and it ended in a broad circle that guarded against an enemy's blade sliding down the sword and slicing into a cavalryman's hand. It was a comfortable guard if a man spent his life in the saddle, but the heavy steel circle cut into a man's ribs if he wore the sword as Sharpe would wear it. It was too long a blade to hang comfortably at the waist. The slings of the scabbard would have to be shortened, so that the handle and guard of the sword would lie at the bottom of Sharpe's left rib cage. Harper borrowed a hacksaw, some files, and he worked on the guard. He cut the right-hand side of the circle back, past the small holes that could be tasseled for display, right down to within an inch of the blade. He made an edge that was crude, misshapen and ugly, but he filed it obsessively until the shape of the new guard was smooth and easy on the eye. Then he polished the steel until it looked as if it was fresh from the Birmingham factory of Woolley and Deacon. The handle of the sword was tight on the blade's tang, but the wooden grip was rough to the palm. Harper took off the back piece and filed the grip, and then he varnished it with oil and beeswax until the handle was dark brown and shining. On the second day he remade the blade. The back edge of the sword was straight, and the point was made by curving the foredge back to meet it.
That was not the point Sharpe liked. The rifleman liked a blade with two edges, both sharp, and a point that was symmetrical. Harper raked through the workshops of the college and found the wheel the gardeners used to sharpen their scythes. He oiled the wheel, treadled it, and then put the blade onto the stone so that it rang. It shrieked, and the sparks flowed like live fire from the steel. He worked the back edge, curving the sword's last 2 inches until the fore and back edges were the same. It made a balanced point. Then he polished the sword, holding the blade up to the light to make sure the stone marks were even. The steel gleamed. Finally, as the afternoon wore on, he sharpened the blade. He gave Sharpe an edge that the captain had never had, and he worked at it and worked, and the perfectionist in him would not give up until the foredge and the top 7 inches of the back were razor-sharp. He let the wheels slow to a stop. He took a rag and poured olive oil onto the sword. He polished it again, oiled it, and the sword was unrecognizable from the blade he had taken from the storekeeper. It was no Kliegenthaler, but it was no ordinary sword. He had remade Sharpe's sword, done it with care and friendship, and he had put into his work all the Celtic magic that he could muster. It was as if in working on the sword he was working on Sharpe himself, and he held the finished blade up to the westering sun, and it blazed white light in a dazzling burst. It was made. He took the sword upstairs, looked forward to Sharpe's face, and Isabella met him. She was running down the cloister, and at first Harper was alarmed, and then he saw the look on her face, and she threw herself at him, talked so fast that he had to slow her down, and she gabbled her news. A woman had come, and such a woman! Hair like gold, and a coach with 4 horses. She'd visited the hospital, and she'd given gifts to the wounded men, and then, Isabella's eyes still sparkled at the memory, the woman had come to Sharpe's room, and she'd visited the captain, and she'd been angry. Harper slowed her down.
Angry?
The captain was a hero, wasn't he? La Marchesa had shouted at the doctors, had told them it was disgusting that a hero should live in such a place. And tomorrow La Marchesa was sending a carriage that was to take Sharpe to a house outside the town, a house by the river. And the best of it was, and here Isabella jumped up and down beside her huge Irishman, clutching at his jacket in her excitement, that the aristocrat had talked to her, Isabella. She and Harper were to go with the captain. They would have servants, cooks. And Isabella twirled in the cloister and said that La Marchesa had been kind to her, grateful to her. And, by the way, the captain was feeling better. End of Side 5. Side 6. Harper grinned because of her infectious delight.
Say that all again.
She said it again. And this time she wanted to know where he'd been. He'd missed La Marchesa, the most gracious person Isabella had ever met, a queen, well, almost a queen, and Harper missed her. And tomorrow they were all moving to a house by the river, and they would have servants. And by the way, the captain is much better.
What do you mean, better?
I changed the bandage, see? She was there. I thought she might visit us. She visit everyone. So I changed the bandage. And no muck, Patrick, no muck.
No pus?
No nothing. No muck, no blood.
Well, where is he now?
She opened her eyes wide because her tale was dramatic.
He sit up in bed, see? Up. He very happy that La Marchesa see him.
She punched Harper.
And you do not see her. 4 horses, and your friend was here.
My friend?
The English lord, Lord Spears.
She sighed.
He has a blue and silver uniform, all shining, and no arm anymore. The bandage is off.
You mean his arm is out of the sling?
That's what I say.
She smiled at him.
You would look good in blue and silver.
Aye, I would make a change from black and blue.
He grinned at her.
Would you stay here, woman? I want to talk to him.
He pushed open the door of Sharpe's room, and, as Isabella had said, Sharpe was sitting up. There was an expression of wonderment on Sharpe's face, as if he expected the clenching pain to come back at any moment. He looked up at Harper and smiled.
It's better than it was. I don't understand it. Well, the doctors said it might happen. The doctors said I would die.
He saw the sword in Harper's hand.
What's that? It's just an old sword, sir.
Harper tried to keep his voice matter-of-fact, but he couldn't hide his grin. He shrugged.
I thought you might be wanting it. Show me.
Sharpe held out a hand, and Harper saw how desperately thin his captain's wrist was. Harper reversed the sword, held it out, and Sharpe grasped the handle. Harper pulled the scabbard away. The sword was in Sharpe's hand, and the weight pulled it down almost to the floor, and Sharpe had to use all his feeble strength to bring the long, clumsy blade up again. It shone in the small light from the window. Sharpe's eyes stayed on the blade, and his face was all that Harper could want. The blade turned over, slowly, the arm horribly weak as it rehearsed the twist that the sword needed as it lunged into an enemy. Sharpe looked up at Harper.
You did it. Eh, well, you know, sir, not much to do, sir. Passed the time, so did.
Sharpe twisted the blade back, and the light ran down the steel.
It's beautiful. Just the old 96 pattern, sir, standard issue. Nothing special. I took the odd nick out of the edge, sir. Would it be true, sir, that we're moving tomorrow to higher circles, I hear?
Sharpe nodded, but he wasn't listening to Harper's words properly. He was looking at the blade, letting his gaze go up and down the steel, from the new point on the sword to the place where the steel buried itself into the reshaped guard. The weight was too much for him, and it sank slowly until the tip rested on the rush matting. He looked up at Harper.
Thank you. For nothing, sir. Thought you might need it. I'll kill the bastard with it.
Sharpe grimaced with the effort, but the blade came up again.
I'll slaughter the bastard.
Patrick Harper grinned. Richard Sharpe was going to live. Part 3. Tuesday the 21st of July to Thursday the 23rd of July, 1812. Chapter 17. Sometimes the river was silver, a sheen of pitted silver, and sometimes it was dark green like velvet. At dusk it could look like molten gold, heavy and slow, pouring itself richly towards the Roman bridge, and then on towards its junction with the river Douro, and then the far-off sea. Sometimes it was mirror-smooth, so the far bank was perfectly seen upside down on its surface, and at other times it was grey and broken. But Sharpe never tired of sitting in the pillared shelter that a previous marquis had built right on the water's edge. It was a private place, entered only through one door, and when the door was shut and bolted, the sounds of the house and garden faded. He exercised for hours in the shelter, strengthening his sword arm, and he walked further each day, so that by the time they'd been in the house 6 nights, he could walk the mile to the city and back, and the only pain was a dull, tugging ache. He ate prodigiously, wolfing down the beef that as a true Englishman he knew to be the only source of strength. Captain Lossow, of the King's German Legion, contrived to send Sharpe a wooden crate that proved to be full of stone-bottled beer. A letter was nailed to the crate. It was very short. "The French could not kill you, so drink yourself to death. Your friend, Lossow." Sharpe couldn't imagine how Lossow had contrived to find a whole crate of beer in Spain, but he knew how generous was the gift, and he was touched by it. On the 5th day he fired Harper's rifle, letting the butt kick into his shoulder, forcing his tired arms to hold the barrel steady, and on his 10th shot he smashed one of the empty stone bottles into shards and felt content. He was strengthening. He had written to Hogan on the first day without cruel pain, and the town major's office forwarded the reply, and Hogan was delighted at Sharpe's news. The rest of the letter was grim. It told of fruitless marching and counter-marching across the plains, of the army's discontent because the French seemed to be outmanoeuvring the British, beating them without a battle being fought, and Hogan hinted that soon the army might be retreating on Salamanca. Hogan apologized in his letter because he still hadn't reached Teresa. The message he knew had travelled as far as Casa de Jada, but Sharpe's wife was not there. She was further north harrying the troops of the French General Caffarelli, and Hogan didn't know how long it would be before she heard the news. He hoped it would be soon. Sharpe felt guilty.
because he didn't share Hogan's hope. Once Teresa was in Salamanca, then he'd be forced to give up the company of La Marquesa. She visited most evenings, coming to the shelter beside the river, and Sharpe found himself looking forward to the visits, needing her company, and Harper kept his wonder to himself. Major Hogan had spoken of Leroux in his letter. "You are not to concern yourself, Richard, nor to feel responsible for what happened." That, thought Sharpe, was kind of Hogan, because Sharpe was responsible. The failure nagged at him, depressed him, and he tortured himself by imagining what the Frenchman would do to La Marquesa to make her talk. She thought that Leroux was probably in the city, and Hogan agreed. "He will lie low, we think, until Salamanca is again in the hands of the French, for that I fear is a possibility if we cannot bring Marmont to battle, and we must hope that his plans are frustrated. If we do fight Marmont and win, then Leroux will have to leave Salamanca. Perhaps he has already, we do not know. But in the meantime we have put a guard on El Mirador, and you are not to concern yourself with anything except a full recovery." The mention of a guard puzzled Sharpe. La Marquesa came alone, except for her coachman, postilion, and chaperone. The coachman and postilion would wait in the servants' quarters, the chaperone be sent to read a book in the long, gloomy library of the house, while La Marquesa went alone with Sharpe to the pillared shelter beside the river. He showed her the letter, and she laughed. "It would be a little obvious, Richard, wouldn't it, if I rode out here with an armed man riding beside me? Stop worrying." The next evening Lord Spiers came with her, and they couldn't hide in the small shelter. They walked in the garden, chatting, and Sharpe had to pretend, though he guessed Spiers knew otherwise, that he hardly knew La Marquesa, that she'd plucked him from the hospital as an object of charity. And he said "ma'am" and "milady," and felt tongue-tied and clumsy, just as he had at their first meeting. At one moment in the evening, when the sun was a glorious crimson in the west, La Marquesa went to the low wall beside the river and threw bread scraps to the ducks. Sharpe was alone with Spiers. The rifleman remembered how the cavalryman had so desperately wanted to know the identity of El Mirador, how he'd quizzed Sharpe in the Plaza Mayor on the morning after the first assault on the 3 fortresses. Sharpe grinned at Spiers. "So you found out?" "About you and Elena? Well, you were hardly discreet, my dear Sharpe, coming here to her lair." Sharpe shook his head. "No, I meant about El Mirador." An extraordinary look of alarm crossed Spiers' face. It was followed by anger and a question that was almost hissed at Sharpe.
"You know?"
Sharpe nodded. "Yes."
"What the hell do you know?"
Sharpe tried to talk calmly to quieten Spiers' anger. "I know that we put a guard on El Mirador, and I presumed that you were doing that."
"How did you know?"
"Hogan wrote to me." It was not the whole truth. Hogan had written that El Mirador was guarded, but he hadn't named names. The rest had been Sharpe's deduction, and he hadn't expected this near-violent reaction. He tried to calm Spiers again. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend."
No offence."
Spiers pushed his hair back.
"Christ, we're told this is the biggest bloody secret since turning water into wine, and then Hogan has to write to you. How many more people know?"
Spiers glanced towards La Marquesa, then back at Sharpe.
"Yes, I am, but for God's sake, don't tell anyone."
"Well, I'm hardly likely to. No, I suppose not." Sharpe wished he hadn't mentioned it. He had traduced Hogan by suggesting that the Irish major had written everything in his letter, but Spiers' anger had made Sharpe decide not to launch himself on a convoluted explanation. La Marquesa came back and looked at Spiers. "You're looking positively flustered, Jack." Spiers smiled at her. "A wasp, Elena, threatening my virtue. Oh, such a tiny thing to threaten." She looked at Sharpe. "You're happy here, Captain?" "Yes, ma'am." She made polite conversation for Spiers' benefit. "The house is rather pretty. My husband's great-uncle built it. He was a leper, so he was forced to live outside the city. The house was built here, and he could rot away happily on his own. They say he looked perfectly dreadful, which is why there are such high walls." Spiers grinned. "I hope you scrubbed the place before you put Sharpe here." She looked at him, smiled, then touched his cheek with her fan. "Such a charming man you are, Jack. Tell my coachman to get ready, will you?" Spiers half bowed. "You'll be safe with Sharpe?" "I'll risk it, Jack. Now be gone."
She watched Spears walk towards the house and then drew Sharpe into the shade of some bushes. A stone bench was set in a small clearing, and she sat on it. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought him." "I think you should." She seemed unmoved by that. "Why?" "He is your guard. It's his job." She watched Sharpe for a few seconds. "How do you deduce that, Richard?" He felt confused. First Spears had reacted almost violently, and now La Marchesa was quizzing him as if he was rendering the accounts for her estates. Then he thought that she must be frightened. If Spears had told Sharpe, then Spears was not to be trusted. He smiled at her. "First, he's here with you. Second, I asked him. He didn't offer the information. In fact, he was quite angry that I knew." She nodded. "Good. What did he say?" "That he was the guard for El Mirado." He smiled. "La Miradora." She smiled at that. "There's no such word. I've told you, miradors are masculine in Spanish. They cannot be feminine." "He can be trusted?" "Well, he got quite angry." She sighed, then twitched her fan at a fly. "Oh, he's a fool, Richard. He's no money. He's gambled it all away, but he's amusing sometimes. Are you jealous?" "No." "Liar." She smiled at him. "I won't let him come again. He insisted tonight." She laughed at him. "You remind me tonight of the first time we met. You bristle with dignity. You were so ready to take offence. And you to give it." "And something else, Richard." "Yes." He sat beside her. She could see the new colour in his face. She sat silent for a moment, her head cocked as if listening for a faraway sound, and then she relaxed. "No guns today." "No." No battle, which meant that the French had outmarched Wellington again, that the armies were getting nearer to the city, and that perhaps the time when Sharpe would have to leave Salamanca was getting closer. He looked at her. "Come with us." "Perhaps you won't go." "Perhaps." But his instinct told him otherwise. She leant against him, her eyes closed, and then Spears' voice shouted from the house that her carriage waited. She looked up at Sharpe. "I'll come early tomorrow." "Please." She kissed him. "You exercise today?" "Yes, ma'am." He grinned. She gave him a mock salute. "Don't give up, Captain." "Never." He followed her to the house and watched as the carriage went through the high gates, Spears' horse beside it, and then he turned back into the building. It was his last evening with Harper, till God knew when. For on the next day the sergeant was going north, taking Isabella, going back to the South Essex. Harper was marching with a group of men recovered from their wounds, and to mark their final evening, the big Irishman and Isabella ate with Sharpe in the formal dining room instead of in the kitchen. Sharpe spent the next few days alone, exercising and walking, and the news from the north went from bad to worse. An officer, posting back to Ciudad Rodrigo, stopped at the house for water, and he sat in the garden with Sharpe and spoke of the troops' anger because they were not allowed to fight. Wellington seemed to be giving ground, to be always retreating from the French, and each new day brought reinforcements to Marmont's army. The officer claimed that Wellington was being too cautious, that he was losing the campaign, and Sharpe didn't understand it. The army had marched from Portugal with such high hopes, and now those hopes were frittered away. The campaign was being lost without a battle, and each day's manoeuvring brought the armies nearer to the city, promised that soon Leroux would have the freedom to hunt again. And Sharpe wondered where the Frenchman was, what he was doing, and practised with the big sword in the slim hope that he might see Leroux again. A month after Sharpe's wounding, the bad news was all confirmed. The day had brought clouds of dust to the east, and by the evening Sharpe knew that the armies had reached the Tormes east of the city, and he knew that Salamanca must change hands again. Another letter came from Hogan, hand-delivered by an irritated cavalryman who had gone first to the Irish College, then to the town major, and finally had found Sharpe. The letter was brief, its message grim. "Tonight we cross the river, and tomorrow we will march westwards. The French outmarch us each day, so we must hurry. I fear it'll be a race to the Portuguese frontier, and I am not certain we can win. You must leave. Pack now. If you have no horse, then try to find headquarters. I will lend you my remount.
Say your farewells and go, no later than dawn tomorrow." The "no later" was underlined. "Next year perhaps we can twist Marmont's tail, but not alas this. In haste, Michael Hogan." Sharpe had little to pack. He stood in the garden and stared over the river and saw the goats that lived on the far hills filing down to the low ground. It was a sure sign that heavy rain was coming. Yet the sun still shone. But he looked overhead, and sure enough there were clouds rolling in from the north. The river was silver, shot through with green. He put his few things into his pack: 2 spare shirts, 2 spare stockings, a mess tin, the telescope, his razor, and he filled the oxhide pack to the top with food that he took from the kitchen. He wrapped 2 loaves, a cheese, and a big ham. The cook gave him wine bottles that he thrust into the pack and poured a third into his spare canteen. He had no rifle to carry, just the big sword on its short slings. He went back into the garden again, and the sky was darker, almost black, and he knew he would wait for the morning before leaving. He told himself that he'd become lazy, that he was going soft because he wanted to spare himself a night in the open. But he knew that he waited for morning in the hope that La Marchesa would come this night, perhaps their last night. He thought of walking to the city, of going to the Palacio Casares, but then he heard the sound of hooves, the opening of the gate, and he knew she was coming. He waited. There was something curiously beautiful about the landscape. The sun still shone, slanting steeply beneath the clouds, and it gave the land a luminance that the sky had lost. Above was darkness, grey and black. Beneath was a glowing scene of green hills, brilliant white buildings, and the river like oiled silk. The air was heavy. The clouds pressed down as if the weight of water was sinking them. He expected the rain to begin at any second, yet it held off. It was conserving its force. The goats, as ever, had been right. There'd be a vast rainstorm this night. He walked to the pillared shelter, built, La Marchesa had told him, in imitation of a small Greek shrine, and he stood on the topmost step that led to the door, pulled himself up on the lintel, and he could see over the high wall to the city. Perhaps it would be his last glimpse of Salamanca in the evening. The sun silhouetted the fine stone, edged the great cathedral with red gold, and then he pushed the door open and waited for La Marchesa. The river was almost black, swirling, waiting for the hammering of the rain. In the morning he would go. He would walk away from the city, and the dust of the roads would have been driven and churned into mud. He'd failed this summer. He'd promised to take a man, and the man had almost killed him. Yet Sharpe didn't see that as his greatest regret. He had betrayed his wife, and that saddened him, but that was not his regret. He would miss La Marchesa. He would miss the golden hair, the mouth, the eyes, the laughter, and the beauty. The magic world of a woman whom he glimpsed, wanted, and never thought he could possess. Tonight was the last night. She would stay, in danger, and he would go back to the army. He could recover his full strength in Ciudad Rodrigo, and all the time he would wonder about her, remember her, and fear that his enemy had destroyed her. The first heavy, plangent drop of rain smashed onto the marble ledge that faced the river. It left a mark the size of a penny. He had dreamt once before of a final night in Salamanca, and that hope had ended in the death room. Now fate had given him the night again, though tinged with defeat. He knew he'd become obsessed with her, and he had to abandon her, and that was too often the way of women and soldiers. Yet there was this one night. He heard the footsteps in the grass, and he didn't turn round. He was suddenly superstitious. To turn round was to tempt fate, but he smiled as he heard the feet on the steps, and then he heard the heavy click of a flint being pulled back on a mainspring. "Good evening, Captain." The voice was a man's voice, and the man held a rifle, and the rifle was pointing straight at Sharpe's stomach, as the rifleman wrenched himself about to face the door. The first thunder racketed over the sky. Chapter 18. The Reverend Dr. Patrick Curtis, known as Non Patricio Cortes, rector of the Irish College and professor of astronomy and natural history at the University of Salamanca, held the rifle as though it were a poisonous snake that might at any second turn and bite him. Sharpe remembered how LaRue had run to this man's room, how Spears had described Curtis volunteering to fight against the English, and now the tall priest faced Sharpe. The frizzen that covered the pan of the rifle was up, and the elderly Irishman clicked it down into place. He smiled. "You see, it still works. It's your rifle, Captain." The thunder echoed in the sky. It sounded like heavy siege shot being rolled on giant floorboards. The rain was hissing steadily on the river's surface. Sharpe was 5 paces from the man. He thought of jumping at him, hoping that the priest would hesitate before pulling the trigger, but he knew that the wound would slow him down. He looked at Curtis's right hand and raised his voice over the sound of the rain. "You have to have a finger on the trigger to make it work." The bushy eyebrows went up in surprise. "It's not loaded, Captain. I'm merely returning it to you. Here." He held it out. Sharpe didn't move, and the Irish priest just shrugged and propped the rifle against the wall. Sharpe jerked his head towards the weapon. "It's bad for them to stay cocked. It wakens the spring. You learn something every day." Curtis picked up the rifle, pulled the trigger, and flinched as the spark cracked on the empty pan. He put the weapon down again. "You don't seem overjoyed to see me." "Should I be?" "You could be grateful to me. I went out of my way to return your gun, had to get your address from the town major, and then smuggle it out under my cassock. It would be bad for my reputation if I was seen going fully armed about the streets." Curtis gave a deprecating smile. "You could have returned it earlier." Sharpe kept his voice cold. He wanted this interfering priest gone. He wanted La Marchesa. "I wish I could have returned it earlier. It was stolen by one of the college's stonemasons. His wife told me, and I retrieved it for you." He pointed at the weapon. "And here it is, safely restored." He waited for Sharpe to speak, but the rifleman was morose. Curtis sighed, walked to the edge of the shelter and looked at the rain. "Dear, oh dear, what weather!" The surface of the river was coruscated by the rain. The sun, perversely, still showed in the west beneath the great cloud bank. Curtis pulled up his cassock and sat down. He gave Sharpe a friendly smile. "Do you mind if I sit it out? There was a time when I rode in all weathers, but I'm 72 this year, Mr. Sharpe, and the good Lord may not look kindly on me getting a chill." Sharpe was not feeling polite. He wanted to be alone until the Marchesa came. He wanted to think of her, to wallow in the misery of the anticipation of their parting. This last night was precious to him, something to hold against the bad times, and now this damned priest was settling down for a cosy chat. Sharpe kept his voice harsh. "I'm expecting company." Curtis ignored him. He waved an expansive hand round the small, pretty shelter. "Oh, I know this place well. I used to be the Marquess's confessor, and he was always kind to me. He let me use this for some of my observations." He shifted himself so he was looking at Sharpe. "I watched last year's comet from in here. Remarkable. Did you see it?" "No." "Oh, you missed something, you really did. The Marquess was of the opinion that the comet affected the grape harvest, that it was responsible for the good vintage. I don't understand that, but undoubtedly last year's wine was excellent, excellent." A great explosion of thunder saved Sharpe the necessity of replying. It echoed across the sky, grew and faded, and the rain seemed to teeth down with more force. Curtis tut-tutted. "I presume you're waiting for La Marchesa." "You can presume what you like." "True." Curtis nodded. "It concerns me, Mr. Sharpe. Her husband is a man I would call a friend. I'm a priest, and you are, I know, a married man. I think I'm speaking to your conscience, Mr. Sharpe." Sharpe laughed. "You came out here in this weather to give me a bloody sermon?" He sat down on the curved bench that ran round the inner wall of the shelter. He was trapped here while the rain lasted, but he was damned if he was going to let a priest start meddling with his soul. "Forget it, Father. It's none of your business." "It's God's, my son." Curtis spoke mildly. "La Marchesa doesn't confess to me. She uses the Jesuits. They have such a complicated view of sin. I'm sure it must be very confusing. I have a very simple view of sin, and I know that adultery is wrong." Sharpe spoke quietly, his head tilted back against the wall. "I don't want to be offensive, Father, but you're annoying me." "So?" Sharpe brought his head forward. "So I remember LaRue going to your room. I remember hearing that you fought against the English, and I know that the French have spies in this town, and it would take me about 2 minutes to tip you into that river, and I wonder how many days it would be before they found you." Curtis stared at him. "You mean that, don't you?" "Yes." "The simple solution, yeah? The soldier's way." Curtis was mocking him now, his voice hard. "Whenever human beings don't know what to do, they call in the soldiers. Force ends everything, yes? That's what they did with Christ, Mr. Sharpe. They called in the soldiers. They didn't know what to do with him, so they called on men like you, and I don't suppose they thought twice about what they were doing. They just banged in the nails. You'd have done that, wouldn't you?" Sharpe said nothing. He yawned. He looked at the quick ripples where the rain struck the river. The sky was black, the western horizon dark gold, and he wondered if La Marchesa would wait for the storm to end before her coach made its way to the house by the river. Curtis looked behind him at the rugs and the cushions that La Marchesa had put into the river shelter. "What you frightened of, Sharpe?" "Moths." "I'm serious." "So am I. I hate moths." "Hell?" Sharpe sighed. "Father, I don't wish to be offensive. I don't really want to push you into the bloody river, but I do not want to sit here and be lectured about my soul. Understand?" A thunderclap smashed the sky overhead, so sudden that Curtis jumped, and its lightning seared over the river, the smell of ozone sharp in the air, and the sound of the thunder seemed to roll westwards towards the city, bounce back, and then there was just the rain crashing on the water. Curtis looked at the river. "There'll be a battle tomorrow." Sharpe said nothing. Curtis spoke louder. "There'll be a battle tomorrow, and you will win. Tomorrow we're running away from the French." Sharpe's voice was bored. Curtis stood up. His cassock was black against the gloom outside. He stood as close to the river as he could without letting the rain fall on him. He still spoke towards the water, his back turned on Sharpe. "You English have an ancient belief that your great victories come on the day after a night of thunder." The priest's hair was white against the black clouds. "Tomorrow you will have your battle, your soldier's solution, and you will win." Thunder growled half-heartedly, and the priest to Sharpe looked like some ancient magician who had conjured this storm from the deep. When the thunder sound had died, Curtis looked at Sharpe. "The dead will be legion." Sharpe wondered if he heard the jangling of traces beyond the house. He cocked his head, listened, but he could hear only the rain in the garden, the wind in the trees. He looked at Curtis, who had sat down again. "And when does the world end?" "That's God's business. Men make battles. Wouldn't you like a battle tomorrow?" Sharpe said nothing. He leant against the wall. Curtis spread his hands in resignation. "You didn't want to talk about your soul, so instead I talk about a battle, and still you won't talk. So, I'll talk to you." The elderly priest looked down as if collecting his thoughts, and then the bushy eyebrows came back up to Sharpe. "Let's suppose that the thunder tells the truth. Let's suppose there's a battle tomorrow and the English win. What happens?" He held up a hand to stop Sharpe speaking. "This is what happens. The French will have to retreat, this part of Spain will be free, and Colonel LaRue will be stuck here." Now he had Sharpe's attention. The rifleman had sat up. "Colonel LaRue," Curtis went on, "is almost certainly inside the city. He's waiting for the British to leave, and once they do leave, Mr. Sharpe, then he'll reappear, and no doubt the killing and the torturing will go on. Am I right?" "Yes." Curtis had said nothing that anyone else could not have worked out. "So, if LaRue has to be stopped, if the killings have to be stopped, then you must fight and win a battle tomorrow." Sharpe leaned back again. Curtis was merely a living-room strategist. "Wellington has been waiting for a battle for a month. It's hardly likely that he'll get one tomorrow." "Why has he waited?" Sharpe paused while thunder sounded. He looked out at the river and saw that the rain was still heavy. It was almost dark. He wished the rain would stop. He wished Curtis would go. He forced himself to make conversation. "He's waited because he wants Marmont to make a mistake. He wants to catch the French wrong-footed." "Exactly." Curtis nodded vigorously, as though Sharpe was a pupil who had grasped a subtle point. "Now, bear with me, Mr. Sharpe. Tomorrow, am I right, Wellington will be south of the river, and then he will turn west to Portugal. Yes?" Sharpe nodded. Curtis was leaning forward, talking urgently. "Suppose he didn't turn west. Suppose that he decided to hide his army at the turning place, and then suppose the French didn't know that. What would happen?" It was very simple. Tomorrow both armies would cross the river and turn to their right. It was like the bend of a horse-racing course, and the British were on the inside. If they wanted to get ahead of Marmont to win the race to the Portuguese frontier, then they had to come off the bend fast and keep marching. Yet if Curtis was right, and if Wellington hid on the bend, then the French would march past him, their armies strung out in a line of march, and it would be easy to trip him up. It would no longer be a race. It would be like a shepherd stringing his flock out in front of a pack of hungry wolves. But it was just conjecture. Sharpe shrugged. "Well, the French get beaten. There's just one thing wrong." "What's that?" Sharpe thought of Hogan's letter. "Tomorrow we're marching west as fast as we can." "No, you're not, Mr. Sharpe." Curtis's voice was certain. "Your general is hiding his army at a village called Arapiles. He doesn't want Marmont to know that. He wants the French to think that he's simply leaving a rear guard at Arapiles and that the rest of the army is marching as fast as it can." Sharpe smiled. "With the greatest respect, Father, I doubt the French will be fooled. After all, if you've heard of this deception, then so must a lot of others." "No," Curtis smiled. The rain still crashed down outside, hidden now by the darkness. "I spent the afternoon at Arapiles. There's one problem only." Sharpe was sitting forward again, the rain forgotten. "Which is?" "How do we tell Marmont's spies that Wellington is really marching tomorrow?" Sharpe shook his head. "You're serious, aren't you?" "Yes." The rifleman stood up, walked to the door and peered into the garden. There was nothing to be seen except the trees lashing in the storm. He turned round, puzzled by the conversation. "What do you mean, we?" "I mean our side, Captain." Sharpe walked back to his seat, picking up his rifle as he went, and he felt as if the ground beneath his feet was crumbling away. At first Curtis had provoked him, then mocked him, and now he was making Sharpe feel very stupid. He let his fingers run over the lock of the rifle, liking its solidity, and looked at the priest. "Say what you have to say." Curtis thrust his hand into the breast of his cassock and brought out a piece of paper. It was folded into a narrow strip. "This came to me today, which is why I went to see Wellington. It came to me, Captain, sewn into the spine of a volume of sermons. It came from Paris." Sharpe ran his finger against the rough edge of the rifle flint. He was unaware of the pain in his wound. He just listened to the elderly priest, who had suddenly assumed great authority. "Leroux is a dangerous man, Captain, very dangerous, and we wanted to know more about him. I asked one of my correspondents, a friend, a man who works in a ministry in Paris, and this is the answer." He unfolded the paper. "I won't read it all, because you've heard much of it from Major Hogan. I'll just read the last line. Leroux has a sister, as skilled in languages as himself, and I cannot discover her whereabouts. She was christened Helene." Sharpe shut his eyes, then shook his head. "No. Yes. No. No. No!" Thunder drowned his protest. He opened his eyes and the priest was dark in the night. "You're El Mirador?" "Yes." Sharpe hated to believe it. "No! No!" Curtis was inexorable. "You may not like it, Captain, but the answer is still yes." Sharpe still refused to believe. "Then where's your guardian?" "Oh, Lord Spears! He thinks I'm hearing confessions in the cathedral. I often do on Tuesday night.
He's saying his farewells to the Marquesa, Sharpe, which is what's holding her up. Half the cavalry officers in town are paying her court at this moment.
No, her parents were killed by the French. She lived in Zaragoza.
Shut! Curtis shouted him down. She met her husband in Paris just 5 years ago. He was part of a Spanish government embassy to Napoleon. She says her father was executed in the Terror, but who knows? So many died. Thousands. And no records were kept, Sharpe. No careful ledgers. It's not difficult for Napoleon's men to produce a pretty young girl and claim she's the daughter of Don Antonio Huesca and his English wife. We'd never have known if we hadn't asked about Leroux.
You still don't know. There are 1,000 Helenes and Helenas.
Captain Sharpe, please think.
She had claimed she was El Mirado. She was not. He thought of the telescope on the Mirador, the telescope that pointed to the San Cayetano fortress, where there'd been the second telescope. It would have been so easy for her to signal to Leroux, to talk to him using a system like the Army's telegraph system. Sharpe still hated to believe it. He swept an arm round the shelter.
But all this... She's been looking after me.
Yes.
Curtis stood up and moved about the floor. The rain had slackened, the thunder was further south.
I think, Sharpe, that she's more than a little in love with you. Lord Spears says so, and God knows he would have sinned with her if she'd let him. I think she is in love with you. She's lonely, she's far from home. As a priest, I disapprove. As a man, I'm envious. And as El Mirador, I want to use that love.
How?
You must lie to her, Captain, tonight. You must tell her that Wellington is leaving a rearguard at Arapiles, and that he will try to convince Marmont that the rearguard is his whole army. You will tell her that Wellington wants to trick Marmont into staying still, into facing the rearguard while the bulk of the British army escapes. You will tell her that, Captain. And she will believe you because you've never deceived her. And she will tell Marmont. And then tomorrow you can watch the fruit of your labours.
Sharpe tried to laugh it off. She tells Marmont just like that?
No one in Spain stops a messenger who carries the seal of the house of Casares del Grande Melida Saraba.
Sharpe shook his head. No. He wanted to see her, to hold her, to listen to her voice, laugh with her. Curtis sat again near Sharpe, and he talked as the rain pelted on the river, as the storm moved southwards, and he talked of the letters that came to him. Hidden letters, coded letters. He talked of the men who sent them and the ruses they employed to get the messages through. Now it seemed to Sharpe Curtis was a magician. He conjured the picture of his correspondents who feared for their lives, who worked only for liberty, who had stretched a web across Napoleon's empire that led to this elderly priest.
I don't remember exactly when it started, perhaps 4 years ago, but I found the letters coming and I wrote back, and then I began to hide the letters, to put them inside the bindings of books. Then when the English army came, it seemed sensible to pass the material onwards. So I did. And now I find that I'm the most important spy you have.
Curtis shrugged.
I didn't mean to be. I've trained priests, Sharpe, for years. Many of them write to me, often in Latin, sometimes in Greek, and I've only lost one man. I fear Leroux.
Sharpe remembered La Marquesa telling him how she feared Leroux. She was his sister. Sharpe looked at Curtis.
You think Leroux is in the city? I think so. I don't know. But it seems logical that he would hide there until the French came back, or stay there so he could go on looking for me.
Curtis laughed to himself.
They arrested me once. They took all my books, all my papers, but they found nothing. I persuaded them that as an Irish priest I had little love for the English. I don't have much, but I do love this country, Sharpe, and I fear France.
The rain had almost stopped. The thunder was sounding to the south. Sharpe felt utterly alone. Curtis looked at the rifleman.
I'm sorry.
For what?
Because I think you're fond of her.
Sharpe nodded, and Curtis sighed.
Michael Hogan said you would be. He didn't know if you were her lover, so I probed you to see how you reacted. Lord Spears said you were, but that young man spread scandal. I think perhaps I envy you.
Why? Sharpe was low, feeling that his life had been dissected. He had been used.
I'm a professional gelding, Sharpe, but that doesn't mean I never noticed the mares. She's very noticeable. Curtis smiled in the darkness. Jellification. Sharpe put the rifle onto the bench beside him. What happens if there is a battle tomorrow? We'll look for LaRue in the evening. I suppose we'll have to search the Palacio Casares. And her? Curtis smiled at him. Nothing. She's a member of the Spanish aristocracy, beyond reproach, beyond punishment. The wind was chilled by the passing rain. Curtis looked into the night. I must go. If she found me here, then I had the excuse of the rifle, but it's better that she doesn't find me. He stood up. Convince her tonight, Sharpe, and I absolve you for this night, for this deed. Sharpe did not want absolution. He wanted Elena, or Helene if that was her name. And yet he feared to see her, in case she noticed a difference in him. She had used him. And perhaps he should never have believed that an aristocrat could have a genuine purpose in friendship with a man such as he. Yet he couldn't believe that it had all been a pretense. She had needed him at first because he was the man hunting her brother, and he had told her everything. So she had told LaRue. But she had come back for him, had rescued him from the hospital, and tonight he wanted her, whatever the darkness might hatch. Curtis went through the door into a garden that was heavy with rain. The trees dripped after the storm. Good luck, Sharpe. And you, sir. Curtis went. Sharpe felt foolish and alone. He wanted her, to lie to her and with her. And he was alone. He waited. To the south, over the village of Arapiles, the thunder bellowed. Chapter 19. The ridge ran north and south. It had been close cropped by sheep, goats, and by the rabbits whose droppings lay like miniature spent musket balls in the thin, springy grass. The ridge smelt of wild thyme. The day had dawned with a pale, rinsed sky. The only remnants of the great thunderstorm were a few high, ragged clouds and a burden of water on the soil that promised to be burnt away by noon. The ridgetop was already drying when Sharpe arrived. She had begged him to stay. She had begged him to protect her against LaRue. And he had joined in the lie by begging her to retreat with the army, to go to Ciudad Rodrigo. But she wouldn't. She'd gone back to the city in the early morning, when it was still dark, and she'd promised to send Sharpe a horse, a gift, and he protested, but the horse came. A servant gave it to him and watched, silent, as the rifleman rode towards the fords east of the city. She'd given him a horse, a saddle, a bridle, and he couldn't guess how much the gift was worth. Soon she would discover that he had betrayed her, as she had him, and he would return the gift. Now he rode the horse down the great ridge towards the place where the hills ended, and the plain began, the turning place. This was the bend where the armies went west, and the ridge was like the marker on the inside of the curve. He had explained it all to her in the darkness, and he had said that the French could march faster than the British. And so Wellington had planned to steal a march. He would leave a division at Arapiles and send the rest of the army on a fast march 15 miles westward, and by staying with the rearguard himself, Wellington would persuade Marmont that the whole army was still in front of Salamanca. She had listened to him, asked questions, and Sharpe had warmed to the lie. They had lain together in the shelter, and when the time came for them to part, she had touched the scar on his face. I don't want to go. Then stay. I must go. She smiled sadly. I wonder if I'll ever see you again. You'll be surrounded by cavalry officers, and I'll be jealous. She kissed his cheek. You'll bristle with dignity like the first time you came to the Mirador. He kissed her back. We'll meet again. The words echoed in his head as his horse, her horse, trotted on the ridge's spine. To the east of the ridge was a wide, sweeping valley where the ripening wheat had been flattened by the rain and where a few dark trees showed the course of a stream. At the far side of the valley was an escarpment, its steep side facing Sharpe, and he knew that beyond the sheer red rock bluffs at its crest the French army would be marching. The ridge and the escarpment ended in a great rolling plain, and it was on that plain that Marmont would swing westward into the home straight, the race to block the Portuguese road. At the southern end of the ridge the ground fell steeply away,
and a short walk from the ridge's end to the west was a village. It was like 1,000 other Spanish villages. The cottages were low, made of rough-dressed stone, and a man couldn't stand upright in most of the small houses. The houses grew into each other and formed a maze of tiny alleyways that surrounded the simple church, no bigger than a storehouse. The church had a small stone arch built on one end of its roof that acted as the belfry for the one counterweighted bell. A stork's nest clung to the top of the arch. The richer peasants, and there were few of them, had painted their cottages white. Roses grew against the walls. Farmyards lay next to some cottages, empty now, for the villagers feared the army that the night had brought behind the ridge. The villagers had driven their cattle away to another village, and the hovels and alleyways had been left to God and the soldiers. The village, which had never been famous, was called Arapiles. If a man stood at the very bottom of the slope, near to the village, and looked southwards, he would have seen an apparently empty, almost level plain. It was covered with wheat and grass. The horizon was dark with trees and jumbled, because beyond the plain the country was rough and hard. If the man turned to his right, he could see the village of Arapiles, and just beyond the village, and so close to it that it seemed as if its rocks grew out of the small cottages, was a hill, the Teso San Miguel. Between the southern end of the ridge and the Teso San Miguel was a small valley, just 200 yards wide at its narrowest point. And if a man were to walk up the valley's centre, keeping the ridge to his right and the Teso San Miguel to his left, then he could see straight ahead of him, 4 miles to the north, the big tower of Salamanca's new cathedral. If the small valley were wreathed in cannon smoke, silted with musket smoke, then a man might be grateful for that landmark. In the east was the escarpment, then the wide valley, then the high ridge which smelt of thyme and lavender and was pretty with cabbage-white butterflies, and then the small valley, and then the Teso San Miguel with Arapiles at its foot. And beyond the village and the small hill, the plain stretched to the west. Yet none of those things were strange in this landscape. Sharpe stood his horse at the southern end of the ridge, and his soldier's mind took in the escarpment, the valleys, and the village. But his wonder was at the plain that stretched away to the tree-line to the south. The plain, which was pale with ripening wheat, was like a great sea that lapped against the escarpment, ridge, and Teso San Miguel. And in the sea were 2 strange islands, 2 hills, and to a soldier the 2 hills were the key to the plain. The first hill was small but high, and, being small and high, was steep, too steep for the growing of crops, and so it had been left for the sheep, the rabbits, the scorpions that lived in the rocks that littered the slopes, and the hawks that nested on its flat summit. The small hill lay just to the south of the ridge, so close that the valley between them was like a saddle. From the air, the ridge and the small hill would look like an exclamation mark. If a stork flew directly south from its nest on Salamanca's new cathedral, over the river and on into the farmland, it would cross the small hill. And if it still flew south, into the great plain, it would cross the second hill just 3/4 of a mile from the first. This hill was truly isolated in the wheat. It was bigger than the first, but lower, and it was like a flat-topped slab that lay like a dash beneath the exclamation mark. It was as steep as the first hill, just as flat-topped, and the hawks and ravens lived there undisturbed, for no man had a good reason to climb the steep sides, no reason unless he had a gun. Then he would have every reason, for no infantry could hope to dislodge a force that was on the flat hilltop that stood like a great gun platform in the sea of wheat. The 2 hills were called by the villagers Los Hermanitos, which means the little brothers. Their proper name was taken from the village itself. They were the Arapiles, the lesser Arapile, and out in the plain, the greater Arapile. When God made the world, he made the big plain just for the cavalry. It was firm, or would be when the sun had dried off the night's rain, and it was mostly level. The sabres could fall like scythes in the corn. The Arapiles, greater and lesser, God made for the gunners. From their summits, conveniently made flat so that the artillery could have a stable platform, the guns could dominate the plain. God had made nothing for the infantry except a soil easily dug into graves, but the infantry were used to that. All that Sharpe saw in a few seconds, because it was his trade to see ground and understand its use for killing men. And he knew, too, that if he had deceived La Marquesa, then this would be the killing ground. Some men had already died here. In the wide valley between the British Ridge and the French escarpment, riflemen were fighting a desultory battle with French skirmishers. The rifles had pushed the enemy back to the very crest of the escarpment, killing a handful, but no one was taking the battle very seriously. The second outbreak of fighting was serious. Portuguese troops had been sent to take the greater Aripile out in the plain, and the French infantry raced them to its summit, then poured musket fire down the precipitous slope, and so the Portuguese had failed. The French had taken one of the two gun platforms that dominated the killing ground, and already Sharpe could see French cannon on its summit. 2 British guns sat silent on the lesser Aripile. Their crews let their uniforms dry off from the night's rain, and they wondered what the day would bring. Probably, they thought, another desperate, scrambling march to get away from the French. They wanted to fight, but too many days of this campaign had ended in despondent retreat. He rode close to the small farmhouse that was built at the southern end of the ridge crest. It was busy with staff officers, and Sharpe stopped the horse and slid uncomfortably to the ground. A voice made him turn round. "Richard! Richard!" Hogan walked towards him with his arms outstretched, almost as if he wanted to embrace Sharpe. The Major stopped, shook his head. "I never thought to see you again." He took Sharpe's hand and pumped it up and down. "Back from the dead. You look better. How's the wound?" "Oh, the doctor say a month, sir." Hogan beamed in delight. "I thought you were dead. And when we took you from that cellar—" He shook his head. "How do you feel?" "Half strong." Sharpe was embarrassed by Hogan's pleasure. "And you, sir?" "Oh, I'm well. It's good to see you, it is." He looked at the horse, and his eyes widened in surprise. "You've come into money?" "It's a gift, sir." Hogan, who loved horses, peeled back the stallion's lips to look at its teeth. He felt its legs, its stomach, and his voice filled with admiration. "It's a beauty! A gift! From La Marquesa de Casares el Grande il Melida Saraba." "Oh!" Hogan reddened. "Ah!" He patted the stallion's neck, glanced at Sharpe. "I'm sorry about that, Richard." "Why?" "I suppose I made a fool of myself." "I wish I could with her." Hogan grinned. "Did you tell her?" "Yes." "And she believed you?" "Yes." Hogan smiled. "Good. Good." He could not resist his pleasure. He danced a few ludicrous jig steps on the grass and beamed at Sharpe. "Oh, good. Well, we must tell the peer. Have you had breakfast?" "Yes, sir." "Then have more. I'll have my servant stable your horse." He stopped and looked at Sharpe. "Was it hard?" "Yes." Hogan shrugged. "I'm sorry. But if it works, Richard, I know." If it worked, there would be a battle. The great drying plain south of the village, around the hills, would become a killing ground, spawned in a dark night of thunder, betrayal, and love. Sharpe went for more breakfast. Chapter 20. The sun rose higher, its heat stronger, and it dried the killing ground, and baked the rocks till they couldn't be touched. It hazed the horizon, and made the air shimmer above the flat rock summits of the 2 Aripile hills. The gunners spat on the barrels of their cannon, and watched the spittle hiss and boil away, and that was before the guns fired. Insects were busy in the grass and wheat. Butterflies flickered above the poppies and cornflowers, and the last ragged clouds of the rainstorm died and disappeared. The land crouched beneath the heat, and it was seemingly empty. From the ridge or the escarpment, from any of the hills, a man couldn't see more than 1/100th of the 100,000 men who had gathered at the Aripiles that day. Wednesday, July the 22nd, 1812. Auguste Marmont was 36 years old. He was Duke of Ragusa, which meant little to him compared with being the youngest Marshal of France, and he was impatient. The Englishman Wellington had beaten every French general who had opposed him, but he had not beaten Marmont, nor would he. Auguste Marmont, son of an ironmaster, had outmanoeuvred the Englishman, outmarched him, and all that had to be done now was to outrun him to Portugal. Yet now, as the morning came towards its end, he was uncertain. He rode his horse to the rear of the Greater Arapile, dismounted and climbed the steep slope on foot. He used the wheel of a cannon for his telescope rest, and he stared long and hard at the Lesser Arapile, at the village, and at the farm buildings at the southern end of the ridge. Other officers were using their glasses, and one of them, a staff officer, pointed at the farm on the ridge. "There, sir." Marmont squinted as the sun flashed off the brass of his telescope, trained it, and there, clear in the lens circle, was a man in a long blue coat, grey trousers, and a plain dark hat. Marmont grunted. Wellington was on the ridge.
"So what's he doing?"
"Lunch, sir?"
The staff officers laughed. Marmont frowned at the hint.
"Going or staying?"
No one answered. Marmont panned the telescope to his left and saw 2 British guns on the Lesser Arapile, and then more guns, perhaps 4 on the hill behind the village. That wasn't Benny guns, and he didn't fear them. He straightened up from his glass and stared westward.
"How's the ground?"
"Dry, sir." The plain stretched invitingly to the west. It was empty, a great golden road that might take him ahead of Wellington. Marmont itched to be moving, to be out-marching the British so he could block the road and win the victory that would tell France, Europe, the world, that Auguste Marmont had destroyed Britain's army. He could taste that victory already. He would choose the battlefield. He would force the red-jacketed infantry to attack some impossible slope that he would have lined with his beloved artillery. And he could already see the round shot and canister flailing at the hopeless British lines. Yet now, on the Greater Arapile, he could feel doubt in his mind. He could see redcoats in the village, guns on the hills, but were they just a rearguard or something more?
"Is he going or staying?"
No one answered. A Marshal of France was a fine fellow, second only to the Emperor, and he wore the dark blue uniform edged with golden leaves, and his collar and shoulders were heavy with gilt decorations. A Marshal of France was given privileges, riches, and honour, but they had to be earned by answering the difficult questions. Was he going or staying? Marmont stumped about the top of the Greater Arapile. He was thinking. His boots were tight, and that annoyed him. Any man who took 150 pairs of boots to war was entitled to find a pair that fitted. He pulled his mind back to the British. Surely they were marching. Wellington had not offered battle in a month, so why should he on this day? And why should Wellington wait? Marmont went back to the gun and peered again through the telescope. He could see the unadorned figure of his enemy talking to a tall man in the green jacket of a rifleman. The rifles. Britain's light troops. Fast marchers, even faster than the French. Suppose Wellington had left his light division at this village. Suppose that the rest of the army was already on the road, marching west, escaping the vengeance of the French Gribeauval guns. Marmont put himself in his enemy's place. He would want to steal this day's march. He would want the French to stay here, thinking that the British army threatened them. And how would he do that? He would leave his finest troops at the village, stay himself, because if the general is present, then the enemy assumes the army is present. And still Marmont knew he had to make a decision. Damn these boots! To do something was better than doing nothing. He turned to his staff officers and ordered an attack on the village itself. It was, he knew, a holding move. It would discourage the British rearguard from venturing onto the plain, and it would form a screen behind which he could march west. Yet he knew he still had to make the decision. The big choice. And he was frightened of it. His servant was spreading a linen tablecloth on the grass, setting it with the silver cutlery that travelled everywhere with the Marshal, and his 150 pairs of boots. And Marmont decided the war would have to wait till after an early lunch. He rubbed his hands together.
"Cold duck. Excellent. Excellent."
A horseman rode down the southern slope of the escarpment, past the troops that waited for the orders that would send them west or keep them waiting for a day. His horse splashed through a shallow ford, past an ancient footbridge that spanned the stream with flat stone slabs, and then he spurred towards the strange Arapile hill, where he'd been told Marmont waited. He carried a letter in his sabretache. He put the horse at the slope, urged it as high as it could climb, and then he dismounted, threw the reins to an infantryman, and scrambled up the last few steep feet. He ran to the marshal, saluted, and handed over the folded, sealed paper. Marmont smiled when he saw the wax seal. He knew that seal, knew it could be trusted, and he tore the paper open and called for Major Berton. "Decode it, quick!" He looked again at the enemy-held hills. If only he could see what was on the far side. Maybe the letter would tell him, or maybe, his thoughts became pessimistic, it was merely some piece of political news, or a report on Wellington's health, and he fretted while Berton worked at the numbers written on the paper. Marmont pretended to be calm. He offered the cavalryman who had brought the message on the last lap of its journey some wine. He complimented him on his uniform, and then, at last, Berton brought him the paper. "The British march west today. A single division remains to persuade you that they plan to fight for Salamanca. They are in a great hurry and fear to be overtaken." He had known it. The message merely confirmed his instinct, but he had known it. And then, as if in confirmation of his sudden certainty, he saw the telltale plume of dust that was rising in the western sky. They were marching, and he would overtake them. He tore La Marchese's note into shreds of paper, finer and finer, and he scattered them on the hilltop, and he grinned at his officers. "We've got him, gentlemen! At last, we've got him!" 5 miles away, the British 3rd Division, which had been left to screen Salamanca on the north bank of the Tormes, marched through the city and across the Roman bridge. It was an uncomfortable march. The citizens of Salamanca jeered them, accused them of running away, and the officers and sergeants kept a tight rein on their men. They marched beneath the small fortress on the bridge, and turned right onto the Ciudad Rodrigo road. Out of sight of the city, they turned off the road to their left, and went further south till they had reached a village called Aldea Tejada. They were close now to the great wheat plain that could yet become a killing ground. It took the 3rd Division more than 2 hours to march past a single point on the road. The men were tired, dispirited at a further retreat, and ashamed that they were deserting the city. Some of them in their tiredness dragged their feet. The dust began to move. The road had dried and the dust rose, was stirred, and the air over the Ciudad Rodrigo road was misted with fine white powder. The army's baggage, sent ahead in case the British did have to retreat, added to the mist that smeared the western horizon. Marmont had the message, had seen the dust, and now his tight boots were forgotten. He would have his victory. There was no such elation on the British ridge. The waiting had made Wellington's officers irritable. Sharpe had slept for a while, for he had had little rest the previous night, and now he stared at the great plain, and it was empty beneath the hawks that slid against the steel-blue sky. There was no sign that Marmont had extended his left, that he had fallen into the trap, and Sharpe knew it must be past midday. He had been woken by the cannons firing on the French attack on the village. He'd watched for a while as the British round-shot ploughed through the ranks of the enemy battalions, as the skirmishers met for their private war in the wheat stalks, but the French attack was stopped at the village's outskirts. Marmont did have one success. His guns on the Greater Arapile drove the British guns off the summit of the Lesser Arapile. Sharpe watched the gunners, helped by infantry, manhandle the great weapons down the steep slope. Round 1 to France. The French attack wasn't heavy. About 5,000 men had come from behind the Greater Arapile and advanced on the village. Sharpe could hear the sharper sound of the Baker rifles from the plain, and he knew that the French skirmishers would be cursing the British riflemen, that voltigeurs would be dying in the wheat, and it all seemed so far away, like a child's battle with toy soldiers seen from an upstairs window. The blue uniforms came forward, stopped, and the white powder rills showed where the musket volleys were fired. Puffs showed where shrapnel burst over the enemy, and the sound would come seconds after the smoke appeared. The attack stopped just outside the village. This was not a true battle, not yet. If the French had been serious, if they had really wanted to capture the miserable cottages, they could have marched in their great columns, the eagles bright above, and the massed drums would have driven them on, and the artillery would have blasted a path ahead of them, and the noise would have swelled to a great crescendo in the afternoon heat, while the French wave swept over the village, up the small valley,
And then there would be a battle. Sharpe dozed off again. Hogan woke him with an offer of lunch, 2 legs of cold chicken and diluted wine. Sharpe ate in the shadow of the farmhouse wall, and he listened to the small sounds of the skirmishers bickering by the village. Still the great plain was empty to the west. The French were not taking the bait, and Hogan had gloomily admitted that in a couple of hours the pair would probably order a full-scale retreat. Another day gone. Wellington was pacing up and down in front of the farm. He'd been down to the village once, seen that the defenders were in no trouble, and now he fretted as he ate cold chicken and waited for Marmont to show his hand. He'd noticed Sharpe welcomed him back to the living, but the peer was in no mood for small talk. He paced, he watched, and he worried. "Sir! Sir!" A horseman was spurring up the ridge, coming from the west, and his horse was lathered with sweat. He jumped from the saddle, saluted, and offered a scrap of paper to the general. He was an aide-de-camp to General Leith, and he didn't wait for Wellington to read the paper. "Sir, they're extending their left."
"The devil they are! Give me a glass, quickly!"
There was dead ground on the rolling plain, hollows in the wheat that hid themselves from the ridge, and the French were in the hollows. General Leith, off to the west, had seen the movement first, but now the French could be seen, climbing a track from the dead ground, and Sharpe, his own telescope extended, saw that the enemy was marching. The sheep were on the wolf ground. Wellington rammed his glass shut, threw the chicken leg he'd been eating over his shoulder, and his face was jubilant.
"By God, that'll do!"
His horse was ready. He mounted and he spurred off to the west, outrunning his staff officers, and the dust spurted from behind his horse. Sharpe kept staring to the southwest, at the great plain that stretched so invitingly in front of the French, and he saw the troops come out of the dead ground and into plain view. It was a beautiful sight. Battalion after enemy battalion had turned themselves into the order of march, and they were going westward in the blistering heat. The attack on the village was supposed to do no more than pin down the British rearguard, while the French left, safe in the knowledge that their foes had already marched, were now eagerly trying to outmarch them. The heat simmered the air above the plain, yet the French were full of heart, full of ambition, and they swung along the dirt tracks between the thistles and the wheat, and their weapons were slung and their hopes high. They marched further and further west, stringing the French army finer and finer, and none of them could know that their enemy was waiting, ready for battle, hidden to their north. Hogan was replete with happiness. "We've got 'em! At last, Richard, we've got 'em!" End of Side 6. Side 7. Chapter 21. Battles rarely start quickly. They grow like grass fires. A piece of musket wadding, red hot, is spat onto grass. It smoulders, is fanned, and 100 other such tiny sparks flicker on the dry ground. Some fade, others catch into flame and may be stamped out by an irritable skirmisher. But suddenly 2 will join, and the wind catches the fire, blows it, swirls the smoke, and then quite suddenly the little wadding sparks have become a raging flame that roasts the wounded and eats the dead. There was no battle yet at the Arapiles. There were sparks that could yet turn into an inferno, but the afternoon wore on, and the officers watching from the farm at the southern end of the great ridge felt their elation turn to boredom. The French batteries still fired at the village over the heads of their troops who had settled in the grass and wheat, but the cannonade was slower, almost half-hearted, and the British used the lull to manhandle 2 guns back up the lesser Arapile. The afternoon smouldered. 3 o'clock passed, then 4, and to the men on the ridge, to the battalions behind the ridge, the sound of battle was like a distant storm that had no effect on them. The French left wing, a quarter of the army, was marching westwards, and it heard the guns behind and thought it was merely the bickering of the rearguard. The British gunners of the Royal Horse Artillery, who had dragged and forced 2 guns to the crest of the lesser Arapile, served their bucking monsters in the muck sweat of the heat. The guns crashed back on their trails, splintered rocks on the other Arapile hill, and after each shot the gunners had to lever the trails back into position. The monster had to be fed, and the smoke stung their eyes and fouled their breath. A gunner pushed a spherical case-shot into the barrel. It was Britain's secret weapon, invented 28 years before by Lieutenant Shrapnel. and still no other country had succeeded in copying the shell. This was a small case shot because the gun, a 6-pounder, was the biggest that could be worked up the steep hill slope. The hollow iron ball of shrapnel's invention had 60 musket balls packed round its central powder charge. The fuse had been cut so that the ball would explode over the greater Arapile, and the rammer thrust it down the gun's throat, stood back, and the sergeant who ruled this gun checked his crew, touched fire to fuse, and the gun wheels jarred off the rock, the trail slewed, the smoke slammed forward, and the case shot thundered over the plain. The battle was smouldering. It could ignite at any moment, and Fate, who is the soldier's goddess, was taking an interest in the sparks that flickered and threatened about the Arapiles. An artillery officer on the lesser Arapile saw the case shot leave the smoke. He saw it as the faintest trace of a grey pencil-like line in the air, and then it exploded just over the far edge of the greater Arapile. And it was a black-grey airburst, shot through with deep red, and the ground beneath and ahead of the explosion was spattered by the lead balls and the shattered casing. Most went harmlessly to ground, some ricocheted off the hot stone. But 2 balls, with Fate's malevolence, took Auguste Marmont in the side, and Francis' youngest marshal was down. He wasn't killed, but he wouldn't lead his army again this day, an army he had already pointed to destruction. Wellington was far away. He'd ridden to the 3rd Division, and he'd pointed them in a new direction, eastwards, and they had begun their march. The French marched west, thinking they were in a race to head off the British, but the British were coming towards them, and waiting behind them, and they couldn't know it. And the British, soured by the weeks of march and countermarch of retreat, wanted to fight. Between the 3rd Division and the Arapiles, hidden in a deep fold of ground, there were more British, horsemen, the heavy cavalry, newly come from Britain and eager to try out their mounts and their long 35-inch straight blades. Blades, they said, were too heavy for a swift parry, but wonderful for killing infantrymen. The sun had bleached the plain pale. The killing ground was beginning to fill, as a stage might fill, but still it waited for the spark that would fan into a battle. It came in the west as the 3rd Division hit the head of the French column, and to the men up on the ridge by the farmhouse it came as the distant, muffled sound of muskets that were like a far-off thornbush fire. Smoke came from the west, and sound, and the dust that added to the smoke, and then the telescopes could make out a little of what was happening. The French column was being crumpled, thrown back, and the battle that had started in the west was coming east, back to the Arapiles. The French battalions recoiled. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and outgeneralled. They had thought they were the vanguard of a march, and found they were the front line of a battle, and their defeat was about to become disaster. Sharpe watched it. He hated the cavalry as all infantrymen hated cavalry, and he was used to seeing the British cavalry ill-led and ineffective. But fate was capricious to the French on that hot Spanish afternoon. The British heavy dragoons, some from the King's own bodyguard, came on the French from the north. They wanted to fight. They came up from their dead ground in 2 ranks, trotting to keep their order, and the black horsetail plumes on their shining crested helmets rippled as they moved. Sharpe, watching through the glass, saw a shiver of light, a glitter, and swords were up and the horsemen were booted knee to booted knee. He didn't hear the trumpet that put them into the canter, but he saw the line go faster, and still they kept their discipline, and he knew what they must be feeling. All men fear the moment of going into battle, but these men were on their big horses, and the smell of the powder was in their nostrils, and the trumpet was setting their blood on fire, and the swords in their hands were hungry. The French were not ready. Infantry can form square, and the textbooks say that no cavalry in the world can break a well-formed square. But the French had not known the danger, and they were not in square. They were falling back from a massive infantry attack, and they were firing and loading, cursing their general, when the earth shook. 1,000 horses, the best horses in the world, and 1,000 swords came from the dust, and the trumpets spurred the horsemen into the final charge. The moment when the horse is released to run like the devil, and the line will stagger and bend. But it doesn't matter because the enemy is so close. And the horsemen, who had been given a target that every cavalryman dreamt of, opened their mouths in a triumphant scream, and the great, heavy-edged blades came into the French with all the weight of man and horse. The fear had turned to anger, to craziness, and the British killed and killed, split the battalions, rode down the French, and the huge blades fell, and the horses bit and reared, and the French, who could do no other, broke and ran. The horses ran with them. The swords came from behind. The heavy dragoons drove paths of blood and dust through the fugitives, and there was no difficulty in killing. The French had their backs to the horses, so that swords could take them in the neck or over the skull, and the horsemen revelled in it, snarled at their enemies, and the swords had so many targets. The musket sound had gone. It was replaced by the thunder of hooves, by screams, and by the cleaving sound of a butcher's block. Some French ran for help to the British infantry. The red ranks opened up, helped them in, because all infantry feared that moment when they were not in square and when the cavalry hit them at the full charge. The British soldiers shouted at the French, told them to run to the British lines, and the red-coated men watched in awe what the heavy dragoons were doing, and knew that fate could have decreed it otherwise, and so they helped their enemy to escape the common enemy of all infantry. The spark had turned into a running flame. Sharpe watched from the hill, privileged as a spectator, and he saw the French left wing chewed into fragments between the horses and the 3rd Division. He watched the heavy dragoons, superbly led, reform again and again, charge again and again, and they fought till the troopers were too weary to hold their heavy swords. 8 French battalions had been broken. An eagle had been lost, 5 guns captured, and hundreds of prisoners, their faces blackened by the powder, and their heads and arms sliced by the swords, had been taken. The French left had been split, shattered, and massacred. Now the horsemen were spent. Fate was not all on the British side. She had decreed the death of the heavy dragoons general, who would never again be able to show British cavalry how to fight. But their job this day had been done. Their blades were thick with blood. They had ridden to glory, and they would remember the moments forever when all a man had to do was lean right, cut down, and spur on. Wellington was launching his attacks one by one from the west to the east. The 3rd Division had marched, then the cavalry, and now more men were launched onto the Great Plain. They came from both sides of the Teso San Miguel, and they drove southwards, aiming at the hinge of the French line, its centre, dominated by the greater Arapile. Sharpe watched. He saw infantry spread out from the small valley between the ridge and the Teso San Miguel and march past the village. Their colours had been stripped of the leather casings, and they flew over the battalions, and Sharpe felt the pang of extraordinary pride that the sight of the colours gave every soldier. The guns on the greater Arapile shifted their aim, fired, and the first gaps were blown in the British lines. The sergeants shouted at men to close up, and they marched on, attacking in line, and Sharpe saw the yellow colour of the South Essex. It was the first time ever that he hadn't fought with them, and he felt a deep guilt as he watched his men, the skirmishers, run ahead into the wheat. He watched them, fearful for them, and he knew that the wound still hurt, that the doctors had said that it could reopen and bleed, and that the next time it might fester and he would die. Portuguese troops were marching for the greater Arapile. The 4th Division, survivors of the main breach of Badajoz, like Sharpe's own South Essex, were marching to the right of the French hill. The shots kept coming. The French had arrayed guns on the plain beside the hill, and the batteries bellowed at the British and Portuguese lines, and the gaps appeared, were filled, and small knots of red or blue-coated men were left behind on the trampled wheat. The French troops who had been attacking the village fell back in the face of the 4th Division. It marched on, its colours high, and they threatened the French guns in the plain, the troops who retreated in front of them, and the troops who were coming back from the carnage in the west. Sharpe rested his telescope on Hogan's shoulder and found his own men paired in the wheat, and he saw Harper and kept him in the glass. The sergeant was gesticulating to the company, keeping them spread out, keeping them moving, and Sharpe felt a terrible guilt that he wasn't there. They would have to fight without him, and he couldn't bear the thought that someone would die and that he might have saved them. He knew that there was little he could have done that Lieutenant Price and the sergeants were not already doing, but that was small comfort. So far, he knew, the battle was falling to the British. The French left had gone, and now the centre was being assailed, and Sharpe couldn't see how the centre could hold out against the attacks. Surely the 4th Division would take the ground to the right of the Greater Aripile. The French guns would limber up and go, and it seemed to Sharpe, watching from the time-scented hilltop, that the French had somehow lost the will to fight back. The wheaten grass was skeined with smoke, the air thundered with the round-shot canister and shrapnel, and the thousands and thousands of men marched into the plain, and the red jackets everywhere beat back the French. It seemed that this day Wellington's men were remorseless, unbeatable, and that only nightfall would save a few Frenchmen. The sun was already sinking towards evening, still bright, but the night was coming. Marmont did not know what was happening. He had been taken away, treated by the surgeons, and his second in command was wounded, and a third man, General Clausel, took over the army. He could see what was happening, and he hadn't lost the will to fight. He was still a young man, and he'd been a soldier for half his life, and he didn't intend to lose this battle. His left was gone, surprised and broken, and the centre was threatened, but he was playing his own game. He'd been taught to fight by a master, Napoleon himself, and Clausel was content to let the centre fight while he collected his reserves, massed them, and drew them up behind the shelter of the Greater Aripile. He commanded a massive force, thousands of bayonets, and he held them back, waiting for the moment when he would release them like a huge counterpunch that would be aimed at the very centre of Wellington's army. The battle was not yet lost. Either side could win it. The Portuguese climbed the steep slope of the Greater Aripile, and Clausel watched them and timed his counterattack so that they would be the first to suffer. The signal went. The crest of the hill was lined with infantry. The muskets couldn't miss it a few paces, and the Portuguese, helpless in the face of the last precipitous feat, were tumbled backwards. No bravery could compensate for those last sheer feet. The Portuguese were blasted away by the French muskets, and even their defeat wouldn't have mattered if the 4th Division had been able to attack past the hill and surround it, for then the French on the Greater Aripile would have fled. The 4th Division did not get past the hill. From behind it, coming out to Sharpe's right, the counterattack rose from the small patch of dead ground next to the hill's western end. The French columns came forward. 12,000 men, their eagles aloft, their blades as thick as the wheat they trampled flat. And Sharpe heard through the guns the drums of the French beating the pas de charge. This was war as France had taught the World War. This was the mass attack, the irresistible force driven by blurred drumsticks, the collection of men turned into a great human battering ram that would be marched against the enemy to smash through the enemy's centre and make a hole through which the cavalry would pour and tear at the flanks. The British line, too deep, could usually stop the column. Sharpe had seen it happen a dozen times, and there was a cold mathematical logic to the process. A column was a great filled rectangle of men, and only the men on its outer edges could use their muskets. Each man in the British line could fire, and even though the column had more men than the line would always win the firefight. The frightening thing about the column was its size, and that scared unsteady troops, overawed them. But it was vulnerable to good troops. The column took the punishment, as Sharpe had seen other columns take punishment. And again he was amazed by the French soldiers who stayed so steady under horrific bombardment. Cannonballs struck the columns, and successive ranks soaked up the balls' passages, and shrapnel cracked over their heads, yet still the column moved. The drums never stopped. This was the might of France, the pride of France, the tactic of the world's first conscript army. And this column, Clausel's counterattack, ignored cold mathematical logic. It was not defeated by the line. It pushed the 4th Division back. The British had fired their clockwork volleys, the muskets flashing rhythmically through the smoke cloud, and Sharpe had seen the light companies go back to their battalions, form line and join in the musket fight. The 4th Division was awed by the column. Perhaps the British had seen too much blood at Badajoz, had thought that any man who lived through that ditch had no right to die on a summer's field, and they took a step back before reloading, and the step became two, and the column still came on, and the officers shouted. The sergeants tried to dress the ranks, but the lines went backwards. The drummers paused to let the thousands of voices chant their war cry. Vive l'Empereur! And the drums started again, the old rhythm that Sharpe knew so well. Boom, 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 boom-a-boom, boom-a-boom, boom, boom. That rhythm had sounded from Egypt to Russia, had driven the columns to rule Europe, and between each phrase the drummers paused. The shout went up, and the column came on as the drummer boys, tight in the column's centre, let the sticks fall again. With each shout the bayonets went up in the air and splintered the slanting sunlight into 12,000 shards. And to the left of the column, in the space between the two hills, the French cavalry hacked into the remnants of the Portuguese.
No.
Sharpe spoke to himself. Hogan saw his right hand gripping and re-gripping the sword handle. The 4th Division were beaten. Some men climbed the lower slopes of the Lesser Arapile, some the slopes of the Teso San Miguel, while some took refuge in the village. The column carved through the defeated battalions, ignoring them, marching steadily on towards the small valley that led to the very heart of the British line. Some of the 4th Division, like the South Essex, still went backwards in front of the column, but they were beaten, and the column came to the small valley, and the guns on either side of the French poured death into their ranks. The British round-shot lanced at the column, the shrapnel exploded above it, but still the Frenchmen closed up, marched on, stepped over their dead, and they left a trail of mangled, shot-torn bodies in their wake like a blood slime beneath the smoke. The noise was the noise of French victory. The drums, the cheers, the guns that could not stop them, and the noise filled the valley as the French battalions went towards the distant landmark of the new cathedral's largest tower. The eagles were bright above their heads. Wellington's messengers galloped at breakneck speed down the slope. They went to the 6th Division, the new division, the division that had taken so long to take the fortresses, and it was the only division between Clausel and victory. The 4th Division had been beaten, and now the 6th had to win, or else Clausel would have plucked victory from disaster. Battles rarely start quickly. Sometimes it was difficult to know when a skirmish had become a battle, yet the height of a battle was easily determined. When the eagles were flying and the drums were sounding, when the guns of both sides were in frenzy, then the battle was fully joined. It had yet to be won, and Sharpe, who had watched the South Essex go backwards through the smoke-torn valley, could not bear that it might be won or lost without him. He shook off Hogan's restraining arm, called for his horse, and went down into the smoke. Chapter 22. From the ridge crest there had been a pattern to the battle, often disguised, always shrouded by smoke, but a recognizable pattern. The French left had been broken, the centre had yielded, and then delivered a splintering counterattack, while the French right, like the British left, was still in reserve. Wellington was hooking his attacks from the west, one by one. But Clausel had forced a new pattern, and was even now daring to hope for victory. Once in the valley, there was no pattern. It was familiar, for Sharpe had been on many battlefields, but for the men who loaded and fired, who looked desperately into the smoke banks for a sign of danger, the valley was a place without pattern or reason. These men couldn't know that the French left was broken, wouldn't know that the blood was drying to a crust on the flanks of the heavy dragoon horses. They only knew that this valley was their fighting place, the ground where they must kill or be killed. It was a confused place, but it had a simplicity that Sharpe needed. He had been fooled by La Marquesa, and his foolishness had led to the escape of his enemy. He had been outwitted by the clever people of the secret war. But in this valley there was a simple job to do. He knew that La Marquesa would be hearing the guns like an echo of last night's thunder. He knew she must know that he had turned the tables on her, lied through his love as she had lied through hers. And he wondered if she thought of him. Politics, strategy, cleverness and guile had brought on this battle. Now it was up to the soldiers. He could see to his right where the 6th Division marched in small columns towards the great French column. It would be perhaps 2 minutes before the new division formed its two-deep line, and the muskets could try again to stop the massive French attack. And he knew there was a job for the South Essex in that short time. The battalion were at the valley's end, the Grenadier Company hard against the Teso San Miguel and acting as a hinge. The other 9 companies were swinging back in the face of the French, and the Light Company, on the left of the line, were swinging fastest and loading slowest. Sharpe could see Major Leroy, commanding the left 5 companies, swearing at them and gesturing. Sharpe understood why. If the small battalion line swung fully back to the hillside, then the column could pour out into the open ground of the British rear, Leroy wanted to hold the South Essex, force the column to edge to its right, and thus straight onto the muskets of the 6th Division. The South Essex was like a desperately frail breakwater that had to force a tidal wave away from empty ground and into a channel prepared for it. The space behind the battalion was littered with wounded, and the bandsmen were tugging them backwards, away from the heels of the retreating companies. And Sharpe rode there and beckoned to a drummer boy. The lad gaped up at him as he slid from the horse. "Sir?" "Hold the horse, understand? Find me when this is over, and don't bloody lose it." He could hear the drums, the cheers of the French, and the crackle of muskets seemed drowned by the great noise. The attack was in the valley, coming forward, and the South Essex thought they were the last obstacle between the French and Salamanca. They fought, but they stepped back after each shot, and Major Leroy galloped his horse behind the thin line, and his voice pierced at Sharpe's ears.
"Still, you bastards! Stand still!"
The Major was nearing the light company, who stepped back the fastest, and he swore at them, cursed them. But while he checked the light company, the others bent backwards, and Leroy was seething in his anger. He saw Sharpe, and there was no time for a greeting, for surprise. The American major pointed at the company.
"Hold them, Sharpe!"
He galloped right to the other companies, and Sharpe drew his sword. Harper's gift. It was the first time he'd carried it in battle, and the blade was bright in the valley's gloom. Now he would find if it was lucky. He stepped past the flank of the company, and the men were red-eyed, their faces smeared black with powder, and at first no one noticed him. They knew Leroy had gone, and they were stepping backwards, their ramrods awkward in their hands, and suddenly a voice they knew, a voice they feared never to hear again, was shouting at them.
"Still!"
They checked in their surprise, began to grin, and then they saw the anger on Sharpe's face.
"Front rank, kneel!"
That would stop the bastards.
"Sergeant Harper?" "Sir." "Shoot the next bastard who takes a step back." "Yes, sir."
They stared at him as if he was a ghost. They froze, bullets half-rammed on barrels, and he bellowed at them to load, to hurry. And it was the first time he'd shouted in a month, and the strain tugged at the huge tender bruise low on his stomach, and Harper saw the twinge on his captain's face. The front rank was kneeling now, more frightened of Sharpe's anger than the French, and the riflemen were tap-loading their guns, not bothering with the greased leather patch that gripped the grooves of the barrel. Sharpe knew it was a waste of a good weapon.
"Rifles!"
He pointed to the open end of the line nearest the French.
"Move! And load properly!"
The sound of the French was close, overwhelming, and he wanted to cringe from it, to turn and watch it, but he dared not. His men were loading again, their training overcoming their fear, and he watched as the ramrods came up and out of the barrels and were propped against men's bodies. The muskets were levelled towards the French. He glanced to his left and saw that No. 5 Company had already fired, and he had to trust that no man in the company disliked him enough to aim deliberately at him.
"Fire!"
The balls hammered past him.
"Load!"
He watched them, daring them to move. The riflemen were now in a small group at the open end of the line, and he looked at them.
"Kill their officers, and fire in your own time!"
He looked back at the men.
"We stay here! Aim at the corner of the column!"
He suddenly grinned at them.
"Nice to be back!"
He turned round, his back to the company, and now all he could do was stand, to be still, to deny this tiny patch of grassland to the French. He stood with his legs apart, the sword resting on the ground, and the great column was shouting and drumming its way towards them. The small volleys of the South Essex battered the column's nearest corner, threw men down so that the ranks behind edged right to avoid the bodies. And still the company volleys came from the South Essex, and the Frenchmen, who'd been raked with shrapnel and canister, lanced with round-shot, angled their march so they would go past the single battalion. The breakwater was holding. The French fired at them as they marched, but it was hard to load a musket and keep walking. Harder still to aim in the rhythm of the march, and the column didn't win by firepower. It was designed to win by sheer weight, by fear, by glory. The drums hypnotized the valley and drove the Frenchmen on, and they passed just 50 yards in front of Sharpe. He watched the packed ranks, saw their mouths open rhythmically when the drums paused and the great shout went up.
Vive l'Empereur! Another volley pitted the corner. More men fell. And then an officer tried to drag a group of men out of the column to fire at the light company, and Daniel Hagman put a bullet through the Frenchman's throat. Sharpe watched the enemy infantry strip the dead officer as they marched past, successive ranks bending down to go through the officer's pockets and pouches, and still the drums bore them on, and the shout filled the valley, and Sharpe wondered where the 6th Division were and what was happening on the rest of the field. He watched the enemy soldiers so close, and except that they liked moustaches, they looked little different to his own men. Sometimes a Frenchman would catch Sharpe's eye, and there was a curious moment of recognition, as though the enemy face was that of an old, half-remembered comrade. He saw the mouths open again. Vive l'Empereur! One man caught Sharpe's eye as he chanted the words, shrugged, and Sharpe couldn't help grinning back. It was ridiculous. Fire! Lieutenant Price's voice shouted. The company pulled their triggers, and the column jerked spasmodically away from the balls. Sharpe was glad to see the man who had shrugged at him was still alive. He turned round. Stop firing! There was no point in firing now. They might kill a few men on the column's flanks, but their job had been to push the ponderous column a few yards to its right, and they'd done it. They could save their loaded muskets for the column's retreat, if it did retreat, and Sharpe nodded to Price. The company can retire, Lieutenant, as far as the hill. The rear of the column was marching past now, and Sharpe saw the wounded limping behind, trying to catch up with their comrades, and some of them fell to add to the droppings of the great attack. He looked south into the smoke, and he could see no cavalry yet, no guns, but they could come. He turned and walked towards his company, and the men grinned at him, called out to him, and he was ashamed because he had feared that one might aim for him. He nodded to them. How are you? They pounded his back, shouted at him, and they all seemed to have inane grins on their faces, as though they'd won a great victory. He pushed through them, noticing how foul was their breath after his month away from troops, but it was good to be back. Lieutenant Price saluted. Welcome back, sir. It's nice to be back. How is it? Price glanced at the closest men, then grinned at Sharpe. Still the best company in the battalion, sir. Well, without me. Well, they have me, sir. They both laughed to cover a mutual pleasure. Price glanced at Sharpe's stomach. And you, sir? The doctors say another month. Harp said it was a miracle. Sharpe smiled. He performed it, then. He turned to watch the column go on. It was like some mindless machine that was grinding its way northwards, aiming at the city, and he knew that soon the valley would fill with French guns and cavalry unless the column could be stopped. One of his men shouted over the swell of drums and French cheers. Harp says she was living in a palace with duchess. Harps is a bloody liar. Sharpe pushed through the knot of men and grinned at the big sergeant. How are you? I'm doing all right, sir. Yourself, sir? It's fine. Sharpe looked north to where the valley was littered with bodies. Casualties? Harper shook his head. He sounded disgusted. 2 wounded. It went back too bloody fast. He nodded at Sharpe's shoulder. You got the rifle back? Yes, but I need ammunition. I'll fix that for you, sir. Harper turned as a new sound filled the valley. It was like 100 children dragging sticks along park railings, the sound of the volleys that the 6th Division was slamming into the column's head. The 6th swore that this day they would restore the reputation that had been sullied by the time they took to capture the 3 fortresses. They had approached the great column in small columns, and then, in the enemy's face, they swung into line and waited for the French to come into musket range. The 2-deep line curled round the head of the column. The men fought like automatons, biting the cartridges, loading, ramming, firing on command, so that the volleys' flames ran down the face of the line again and again, and the bullets twitched at the fog of powder smoke and hammered the French. The British volleys made the column's head into a pile of dead and wounded men. Frenchmen who had thought themselves safe in the 4th or 5th rank suddenly had to cock their muskets and fire desperately into the smoke bank. The column checked. The drums still sounded, but they no longer paused for the great shout. The drummer boys worked their sticks as if they could force the men over the barricade of the dead and on to the 6th Division.
but the men at the column's front were flinching from the murderous fire. The men behind pressed forward. The column crushed and bulged, and the drummer boys faltered. Some officers, brave beyond duty, tried to take men forward, but it was hopeless. The bravest died, the others shrank back from the British fire, and the column heaved and jerked like some giant snared animal. There was a pause in the British volleys. It was filled with a new sound, a scraping and clicking as the hundreds of long bayonets were taken from belt scabbards and fixed on the muskets. Then a cheer, a British cheer, and the long line came forward with their blades level, and the great column that had so nearly turned the battle turned instead into a panicked crowd. They ran. The French had tried to send galloper guns through the small valley to blast the 6th Division away, but the guns had been broken by the British artillery. The French gunners who still lived put their wounded horses out of their agony with their short carbines. The valley floor was thick with the remains of battle. Bodies, guns, canteens, pouches. Haversacks, spent cannonballs, dead horses, the wounded. Everywhere the wounded. The French column was a running mass of fugitives, fleeing the steady line of the 6th Division that came forward into the small valley which was covered by a tenuous awning of smoke. The sun touched the smoke layer with red. The 4th Division reformed itself, drew bayonets and went on with the 6th. The British went forward, the French back, and Clausel's centre was gone. It had extracted a price for its defeat, a high price, but it was over. The Eagles went back. They left the greater Aripile. The French were running from the field. The French left had been destroyed, utterly destroyed, in just 40 minutes. The centre had tried and failed. And now all that could be done was for the French right to form a barrier on the edge of the plain to stop the British pursuit. The sun was sinking into a cushion of gold and scarlet. It touched the killing ground with crimson, and it promised to give enough light for a little time more. Time enough for more blood to be spilt on an earth that already reeked with the stench of it. Chapter 23. To the spectators on the great ridge, the battle had appeared as something like a surging spring tide, seething into a place that was usually above the high water mark. The tide had surged from the west, running swiftly over the plain, and then it had struck the obstacles of the Aripiles. The fighting had churned. For a moment it had looked as if the French centre would flow irresistibly towards the city, through the small valley. But it had been held, the 2 divisions in column broken, and the fighting had surged back, past the Aripiles, and now the fighting drained off to the south and east, away from the city. The fighting was not done, yet already the scavengers were on the field. The wives and children of the British were stripping enemy corpses. When it was darker, they would start on men of their own side, slitting the throats of the wounded who resisted them. But for the moment they plundered the French, while the bandsmen cared for the British wounded. The South Essex followed the 6th Division for a small way, but then orders came for them to rest, and the men dropped where they were. The drummer boy, with the worried intensity of a child given a great responsibility, had clung to Sharpe's horse, and the rifleman was grateful for the saddle. The wound throbbed, he was tired, and he forced himself to respond to the greetings of Leroy and Forrest, of the other officers, and they teased him for having a horse. He was tired, but still restless. Musketry came from the south. The fighting still went on. Sharpe sat on his horse, her horse, and he watched, without really seeing, as a small child tugged at the ring on a finger of a naked corpse. The child's mother was stripping another Frenchman nearby, slicing open the seams, and she snapped at the child to hurry because there were so many corpses and so many looters. The child, dressed only in a cut-down skirt of her mother's, picked up a discarded French bayonet and began hacking at the ring finger. Prisoners were being herded, disarmed, and led to the rear. The French had been beaten. Not just beaten, they had been utterly defeated. Half their army had been broken, and the survivors were running for the road that led eastwards through the southern woods. Only a rearguard stopped the vengeful British and German cavalry from hacking into the fugitives, but the cavalry pursuit could wait. The French were stumbling, discipline lost, back through the cork woods and oak trees to the town of Alba de Tormes.
The battle had been fought in a huge bend of the river, and Alba was the only town with a bridge that could take the French east to safety. Many men would use the fords, but most, with all the baggage, the guns, the pay chest, and the wounded, would make for the medieval bridge at Alba de Tormes, and there stop. The Spanish had a garrison in the town, a garrison that commanded the bridge, and the French were trapped in the great river bend. The cavalry could ride in the morning and round up the fugitives. It was a great victory. Sharpe stared at the smoke that lay above the battlefield in long pink ribbons. He should be feeling the elation of this day. They'd waited all summer for a battle, wanted it, and no one had dared hope it would be this decisive. This year they'd taken Ciudad Rodrigo, Badajoz, and now they had defeated the so-called Army of Portugal. Yet Sharpe was haunted by failure. He had protected La Marquesa, who was his enemy, and he had failed to capture Leroux. He had been beaten by the Frenchman. Leroux had put Sharpe in the death room. He'd broken Sharpe's sword, and Sharpe wanted revenge. There was a man alive who could boast of beating Sharpe, and that hurt. It throbbed like the wound, and Sharpe wanted the pain to go. He was restless. He wanted one more chance to face the Kligenthal, to possess it, and he touched the hilt of his new sword as if it were a talisman. It had yet to be blooded. The South Essex were piling their arms, going to the village to steal doors and furniture that could be broken into fires, and Sharpe didn't want to rest. There was unfinished business, and it frustrated him because he didn't see how to finish it, and he wondered if the Palacio Casares was even now being searched for Leroux. He could go back to Salamanca now, but he couldn't face La Marquesa. Major Forrest walked over to Sharpe's horse and looked up. "You look like a statue, Sharpe." He held up a captured bottle of brandy. "Join us?" Sharpe looked to the southern edge of the battlefield, where smoke was still rising from the fight. "Do you mind if I see the end of it, sir?" "Help yourself." Forrest grinned at him. "Take care. I don't want to lose you again." "I'll take care, sir." He let the horse find its own way between the grass fires and the wounded. The sun was almost gone. Already a pale moon was high in the evening sky, and he could see where the French rearguard sparkled the dusk with their muskets. A dog whimpered beside the dead body of its master, barked as Sharpe's horse came too close, and then ran back to its vigil. Sharpe was depressed. He'd always known that he couldn't possess La Marquesa, yet he missed her, and he was saddened because they had both deceived. There was so much left unsaid. It, too, was unfinished business. He rode slowly towards the gunfire. The last French division had arrayed itself on a small, steep ridge that blocked the tracks into the wood. The ridge allowed 6 and sometimes 7 ranks of men to fire at the British, each rank firing over the heads of the ranks in front, and the twilight was stabbed by the French flames. The 6th Division, that had already defeated Clausel's brave hopes, advanced against the obstacle. They'd already won a great victory, and now they thought that this rearguard, this impudent line, would melt before their musket fire in the dusk. The musket duel began. Line against line, and the cartridges were bitten open, the powder tipped, and the flints snapped forward. And the French line held. It fought gloriously, hopelessly, in the knowledge that if they collapsed and ran for the road that led eastwards through the woods, the cavalry would come after them. Darkness was their hope, their salvation, and the last French division stood on their small, steep ridge, and they galled the 6th Division, flayed it, and the battalion shrunk, man by man. British artillery jangled its way over the plain, turned and unlimbered on the 6th Division's flanks. The horses were led away, the guns' trails unhooked from the limbers, and the red-bagged ammunition was piled beside the weapons. Canister. The gun layers eyed the French line dispassionately. At this range they couldn't miss. Nearly every ball from the splitting tin containers would count on the French ridge. The guns jumped backwards, smoke belching, and Sharpe saw the French fall sideways like wheat hit by buckshot. Still they fought. Fires had started in the grass, adding to the smoke, and their flames were lurid on the underside of the battle smoke that hung in skeins over the spitting muskets. The French held their place. The dead fell on the slope. The wounded struggled to keep firing. They must have been terrified, Sharpe thought as he watched them, because they knew that the battle was lost, that instead of marching to the gates of Portugal,
They would have a long, harried retreat into Spain's centre. Yet still they fought, and their discipline under the onslaught of musket and canister was awesome. They were buying time with their lives, time for their shattered companions to make their way eastwards towards the bridge at Alba de Tormes, and there the British knew a Spanish garrison waited to complete the destruction. The fight could not last, whatever the bravery of the French, and the end was signalled as the 5th Division, which had attacked the French left beside the cavalry earlier in the day, were marched onto the French rearguard's flank. 2 British divisions fought a single French division. More guns came in a slew of dust and chains, and their canisters split apart in the heart of the guns' great flames. More fires caught in the grass, their flames throwing wavering black shadows as the twilight turned to night, and the end had to come. There was a pause in the musket fire of the 6th. An order was repeated from company to company, and there was the great noise of the scraping bayonets coming from scabbards. The line flickered with reflections from the 17-inch blades.
"Forward!"
The last light was draining in the west over Portugal. There was a cheer from the British. The line surged forward towards the battered French, but the battle had one surprise left. Sharpe heard the hoofs behind him and took no notice, and then the urgency of the sound, the speed of the single horse made him turn. A lone cavalry officer, resplendent in blue and silver, his sabre drawn, was galloping at the French line. He was shouting like a maniac, "Wait! Wait!" The company nearest Sharpe heard the sound, checked, and a sergeant forced a gap in the files. Officers shouted at the cavalryman, but he took no notice, just urged on his horse that was labouring with the effort, raked by spurs, and the turf flew in clods behind the hooves. "Wait! Wait!" The officer went for the gap, and the French on the ridge were just shadows as they turned and ran for the safety of the dark woods. The cavalryman went through the gap in the British infantry, and he still screamed defiance at the French as they disappeared. He set his horse at the bank of the ridge, scrambled up, and his sabre flailed like a whip as he forced his horse after the enemy. Sharpe urged his own horse forward. The cavalryman was Lord Spiers. Spiers had disappeared into the dark trees, and Sharpe, pulling his clumsy sword free of the scabbard, went round the flank of the British line, in front of the silent, smoking guns, and the slope of the small ridge was horrid with French dead. Officers of the 6th Division shouted at him, cursed him because he was in their line of fire, but then his horse tipped over the crest, and he was riding for the deep shadows. He could hear shouts ahead, then musket fire, and Sharpe ducked his head as La Marquese's horse went into the trees. Spiers was in a small clearing among the trees, fighting a crazy lone battle with French fugitives, and Sharpe came too late. The cavalryman had ridden the length of the clearing, chopping down with his sabre, and as Sharpe arrived he was turning the horse, hacking down, and a French sergeant was on his other side, musket raised, and Sharpe saw the flash, saw Spiers go rigid, and then the French fled into the trees. Spiers' mouth opened silently. He seemed to shake, and then he slumped in the saddle. The sabre hung beside him, his arm limp, and he was gasping for breath. Sharpe rode to his side. Spiers' right hand was clasped to the silver and blue of his uniform, and between the fingers dark blood stained the cloth. He looked at Sharpe. "I was almost too late. You're a fool." "I know." Spiers looked past Sharpe to the 3 bodies he had made in the clearing. "It was good sword work, Richard. You know that, don't you?" "Yes, my lord." "Call me Jack." Spiers was fighting to control his breath. He looked disbelievingly at the blood that stained his hand and jacket. He shook his head. "Oh, God." Sharpe could hear the infantry of the 6th Division coming into the trees. "Come on, my lord. A doctor." "No." Spiers' eyes glistened. He blinked rapidly and seemed ashamed. "Must be the musket smoke, Richard." "Yes." "Get me out of here." Sharpe sheathed his sword for the 2nd time that day, and both times it had been unblooded, and he took the reins of Spiers' horse and led it out of the trees. He skirted the advancing infantry, not wanting to be fired on by a nervous man, and they came out onto the small ridge 100 yards from where the last fighting of the day had happened. "Stop here, Richard." They were at the top of the bank.
The fires in the darkness of the battlefield were spread out in front of them. Sharpe still held the reins of Spear's horse.
"You need a doctor, my lord."
"Nope." Spears shook his head.
"Nope, nope, nope. Help me down."
Sharpe tethered both horses to a misshapen, stunted tree. Then he lifted Spears from the saddle and laid him on the bank. He made a pillow from his own greatcoat. He could hear the 6th Division hacking at branches with billhooks and bayonets, making their fires, and the battle at last was truly over. Sharpe opened Spear's jacket, his shirt, and he had to tug the linen away from the wound. The bullet had driven some threads of the shirt into the chest, and they stuck out, matted and obscene, like thick hairs. The hole seemed very small. Blood welled in it, glistened black in the moonlight, then spilt dark on Spear's pale skin. Spears grimaced.
"It hurts." "Why the hell did you do it?" "I didn't want to miss the battle."
Spears put his fingers on the blood, lifted them away, and looked at his fingertips in horror.
"It was a crazy thing to do. The battle was over."
Sharpe cut with his pocket-knife at Spear's shirt, tearing away the clean linen to make a pad for the wound. Spears gave a lopsided grin.
"All heroes are crazy."
He tried to laugh, and the laugh turned into a cough. He put his head back on the pillow.
"I'm dying."
He said it very calmly. Sharpe put the pad on the wound, pressed gently, and Spears flinched because the bullet had broken a rib. Sharpe took his hand away.
"You won't die."
Spears twisted his head and watched Sharpe's face. His voice had some of his old, impish charm.
"Actually, Richard, at the risk of sounding frightfully heroic and dramatic, I rather want to die."
The tears that were in his eyes belied his words. He sniffed and turned his head back so he stared upwards.
"That's awfully embarrassing, I know. Apologies."
Sharpe said nothing. He stared at the fires that threaded the battlefield, grass fires, and at the mysterious lumps that were broken bodies. A wind came off the field and brought the smell of victory, smoke, powder, blood, and burning flesh. Sharpe had known other men want to die, but never someone who was a lord, who was handsome, charming, and who now apologized again.
"I did embarrass you. Forget I spoke."
Sharpe sat beside him.
"I'm not embarrassed. I don't believe you."
For a moment neither man spoke. Musket shots came flat over the battlefield, either looters being discouraged or men putting other men out of their misery. Spears turned his head again.
"I never slept with La Marquesa."
Sharpe was startled by the sudden, strange confession. He shrugged.
"Does it matter?"
Spears nodded slowly.
"Say thank you."
Sharpe, not understanding, humoured him.
"Thank you."
Spears looked up again.
"I tried, Richard. God, I tried. Well, that wasn't very decent of me."
His voice was low, directed at the stars. It seemed a strange guilt, and Sharpe still didn't understand why Spears had raised the subject.
"I don't think she took offence." No, she didn't."
Spears paused.
"Crazy Jack."
Sharpe drew his feet in as if to get up.
"Let me fetch a doctor." No doctor."
Spears put a hand on Sharpe's arm.
"No doctor, Richard. Can you keep a secret?"
Sharpe nodded.
"Yes."
Spears took his hand away. His breath was heavy in his throat. He seemed to be making up his mind whether to speak or not, but finally he said it. His voice was very bitter.
"I've got the Black Lion. Dear God, the Black Lion."
Chapter 24.
Oh, God.
Sharpe didn't know what to say. The two men were on the edge of the battlefield, the edge of an immense expanse of misery. Shadows crossed in front of the intermittent flames. Dogs howled at the half-moon that silvered the humped shapes of the wounded and dead. The guns that had shattered the French rearguard were left where they'd fired, and their barrels cooled in the night wind. From far across the dark field came the sound of singing. A group of men round a fire were celebrating their survival. Sharpe looked at Spears.
"How long have you known?"
Spears shrugged.
2 years. Oh, God.
Sharpe felt the hopelessness of it. All men feared it, of course. It lurked in the shadows like the dark beast that the army nicknamed it. The Black Lion. The worst kind of pox. The pox that killed a man through senility, blindness, and gibbering madness. Sharpe had once paid his pennies to walk through Bedlam, the madhouse in London's Moorfields, and he had seen the syphilitic patients in their small, foul cages. The patients could earn a small pittance, thrown farthings, by capering and displaying themselves. The insane of Bedlam were one of the sights of London, more popular even than public executions. Spiers faced a long, filthy, agonizing death. Sharpe looked at him.
"Is that why you did this?"
The handsome face nodded.
"Yes." "You won't tell?"
"No." Spiers' sabretache was lying on the bank, and he reached for it, failed, and flapped a hand at it.
"There are cigars in there. Would you—"
Sharpe opened the flap. A pistol lay on the top, which he put to one side, and beneath it were wrapped cigars in a tinder-box. He blew the charred linen into a small flame, lit 2 cigars, and handed one to Spiers. Sharpe rarely smoked, but tonight, in this sadness, he wanted a cigar. The smell reminded him of La Marquesa. The smoke drifted away on the breeze from the dead. Spiers made a small sound that could have been a laugh.
"I didn't even have to be here."
"At the battle?"
"No."
He drew on the cigar, making the tip bright.
"In the army."
He sighed, shifted himself.
"My elder brother got the inheritance. He was such a tedious man, Richard, so utterly tedious. We had a mutual brotherly hatred. Then 2 weeks before he was to get married, God answered my prayers. He fell off his bloody nag and broke his fat neck, and I got everything. Money, estate, houses, the lot."
His voice was low, almost hoarse. He seemed to want to talk.
"I was already over here, and I didn't want to go back."
He turned toward Sharpe and grinned.
"There's too much joy in this war. Does that make sense?"
"Yes." Sharpe knew the joy of war. No other thing gave such excitement, or asked such a price. He stared at the grass fires which scorched the flesh of the wounded and dead. War had brought Sharpe promotion, a wife, La Marquesa, and it could yet kill him as it was killing Spiers. Capricious fate. Spiers coughed, and this time he wiped blood from his lips.
"I gambled the whole lot away. Jesus God, every bloody penny." "All? Twice over? You don't gamble, do you?"
"No." Spiers grinned.
"You're very tedious for a hero."
He coughed and turned his head to spit blood on the grass. Most of it went onto Sharpe's greatcoat.
"It's like standing on a cliff-top and knowing you can fly. There's nothing like it, nothing. Except war and women."
The wind was cooler now, chilling the skin of Sharpe's face. He pulled Spiers' jacket over the wound. He wished he'd known this man better. Spiers had offered friendship, and Sharpe had been wary of it. Now he felt very close to Spiers as the blood seeped into the lungs. Spiers pulled on the cigar, coughed again, and the blood flecked his cheeks. He turned his face towards Sharpe.
"Will you do something for me?"
"Of course."
"Write to my sister. Hogan's got her address. Tell her I died well. Tell her I died a hero."
He smiled in self-deprecation.
"Do you promise?"
"I promise." Sharpe looked upwards. The stars were the campfires of a limitless heavenly army. Beneath them the fires of the victorious British were dull. The muskets sounded far away as men dispatched the wounded. Spiers blew out a spume of smoke.
"Her name's Dorothy. Ugly name. I do like her. I want her to know I died well. It's the least I can do now."
"I'll tell her." Spiers seemed to ignore Sharpe's words.
"I've ruined her life, Richard. No money, no inheritance, no dowry. She'll have to marry some bloody tradesman to get his money, and in return he'll get her body and some noble blood."
His voice was very bitter.
"Poor Dorothy."
He took a deep breath that rasped in his throat.
"I'm broke, I'm poxed, and I've disgraced the family. But if I die a hero, then at least she has that. A lot of people won't cash my notes of hand. Bad behaviour when a fellow has just died for king and country."
Spiers laughed, and the blood was dark on his skin.
"You can live as bad as you like, Richard, as long as you can, But if you die for your country, you'll be forgiven everything. Everything.
Spears turned away from Sharpe, so he could stare into the immensity of the battlefield's sadness.
I used to get dragged to bloody church every Sunday. We went into the private pew and all the peasants tugged their forelocks. Then the bloody preacher got up on his back trotters and warned us about gambling, drunkenness, and fornication. He gave me all my ambitions in life.
He coughed again, worse this time, and there was a pause as he forced air into his lungs.
I just want Dorothy to know I was a hero. They can put a marble plaque in the church, the last of the Spears, dead at Salamanca.
I'll write. Sharpe took off his shako and pushed a hand through his hair. I'm sure the peer will write. Spears turned his head to look at Sharpe again.
And tell Elena she broke my heart.
Sharpe smiled. He didn't know if he'd ever see La Marquesa again, but he nodded. I'll tell her. Spears sighed, smiled ruefully, and stared at the battlefield.
I could have done my bit for England, given her the pox.
Sharpe grinned dutifully. He supposed that it must be near 11 o'clock. So many people in England would be going to bed, and they'd be quite ignorant that at tea-time the 3rd Division had smashed the French left, and that by the time the bone china was cleared away, the French had lost a quarter of their army. In a few days, though, the bells would ring out in all the villages, and parsons would give thanks to God as though the deity were some kind of superior general of division. The squires would pay for hogsheads of beer and make speeches about the tyrant broken by honest Englishmen. There'd be a fresh crop of plaques in the churches, for those who could afford it. But on the whole, England would not show much gratitude for the men who'd done their bit this day. Then he remembered what Spears had said. Given her the pox. Done my bit for England. And Sharpe was suddenly cold inside. Spears knew she was French, and he betrayed it because he couldn't resist the joke. Sharpe kept his voice calm. How long have you known about her? Spears twisted to look at him.
You know?
Yes.
Jesus, the things people say in bed.
He wiped blood off his cheek. Sharpe stared into the darkness. How long have you known? Spears tossed his cigar down the slope.
A month.
Did you tell Hogan? There was a pause. Sharpe looked at Spears. The cavalryman was watching him, conscious suddenly that he had said too much. Slowly, Spears nodded.
Of course I did.
He smiled suddenly.
How many do you think died today?
Sharpe didn't reply. He knew Spears was lying. Hogan had only discovered that La Marquesa was once Helene Leroux yesterday. Curtis had received the letter in the morning, seen Hogan in the afternoon, and then come to Sharpe. Spears had never told Hogan, nor did Spears know that Curtis had seen Sharpe. How did you find out?
It doesn't matter, Richard.
It does. There was a flash of anger in Spears.
I'm a bloody exploring officer, remember? It's my job to find things out.
And to tell Hogan. You didn't. Spears breathed heavily. He watched Sharpe, then shook his head. His voice was weary.
Christ, it doesn't matter now.
Sharpe stood up, tall against the night sky, and he hated what he had to do. But it did matter now, whatever Spears thought. The sword hissed out of the scabbard, came free, and the steel was pale in the half-moon. Spears frowned.
What the hell are you doing?
Sharpe put the blade beneath Spears, pushed away a protesting arm, and then levered with the steel so that the cavalryman was half rolled over, facing away from Sharpe. And then the rifleman put one foot on Spears' waist, and the saw blade against Spears' back. There was anger in Sharpe's voice, a cold, frightening anger.
Heroes don't have scarred backs. You talk to me, my lord, or I'll carve your back into bloody ribbons. I'll tell your sister you died as a pox coward with your wounds behind. I know nothing.
Sharpe leant on the blade, enough for its razor point to go through cloth. His voice was loud, strong. You know, you bastard! You knew she was French, no one else did. You knew she was Leroux's sister, didn't you? There was silence. He pushed the sword.
Yes!
Spears choked, spat blood.
Stop it, for God's sake, stop it! Then talk!
There was silence again, except for the wind rustling the leaves of the trees behind them, the crackle of flames from the fires of the 6th Division, and the desultory faraway musket shots. Sharpe lowered his voice.
"Your sister will be disgraced. She'll have nothing. No money, no prospects, not even a dead hero as a brother. She'll have to marry some ironmonger with dirty hands and a great belly, and she'll whore herself for his money. You want me to save your bloody honour, my lord? You talk."
Spiers talked. His words were punctuated by the coughing, the spitting of blood. He whined at times, tried to wriggle, but the sword was always close, and bit by horrid bit, Sharpe took the story from him. It depressed Sharpe. It saddened him. Spiers pleaded for understanding, forgiveness even, but it was a tale of honour sold. Spiers had told Sharpe weeks before that he'd been nearly captured by Leroux. He'd told of escaping through a window, tearing his arm to shreds, but the story was not true. Lord Spiers had never escaped from Leroux. He'd been captured and had signed his parole. Leroux, he said, had talked to him through a long night, had drunk with him, and found the weakness. They had made a bargain. Information for money. Spiers sold Cahoon Grant, the Army's finest exploring officer, and Leroux gave him 500 Napoleons, and all had been gambled away.
"I thought I might get the townhouse back at least."
"Go on." He'd sold the list stolen from Hogan's papers, the list of men paid by Britain for information. He'd made 10 gold coins a head, then lost it at the tables, and then, he said, Sharpe spoiled everything. He'd chased Leroux into the fortresses, and Spiers thought his paymaster was gone, trapped. And then Helena had asked for him, talked with him, and the money had started coming again. And all the while Leroux had Spiers' parole, the piece of paper that proved Spiers was a liar, that he'd been a prisoner once, and the paper was held against Spiers. If he double-crossed them, he said, then Leroux threatened to send the paper to Wellington. Leroux had made a slave of Spiers, a well-paid slave, and who would ever suspect an English lord? The clerks, the grooms, the servants, the cooks, the lesser people of the headquarters had all been under suspicion, but not Lord Spiers. Crazy Jack, the man who livened parties and used his wit and charm to entrance the world, and all the time he was a spy. There was more. Sharpe knew there'd be more. He'd taken his sword away, was sitting beside Spiers, and the cavalryman confessed all, almost glad to spill it out. Yet there was a reticence at the end of his story. The grass fires were dying. The moaning and the musket shots were lower and fewer from the battlefield. The wind had reached its night chill. Sharpe looked at the grey blade that stretched in front of him. "El Mirador?"
"He's safe."
"Where?" Spiers shrugged.
"He's at a monastery today, bowing and scraping."
"You didn't sell him." Spiers laughed, and the sound was harsh and bubbling because of the blood in his throat. He swallowed and grimaced.
"I didn't need to. Leroux had already found out."
As Hogan had suspected.
Sweet God.
Sharpe stared at the field after battle. He'd once feared for La Marquese's body beneath Leroux's torture, and now he flinched from the thought of the elderly priest racked on a blood-soaked table. "But you said he's safe." Curtis was safe. But he was an old man. Old men worry, Spiers said, about dying before their work is done, and so Curtis had written the names and addresses of all his correspondents in a small leather book. It was disguised as one of his notebooks of astronomical observations, filled with star charts and Latin names, but the codes could be broken. Leroux had bided his time. He'd planned to take Curtis when the British had gone, but then came news of a great British victory, and he demanded that Spiers fetch the priest. Spiers' voice was small now.
"I couldn't do that, so I fetched him the book instead."
Leroux no longer needed El Mirador. With the book in his hands he could find all the correspondents who wrote faithfully from throughout Europe, and he could take them one by one, kill them, and Britain would be blind. Sharpe shook his head in disbelief. "Why didn't you just lie? Why did you have to give them the book? They didn't know about it."
"I thought they'd reward me."
Lord Spiers was pathetic. "Reward you? For more blood money?"
"No."
Blood was dark on his cheek.
"I wanted her body just once. Just once."
He made a choking sound that could have been a laugh or a sob.
I didn't get it. LaRue gave me back my parole instead. He returned me my honor.
The bitterness was rank in his voice. The dark bulk of the greater Arapile was topped by two small fires. It blocked Sharpe's view of the lights of Salamanca. "Where's LaRue now?"
He's riding for Paris.
"Well, which way?"
He's going to Alba de Tormes.
Sharpe looked at Spears dying on the ground. "You didn't tell him the Spanish were there?"
He didn't seem to care.
Sharpe swore softly. He must go. He swore again, louder, because he liked Spears, and he hated this sudden weakness, this collapse of a man, this sale of honor. "You sold all our agents for one parole?" "No. There'd be money too," Spears said, but the money was to be paid when LaRue reached Paris, and it would go to Dorothy in England. A dowry, Spears' last treacherous gift, and he pleaded with Sharpe, told Sharpe he couldn't understand, family was all. And Sharpe stood up. "I'm going." Spears lay on the ground, defeated, broken.
One last promise?
"What?"
If you find him, she won't get the money.
"No."
Then keep my honor for her.
The voice was husky, close to breaking.
Tell her I was a hero.
Sharpe lifted the sword, put the point in the scabbard and drove it home. "I'll tell her you died a hero. Your wound's in front." Spears rolled onto his side because it was easier to avoid the blood.
And one thing more.
"I'm in a hurry." Sharpe had to find Hogan. He'd rouse Harper first, because the sergeant would want to join this final hunt, this last chance against their enemy. LaRue had killed Wyndham, killed MacDonald. He'd come close to killing Sharpe. He'd tortured Spanish priests, and he'd taken the honor of Lord Spears. Sharpe had been given one more chance in the wreckage after the battle.
I'm in a hurry too.
Spears waved a feeble hand towards the battlefield.
I don't want those bloody looters to kill me, Richard. Do that much for me.
He blinked.
It hurts, Richard. It hurts.
Sharpe remembered Connolly. Die well, lad, die well. You want me to kill you?
The last office of a friend.
It was a plea. Sharpe picked up Spears' pistol, cocked it, and crouched beside the supine cavalryman.
Are you sure? It hurts. Tell her I died well.
Sharpe had liked this man. He remembered the chicken being tossed like a howitzer shell at the ball. He remembered the great shout in the big plaza on the morning after the first night on the Mirador. This man had made Sharpe laugh, had shared wine with him. And now he was a miserable, broken man who'd given his honor first to LaRue and now to Sharpe. I'll tell her you died well. I'll tell her you were a hero. I'll make you into Sir Lancelot. Spears smiled. His eyes were on Sharpe. The rifleman brought the pistol close to Spears' neck. I'll tell her to build a new church big enough for the bloody plaque. Spears smiled wider, and the bullet went beneath his chin, up through the skull, and erupted at the top of his head. It was a kind of wound that a hero on horseback might fetch. He died instantly, smiling, and Sharpe's greatcoat was spattered by the wound. He pulled it out, then threw it down, hating it. He turned and hurled the pistol into the trees, heard it crash through branches and twigs, and then there was silence. He looked down on Spears and cursed himself that he'd ever become involved. Spears had talked of the joy that war could bring, the irresponsibility of unshackled youth. But there was little joy in this secret war. He bent down and picked up his greatcoat, shook it out and walked to the horses. He mounted his own, led Spears by the reins, and went down the bank. He paused at its foot, looked back, and the body was a dark shadow against the grass. He told himself that the tears in the corners of his eyes were just irritation from the smoke of battle, something any man could expect. Revenge was at Alba de Tormes. His heels scraped the horse's flanks, and the cathedral clock above the Palacio Casares struck 12. End of Side 7. Side 8. Chapter 25. Alba de Tormes was a town on a hill to the east of the river Tormes. The hill was crowned with an ancient castle and covered with jumbled roofs that led down to the magnificent convent where the body of St. Teresa of Avila was revered by pilgrims. Beside the convent was the bridge. The French needed the bridge to take their shattered army to the relative safety of the eastern bank, and away from the pursuit that they knew would come with sabres in the dawn. But Wellington had denied them the bridge. Weeks before, when his army first came to Salamanca, he put a Spanish garrison into the castle and into the defence works at the bridge's eastern end. The Spanish guns could rake the length of the bridge, rattle its stones with canister, and so the French were trapped in the great river bend. From Alba de Tormes the river flowed 9 miles north, and then in a great curve it turned westwards and flowed for 10 miles before its waters passed beneath the arches of Salamanca's Roman bridge. Within that great bend the French fled eastward through the night. Hundreds crossed by the ford, but most went towards the town that had the only bridge they could use. The French guns, baggage, pay-chest, wounded, all went to Alba de Tormes, and to the bridge that was guarded by the guns of the Spanish. Except the Spanish were not there. They had fled 3 days before, fled without sight of an enemy. They knew the French were coming south, feared a British defeat, and so the Spanish garrison packed its baggage and marched south. They deserted their post. The bridge was left open to the French, and all night Marmont's men went eastward. A great victory had been devalued. The stragglers of the defeated army were collected on the eastern bank, formed into ranks and marched away. A rearguard that hadn't fought the previous day barred the eastward road a little beyond the town and its empty bridge. The news reached Wellington's headquarters at the same time that Sharpe was persuading Hogan that Britain's spy ring had been betrayed. 1 notebook, just that, and 100 doors would be beaten down from Madrid to Stettin. El Mirado's correspondents would be dragged away, and the French firing squads would be busy. Hogan shook his head.
"But how do you know?"
"Lord Spears found it missing, sir." Sharpe had already described a hero's death for Jack Spears. Hogan stared suspiciously.
"Well, just that? Nothing else?
"Isn't it enough, sir? He died before he could say anything else." Hogan nodded slowly.
We must tell the peer."
Then there was the explosion of anger, of cursing, because Wellington in the next room was hearing from a cavalry patrol that the French were crossing the bridge at Alba de Tormes. The defeated army were escaping, not trapped as he had thought, because the Spanish had fled. The door between the 2 rooms was flung open. Sharpe had seen Wellington's anger before. It was a cold anger, hidden by stillness, expressed in bitter politeness. Not this night. The peer hit the table with his fist.
"God damn them! God damn their bloody souls! Their bloody, rotten, filthy souls!"
He looked at Hogan.
"They deserted Alba de Tormes. Why didn't we know?"
Hogan shrugged.
"Because they didn't see fit to tell us, sir." "Alava!"
Wellington bellowed the name of the Spanish general who was a liaison officer with the British. The staff officers were very still in the face of the general's anger. He hit the table again.
"They think we fight for their bloody country because we love it. They deserve to bloody lose it."
He stalked from the room, slammed the door, and Hogan let out a long, slow breath.
"I don't think the peer's in any mood for your news, Richard."
"So what do we do, sir?" Hogan turned to a staff officer. "What's the nearest cavalry?"
"KGL Light, sir."
Hogan turned for his hat. "Get them." He looked at Sharpe. "Not you, Richard. You're not well." Sharpe rode, despite Hogan, and Harper rode beside him on Spear's horse. Captain Lossow, with his troop, were their escort, and the German officer greeted Sharpe with undisguised pleasure. The pleasure was dissipated by the long, chafing ride. Hogan was at home on a horse. He rode straight-backed and long-stirruped, while Harper had been bred in a valley of the Donegal moors, had ridden the ponies bareback as a child, and he sat easily on Spear's horse. Sharpe was in a nightmare. He ached in every bone. The wound throbbed, and 3 times he nearly fell as sleep tried to claim him. Now, at dawn, he sat in agony above the Tormes and stared at a grey landscape through which the river twisted, sinewy and silver, past the silent town with its castle, convent, and empty bridge. The French had gone. And Leroux? Sharpe didn't know. Perhaps the French colonel had lied to Lord Spears. Perhaps Leroux planned to stay in Salamanca until the British moved on again, this time eastwards. But somehow Sharpe doubted it. Leroux wanted to take his treasure back to Paris, decode it, and then loose the cruel men against the names inside. Leroux had ridden, Sharpe was sure, but where? Albert de Tormes? Or had he gone directly east from Salamanca towards Madrid? Hogan doubted it. Leroux, Hogan was certain, would try to find the security of the French army, surround himself with muskets and sabres. And the great doubt in Hogan's mind was simply whether Leroux had been given too great a start. They spurred down the hill towards the river that slid chill beneath the mockingly empty bridge. Sharpe had been given his last chance. He had ridden for it through the night, and in this dawn his hopes were at their lowest. He wanted to take his sword, his unblooded sword, against the Kligenthal. He wanted Leroux because Leroux had beaten him. And if a man thought that was a bad reason, then a man had no pride. Yet how could they discover a lone rider in this immense countryside, skeined with early mist? Sharpe wanted revenge for the deaths of the crucified Spaniards, for the deaths of Wyndham and MacDonald, for the pistol shot on the upper cloister, and for Spears whom Sharpe had liked, whom Sharpe had killed, and whose honour he protected. Hogan twisted in his saddle. He looked tired and irritable. "You think we've overtaken him?" "I don't know, sir." In the dawn there was no certainty. They clattered over the bridge, the sabres of Lossov's Germans drawn in case the French had left a rearguard in the town, and then the iron of the horses' hoofs filled the narrow streets with echoing din. As they breasted the hill at the town's head, they saw the horizon, that till now had been grey touched with spreading pink, suddenly blaze with the top edge of the rising sun. It was scarlet gold, dazzling, and the western wall of the castle keep was coloured rose. The new day. "Sir!" Harper was pointing, exultant. "Sir!" In the sunrise and the glory of the new day, the doubts were put to rest. A rider alone going eastwards, and in the telescope, through the flare of the light, Sharpe saw green and black overalls, boots, a red jacket, and an unmistakable black fur hat. A chasseur of Napoleon's Imperial Guard, alone, trotting eastwards. It had to be Leroux. The lone figure turned dark and blurred against the dawn, then dropped into a dip of the road. He had not looked back. They followed, urging the horses into a fast trot, for their strength had to be conserved, even though the riders all wanted to sound the pursuit, go into a gallop, and bring their sabres against the fugitive. Twice more they saw the chasseur, each time closer, and on the second glimpse Leroux turned round, saw his pursuers, and the chase was on. Lossov's trumpeter let go with a challenge. The spurs went back, and Sharpe tried to tug the huge sword from its clumsy scabbard. He was easily outstripped by the Germans, good riders all, and he cursed as his scabbard flapped and banged against his thigh. He lurched, unbalanced by the sudden gallop. Then the blade came free, was shining in the dawn, and he saw Leroux once more. The Frenchman was less than half a mile ahead, his horse jaded, and Sharpe forgot his aching thighs, his sore seat, and clapped his heels to persuade more speed from his horse. The Germans were still ahead of Sharpe. They rode through a small village where Leroux mysteriously had turned left. They followed his northward course, the horses plunging a shallow bank into a stream, scattering the water silver-bright in the dawn, then onto fields of the far bank. There were hills ahead, shallow hills, and Sharpe wondered if Leroux was hoping for a hiding place. It seemed a forlorn hope. Then Lossov was shouting, holding a hand up and signalling a stop. The troop pulled left, slowed, and Sharpe caught them up, and his protest at abandoning the pursuit died in his throat. Their horses slowed to a walk, stopped. Leroux was safe. Leroux would reach Paris. The notebook would be decoded and the Frenchman would win. If they'd been given another 2 miles they might have caught him, but not now. Leroux was trotting his horse along the face of a shallow hill that sloped up from the wide valley. Lined on the slope was the French rearguard, 1,000 cavalrymen, and Lossov spat in disgust. "We can't do anything." He sounded apologetic, as if he thought Sharpe might truly expect him to charge 1,000 enemy with just 150 men. He shrugged at Sharpe. "I'm sorry, my friend." Sharpe was watching Leroux. "What's he doing?" The Frenchman was not joining his cavalry. He trotted along the face of the ranks, and Sharpe could see that he raised his sword in salute to the French squadron commanders. Leroux was still going north, past the cavalry, and Sharpe urged his horse into a trot so he could follow the Frenchman. Sharpe led Lossov's troop north, a half-mile to the west of the French line, and watched as Leroux went on riding past his cavalry and dropped into a valley at the end of the hill. Leroux was now in dead ground, invisible to them, and Sharpe pushed his tired horse into a canter. There was a hill ahead of them that would overlook the dead ground, and they rode up its slope, the dew sparkling where the hooves hammered the turf, and then it was Sharpe's turn to hold up his hand, to slow, and to curse. He had half hoped that Leroux was planning to ride on, to go eastwards again with his own cavalry behind him, but Leroux had reached true safety. In the small valley were French infantry. 3 battalions in square, and, some way behind them, another 2 battalions who guarded the rear of the hill where the French cavalry barred the road east. Leroux was walking his horse towards the battalions in square. Sharpe swore again, pushed his sword into its scabbard, and slumped in his saddle. Hogan leant on his pommel. "That's that." One of the French squares opened its ranks. Leroux walked his horse inside, and for all Sharpe could have done, Leroux might as well be in Paris already. Patrick Harper flexed his borrowed sabre and shook his head.
"I was just beginning to look forward to a cavalry charge."
"Not today." Hogan stretched his arms, yawned. Further eastwards, perhaps 3 miles away, the road was filled with retreating troops, going east to safety. Leroux had reached the rearguard, was safe, and would soon be escorted by this infantry to the rest of the French army. Lossov had just 150 men. The French rearguard was at least 2,500 men, infantry and cavalry, and Sharpe's last hope vanished like the mist that faded from the landscape. It promised to be another beautiful day. The meadows of the gentle hills were lush with pasture, lavish with wildflowers, and the first warmth of the climbing sun was on Sharpe's face. He hated to give up this pursuit, yet what else was there to do? They could ride back to Albert de Tormes, sit by the river's edge, and drink harsh red wine till all the disappointment was drowned in the vintage of last year's comet. There'd be other days to fight, other enemies, and Curtis's men were not the only brave people who sent messages to England. There was hope, and if the hope was not bright, then there was always wine in Albert de Tormes. It was pointless, of course, to deal in what might have been, yet Sharpe cursed because they had not left the battlefield an hour earlier. He imagined what he could do if he had just a single battery of 9-pounder guns. He could open those squares with shot after shot, and if he had just 2 good British battalions, he could finish them off. Hogan must have thought the same, for he looked gloomily at the 3 French squares. "We'll have no guns or infantry till this afternoon, at the earliest." "They'll be long gone by then, sir." "Aye." This rearguard would stay just long enough to hold up the cavalry pursuit, while the rest of Marmont's army stole a march on the British. Without guns or infantry, the squares could not be broken. Leroux was safe. Lossov's men rested their horses. They were north of the enemy now, on a hillside that gave them a wide view of the countryside. The enemy cavalry were on another hill, a half-mile to the south, the infantry closer, in the small hidden valley, while to Sharpe's right stretched the wide valley where the 2 roads met from the river. The furthest road was the one Leroux had led them on, from Albert de Tormes, and where it passed through the small village, it was met by the closest road that came from the fords across the river. The enemy dominated both roads, blocking the pursuit. Leroux was safe. There was movement on the Albert de Tormes road. British light dragoons, 300 sabres, trotted towards the French, saw them and stopped. The horses bent their necks and cropped at the grass. They formed a single line, facing the French cavalry, and Sharpe imagined their officers squinting through the rising sun at the outnumbering enemy. Then, from the northwest, from the fords, came more cavalry. 450 men walked their horses into the valley behind the British, and the newcomers looked strange. They wore red jackets like infantry jackets, and on their heads they wore old-fashioned black bicorn hats held on by brass-plated straps. It was like seeing a regiment of infantry colonels. Each man was armed with a long, straight sword like that at Sharpe's side. They were heavy cavalry, the heavy dragoons of the King's German Legion. They stopped behind the British light dragoons, slightly to their left, and Hogan looked from them to the enemy and shook his head. "They can't do a thing."
He was right. Cavalry cannot break a well-formed infantry square. It was a rule of war, proved time and time again, that as long as the infantry were solidly ranked, their muskets tipped with bayonets, horses will not charge home. Sharpe had stood in squares and watched the cavalry charge, seen the sabres raised and the mouths open, and then the muskets had fired, the horses fell, and the surviving cavalry sheared away down the sides of the square, were blasted by the muskets. The squares could not be broken. Sharpe had seen them broken, but never when they were well formed. He'd seen a battalion attacked as they formed square, seen the enemy penetrate the unclosed gap and slaughter the ranks from the inside, but it would never have happened if the gap had been closed. He'd seen a square break itself when the men panicked and ran, but that was the fault of the infantry themselves. The South Essex had broken once, 3 years before, at Val de la Casa, and then it had been because the survivors of another square had run to them, clawed at the tight ranks, and the French cavalry had ridden in with the fugitives. Yet these French squares, below him, would not break. Each was of 4 ranks, the front rank kneeling, and each was solid, calm, and ringed with bayonets. Leroux was safe. Leroux was safe because he had taken shelter with the infantry. The enemy cavalry, facing west on the hillside, were vulnerable to a British pursuit. Their safety lay in their greater numbers, yet Wellington's men had the greater morale. Sharpe heard the faraway sound of a trumpet. He looked right, and he saw the British light dragoons begin their charge. 300 men against 1,000, an uphill charge, and Captain Lossow whooped at them with glee. The cavalry were charging. Chapter 26. A cavalry charge begins slowly. The horses walk. The troopers have time to see the advertisement engraved on their sabres, warranted never to fail, and feel the fear that the same guarantee does not apply to men. Dust showed behind the walking horses. It drifted across the lush valley. The shadow of the light dragoons was long behind them. The sabres were upright, curved, slashing light from the rising sun. The valley was quiet, the enemy still. A second trumpet. The horses went into the trot, and still the men were knee to knee. The triangular banners, guidons, were high above the line of blue and silver uniforms. The faint drumming of hooves came to the hilltop where Sharpe watched. The French cavalry did not move. Lossow wanted to take his men into the valley to join the charge, but Major Hogan shook his head. "We must watch Leroux. He might make a run for it." He knew it was unlikely. Leroux was in the safest place, in a square's centre. Harsh voices came thin from the valley. Orders. Sharpe looked right and saw 450 heavy, clumsy swords drawn into the light. The German heavy dragoons were in 6 squadrons, 3 ahead, 3 behind, and each squadron was in 2 ranks. The ranks were 40 yards apart, so that should they charge, the second line would have plenty of space to swerve or jump over the dead of the first. The Germans were behind and to the left of the British light dragoons, who trotted towards the enemy cavalry on the hill. A trumpet sounded, much closer, and Lossow's horses moved impatiently. The German squadrons were advancing at the walk, and Sharpe frowned. He looked to his left. "They can't see them." "What?" Hogan looked at Sharpe. "The infantry." Sharpe pointed. "They can't bloody see them." It was true. The French squares were shadowed in the small valley, hidden by a spur of hillside, and the German heavy cavalry were unaware of their presence. The Germans were riding towards ambush. Their line of charge against the French cavalry would take them past the small valley, inside musket range, and the first they would know of the presence of French infantry would be the flaming muskets. Hogan swore. They were too far from the KGL squadrons to give them warning. They could only watch as the cavalrymen walked towards disaster. The British light dragoons were ahead, trotting towards the hill, and their advance was well beyond the infantry's range. Sharpe drew his sword. "Oh, we can't just sit here." Hogan knew they could not warn the heavy cavalry, but to do nothing was worse than making a hopeless attempt. He shrugged. "Go!" Lossow's trumpeter blew the full charge. No time now for a decorous walk that would gradually speed up into the full gallop, and Lossow's men threw themselves into a reckless downhill gallop.
If their heavy comrades just saw them, if they just wondered why they came so fast and waved so frantically, then they might avert disaster. But the 6 squadrons of the heavy German cavalry went on stolidly. The trumpet sounded, and they went into the trot, and Sharpe knew they were too late. Another trumpet sounded, far ahead, and the British light dragoons went into the canter. They would stay at the canter until the final few yards, when they'd be released into the full gallop. A cavalry charge works best when all the horses arrive at once, a solid, moving wall of men, horses, and steel. The British reached the bottom of the hill, began to climb it, and still the French did not move. The German heavy cavalry still trotted, still ignorant of the ambush that waited 50 yards ahead. Some of the faces beneath their strange black bicorns looked curiously at Lossov's men. Sharpe was lurching in his saddle, praying that he wouldn't fall, and the sword was in his right hand, and he wished that there were no squares, that he could face Leroux in open battle. But Leroux was safe. The British trumpet released the light dragoons. It threw them forward, shouting in the final gallop that put the weight of a charging horse behind the sabre. They were outnumbered. They charged uphill, yet they urged their horses on. The French at last moved. They ran. They ran without a fight. Perhaps no man wanted to die after the previous day's carnage. There was little glory in defeating this cavalry pursuit. No man would win his Legion of Honor medal today. And so the French turned, spurred eastwards, and the British dragoons chased them, swore at them to fight. But there was no fight in the French cavalry. They would run to fight another day. The German heavy dragoons saw the French run, saw their chance of a fight fading, and so the trumpet put them into the canter. The notes of the call sounded close to Sharpe, and then they were drowned by the sound he'd been dreading, the sound of an infantry volley. The nearest faces of the squares disappeared in smoke. The leading German squadrons tumbled in dust, falling horses and cartwheeling swords. Men died beneath their horses, crushed. Men screamed. The ambush had worked. There was no need to warn them now. The French squares had turned one squadron into a shambles, hurt 2 more, and the other Germans must know they were beaten. Suddenly they had found infantry, well-formed infantry, and cavalry cannot break well-formed squares. The black bicorn hats turned left. The cavalry saw the squares with horror, and the trumpets pealed above the defeated charge. Sharpe knew the squadrons were being called away, called off, that they would ride away from the squares. He looked at Harper and grinned ruefully. "No cavalry charge today, Patrick." The Irishman did not reply. He slammed his heels back, whooped with mad joy, and Sharpe jerked his head back to the Germans. They were pulling at their reins, but not to ride away. They were turning towards the squares, were charging them, and the trumpets were pushing them on. It was madness. Sharpe pulled at his reins, kicked back, and let the horse ride with the others. The sword felt good in his hand. He saw the French infantry reloading, calm and professional, and he knew this charge was doomed. The German squadrons were still at the canter. They wheeled left, they aligned their ranks, and the madness came on them. The trumpets threw them on. Lossov, his men, Sharpe and Harper, came up behind the heavy squadrons as they began the final charge. Sharpe knew this was madness, knew this was doomed, but it was irresistible. The sword was long in his hand, his blood sang with the trumpet's challenge, and they went on, galloping into the impossible charge. Chapter 27. The German heavy dragoons were jealous. The day before, the British heavy cavalry had charged to glory, had bloodied their swords to the hilts against French infantry that hadn't had time to form square. The Germans didn't like the British having all the glory. The Germans were also disciplined, the most disciplined of all Wellington's cavalry. Not for them the British habit of charging once and then going berserk in a mad chase that left the horses blown and their riders vulnerable to the enemy's reserves. The Germans were coolly efficient about war. But not now. Now they were suddenly enraged, enough to attempt the impossible. 450 men, less those who had already died, were charging 1,500 well-formed infantry. The trumpet hurled them into the gallop. They had no chance, Sharpe knew, but the madness was driving sense out of his head. Artillery could break a square, infantry could break a square, but cavalry could not. There was a mathematical logic that proved it.
A man on horseback needed some 4 feet of width in which to charge. Facing him in 4 ranks were 8 men. An infantryman only needed 2 feet, slightly less, and so the horseman was charging down a narrow corridor at the end of which waited 8 bullets and 8 bayonets. And even if the infantry were unloaded, if they only had their bayonets, then the charge would still fail. A horse would not charge home that solid wall of men and steel. It would go so far, then swerve. And Sharpe had stood in squares often enough to know how safe they were. This was an impossible charge. There was terror and madness in the air. The Germans had turned into this charge in a sudden explosion of anger. Their long, heavy swords were raised for the first stroke, their hooves slung up great clods of turf, and the French square nearest to the charge fired again. 80 yards to go. Screams came from ahead of Sharpe. He had a glimpse of a horse sliding on its belly, head up and yellow teeth bared to the sky. A man rolled over and over, blood whipping from his neck, his sword stuck straight up and quivering in the ground. The trumpet again, incoherent challenges, and everywhere the hammering of hoofs that filled the valley. A horse drummed the earth with its legs, dying on its side, blood frothing as it lashed its neck and screamed in pain. The second rank gathered itself, jumped, and the French had saved one rank's muskets for the moment. Smoke pumped from the square, bullets lashed at the charge, and a man was hit at full jump. He came backwards from his horse, a halo of blood about his face, and the horse went on alone. A standard-bearer was down, his horse dead, and he ran with the standard, holding it aloft, and another German leant left from the saddle, took the staff at the full gallop, and again the banner was high and taking them on in the impossible charge. The earth quivered with the heavy horses, with the hammer of their hoofs. The ranks had loosened in this madness, so the valley seemed filled with big men on big horses, the sunlight catching their swords, the brass-plated straps of the bicorns, and the gleaming hoofs that drove them on. The hoofs threw up earth that stung Sharpe's face. The horses seemed to strain towards the enemy, their eyes wild, their teeth bared, and Sharpe let the madness flow up in him to conquer the terror. He rode past a dead horse, its rider crouching for safety behind the corpse, and Sharpe had never done this. He had never ridden with the cavalry in a charge, and there was a splendour to it that he couldn't have dreamt. This was the moment when a man became a god, when the air was noise, when speed lent its strength to the sword. A glorious feeling in those minutes before a bullet turned the god into dead meat. A cavalryman, wounded, was being dragged by his stirrup. He screamed. At 50 yards, another rank of the square brought up their muskets, looked into the storm of anger, and fired. A horse and rider tumbled, hooves high in the sunlight, falling, and the blood streaked impossibly far on the grass. Then the next rank was passed, manes flying, and still the French had one more loaded rank. The square blossomed smoke. A bullet hammered past Sharpe, but he didn't hear it. He could only hear the hooves. An officer ahead of Sharpe was hit. He saw the man shaking with the pain, imagined the scream that he couldn't hear in this valley of noise, and saw the long sword dangle useless by its wrist strap. The man's horse was hit too, jerking his head in sudden pain, yet it charged on. A dying man on a dying horse leading the charge. The trumpet hurled them at the enemy. One trumpeter was down, his legs broken. Yet he played on, played the charge again and again, the notes that could drive a man into wild glory. There, screams in the valley, horses and men, screams of pain drowned by the trumpets. The guidons were lowered like lances. It was the final moment, and crossfire took them from another square, and one guidon went down, point first into the earth, and the man who'd held it seemed to fall so slowly. Then suddenly he was rolling and screaming, streaking the grass with his blood, and still the charge was led by a dying man on a dying horse. The man died first. He fell forward onto the neck of his horse, yet the horse still obeyed its last command. It charged. It used up its blood, its great heart pumping to the dying limbs, and the horse fell to its knees. Still it tried to charge as it slid on the grass, slick with blood that pumped from its chest. And it slid with its dead burden and died itself. And as it died, and couldn't turn, it slid like a great missile of dead meat into the front face of the square. Man and horse in death, smashing the ranks back, opening the gap, and the next rank of Germans saw it. They saw daylight. They twitched the reins, they screamed, and the French tried desperately to remake the line. Too late.
A horse was there. The first sword came sobbing down, and then the horse was hit by a musket ball. It fell, made more space, and 2 more horses were in the gap. The swords hissed, and the horses leapt the pile of dead and were within the square. The French were dead men. Some ran, some surrendered, others fought. The Germans came at them with their long swords, and the horses fought as they were trained to fight. The horses killed with their hooves, hammering at skulls. They bit so that a man could lose his face in one horrid second of bowel-loosening fear. And the dust rose with the screams as the last German squadrons tugged right and went for another square. Survivors of the first clawed at the second square. They tore into its ranks, and the horsemen came too. Harper was there, the sabre fast in his hand, and Spear's horse was trained for this. It moved constantly, so no infantryman could hamstring it. It lined up the targets for the sabre, and the Irishman was chanting his Gaelic war cries, the slaughter madness on him, and the valley was filled with the horsemen, the swords, and the hopeless infantry. The second square collapsed, broke apart, and the Germans grunted as they brought the heavy blades down in the killing blows. The trumpeter, his legs broken, still lashed them into a fury, though now the notes were of pure triumph. Sharpe's horse, not trained for war, swerved from the chaos, and he swore at it, tugged at the reins. And then a mounted French infantry officer came for him, sword held like a lance, and Sharpe lashed with his great sword, missed, and he cursed his horse that wouldn't take him to the target. Leroux. Where in God's name was Leroux? He could see Harper. The Irishman was in among the fugitives from the second square. One man came at the sergeant with a bayonet, and Harper kicked up with his foot, caught the bayonet, and then sliced down with the sabre. The man fell, and his shako was ludicrously stuck on Harper's sabre. It stayed there through 2 more strokes, then shook itself off as the huge sergeant killed a French officer. Sharpe could see Hogan. The major, his sword not even drawn, was circling among the infantry, shouting at them to surrender. The muskets were being thrown down, the hands going up, but still Sharpe could not see Leroux. The third square was retreating up the hill slope. Back there somewhere, Sharpe knew, were 2 more French battalions. A new trumpet call rang out, reforming 2 squadrons. And then Sharpe saw Leroux. He was in the third square. He'd been on foot, but now swung himself into his saddle, and Sharpe kicked with his heels and rode towards the unbroken square. Its men were nervous, panicked by the smell of blood and fear, and as Sharpe rode, so did the trumpet throw the reformed squadrons against the square. The first 2 squares were ended. Most had surrendered, many were dead, and the Germans, who'd done a fine thing, wanted to do more. Individual riders spurred towards the unbroken square. The square fired, not at the cavalry, but at survivors of the first squares who wanted to break into its ranks. The infantry were frantic with fear, stumbling as the square inched backwards, and the first Germans came, were blasted from the saddles, while one man rode down the face of the square, his face a mask of blood, and his long sword beat uselessly at the bayonets, rattled against muskets, and then a shot threw him onto the ground. More Germans charged home. The swords fell, and there was no reason for the square to break. Yet its men were terrified of the fate of their comrades. Some threw down their muskets, raised their hands, and Sharpe could see the mounted officers in the square's interior tearing at their standard. This battalion did not carry the regiment's eagle. They carried a flag which they tore into strips to hide in their uniforms. The square was dying, and Sharpe saw the surrender, and still he charged, wanting to break through the ranks to get his enemy, Leroux. Leroux had not yet given up. He hadn't expected this, but what man could? He'd ridden all night, looping far to the south to avoid British cavalry patrols, and at Albert at Tormes in the dawn he'd pulled off the heavy cassock that had been his disguise. He had thought himself safe in the square. He'd never seen a square broken, never, not even when he'd charged with the Emperor himself, and now this. Leroux could see the German horsemen all around the surrendering square, yet there were not many. Most had ridden on to the 2 French battalions in the rear. It would still be possible for the Frenchmen to break out, to ride north for a mile before turning east. And he rode to the north side of the square, shouted at the ranks to split, and then he saw Sharpe coming directly at him. That damned rifleman. He had thought Sharpe dead, wished him dead, had treasured his memory of the screams on the upper cloister. And then his idiot sister had taken a fancy to the man, protected him, and the bastard was back. This time he would kill him. He drew the pistol, the deadly rifle pistol, from its chest holster, and levelled it over the ranks of the square. He couldn't miss. He pulled the trigger. Sharpe hauled on the rein, leant back, and La Marchese's horse reared up, hooves flailing, and the bullet took the horse in the throat. Sharpe kicked the stirrups free, pushed desperately away from the saddle, and then he was rolling on the grass as the horse fell at the French ranks. The men shrank back, pushed back, and Sharpe snarled at them, picked up his sword and plunged into their ranks. They could have killed him, any one of them, yet they wanted only to surrender. They let Sharpe through, their faces dull, and he snatched a musket from a man in the rear rank. The French soldiers watched the tall rifleman, feared him, and not one lifted a finger against him. Leroux was shouting at another face of the square, beating with the flat of his Kliegenthaler, and Sharpe propped his own sword against his leg, checked the unfamiliar pan of the musket, and levelled it. His rifle was on his back, still without ammunition, and this heavy, strange musket would have to suffice. He pulled the trigger. Powder stung his face. The kick slammed his shoulder. The smoke blinded him. He tossed the musket down, picked up his sword, and Leroux was hit. He was clutching his left leg, blood showing, and the ball must have passed through the flesh of his thigh, through the saddle, and stung the horse. It reared up in sudden pain, and Leroux had to snatch at its mane. He tried to control it, but it reared again, and he was falling. The square had surrendered. Some Germans already pushed their way into its centre, and one of them took a strip of the tasselled gold cloth that had been the French standard and waved it high, shouting at his comrades. The French soldiers sat down, muskets beside them, resigned to their fate. Leroux struck the ground, was winded, and the pain in his left leg made him wince. He'd dropped the Kliegenthaler, and he couldn't see because his big round fur hat had slipped over his eyes. He knelt up, pushed the hat back, and the Kliegenthaler was on the ground. A boot was across the blade. Leroux slowly looked up, past the black trousers, past the tattered green jacket, and he saw his own death in the eyes of the rifleman. Sharpe saw the fear in the pale eyes. He stepped back a pace, releasing the Kliegenthaler, and smiled at Leroux. "Get up, you bastard!" Chapter 28. The two French battalions at the rear were not shaken by the breaking of the squares. They fired coolly, their discipline tight, and the German horsemen were cut down by the volleys. In the small valley, the squares had been broken. Prisoners were being herded, many with the dreadful cuts on their heads and shoulders where the great blades had fallen. The horses heaved to get their breath. Cavalrymen stood still, disbelieving what they'd done, and their swords were held low and blood dripped from the tips. They'd done the impossible. Some men laughed in relief, and almost wild laughter, and the French prisoners, now passion was spent, offered the victors wine from their canteens. Patrick Harper threaded his way into the third square and looked down on Sharpe and Leroux. The Frenchman still knelt. The Kliegenthaler was still on the ground. Harper looked at Sharpe. "What's his trouble?" "Won't fight." Sharpe's sword was still clean. Leroux stood up, wincing as the wound in his left leg hurt. "I surrender." Sharpe swore at him, then gestured at the sword. "Pick it up!" "I surrender." Leroux's pale eyes looked right for help, but Harper blocked the view. Sharpe tried to see a likeness between this man and La Marchesa, but he couldn't. What in her was beauty had become hard in her brother. "Pick up the sword!" Leroux brushed grass from the fur trim of his red jacket. "I have surrendered." Sharpe swung the flat of his sword so it hit the fur hat, knocking it off. "Fight, you bastard!" Leroux shook his head. Sharpe would not take the surrender. "You surrendered before, remember? Not this time, Captain Delmar." Leroux smiled, gestured at the Kliegenthaler. "You have my sword." Sharpe crouched, his eyes still on Leroux, and picked up the Kliegenthaler in his left hand. It was beautiful, balanced to perfection, a weapon made by a master. He tossed it towards Leroux. "Fight!" Leroux let the blade fall. I am your prisoner."
"Kill the bastard, sir,"
Harper growled. "Oh, I'm going to." Sharpe levelled his sword, put it to Leroux's breast, and pushed. The Frenchman went backwards. Sharpe stooped and picked the Kligenthal up once more. He held it out, handle towards the Frenchman, and went forward again. And again Leroux went backwards. The French soldiers watched. Then Leroux could go no further. He was backed into a corner of the square, and Sharpe brought his sword up so that the tip was at Leroux's throat. The rifleman smiled.
"I'm going to kill you. I don't give a damn whether you fight or not."
He pressed with the sword. Leroux's head went back, and suddenly the pale eyes showed alarm. He really was to die. And his arm came up, snatched at the Kligenthal, and Sharpe stepped backwards.
"Now fight, you bastard!"
Leroux fought. He fought because he thought that if he won this fight, then he could surrender. He knew Sharpe would kill him. He'd recognized that, so he must kill Sharpe. And if he succeeded in killing the rifleman, then there was always hope. He might escape again, make his way back to France, and it would always be possible to arrange for Curtis's capture. He fought. The Kligenthal felt good. He gave 2 short, hard strokes that loosened his wrist, and he felt the shock of the blades meeting. And then he settled into a rhythm, probing the rifleman's weakness, letting the Kligenthal tease the older blade to one side in preparation for the lunge. The point always beats the edge. Sharpe went backwards, letting Leroux get out of the corner, and Harper rode alongside just as if he were the referee at a prize fight. Some of the French shouted for Leroux, but not many, and some of the Germans came to watch. Sharpe watched Leroux's pale eyes. The man was strong, and faster than Sharpe remembered. The blades rang like anvils. Sharpe was content to let his long, straight sword do the work for him. He let its weight soak up the attacks, and he planned this man's death. La Marquesa, Leroux's sister, had asked him once if he enjoyed killing, had even accused him of enjoying it, but that wasn't true. Some deaths a man can enjoy, the death of an enemy, and Sharpe was paid to have enemies. Yet he didn't wish death on the French. There was more satisfaction in seeing a surrendered enemy, a defeated enemy, than in seeing a slaughtered enemy. A field after battle was a more horrid place than anything the people in England, who would soon celebrate Salamanca, could imagine. Death stopped war from being a game. It gave it glory and horror, and soldiers couldn't be squeamish about death. They might regret the moment when rage conquers fear, when it banishes all humanity and makes a man into a killer, but that rage could keep a man from being dead, and so the regret was mixed with relief and the knowledge that to be a good soldier, the rage would one day be back. Sharpe parried a lunge, twisted his sword over the Kligenthal so the blade scraped, and lunged himself, checked, lunged again, and he saw the pain in the pale eyes as Leroux was forced onto his back foot. Sharpe would kill this man, and he would enjoy it. He would enjoy the retribution as a man could enjoy the death of a child murderer at Tyburn, or the shooting of a deserter after battle. Death was sometimes public because people needed death. They needed retribution, and Tyburn's gallows gave more pleasure than pain. That might be bad, but that is the way of people. And Sharpe's sword tip hit the guard of the Kligenthal, forced it wide, came free when Leroux's arm was off balance, and Sharpe brought the blade scything back so it cut across Leroux's chest, then back again so the sword cut Leroux's forearm. And Sharpe knew this man would die. He would die for MacDonald, for Wyndham, for the unnamed Spaniards, for Spears, for El Mirador, for Sharpe himself. And Leroux knew it, for he became desperate. His right arm was wounded, so he held his wrist with his left hand and scythed the Kligenthal in a glittering, air-singing blow, and Sharpe stepped back, let the blade pass, and then shouted his exultation as he lunged forward, picking his spot. And he didn't hear Hogan shouting at him, nor Harper's cry of acclamation, for the blade was going into Leroux's body at the exact place where Leroux had wounded Sharpe. And Leroux let the Kligenthal go. His mouth opened, his hands clutched at the blade that still pierced him, a flesh hook that tortured him, that went through skin and muscle and tore the scream from him. He fell. He wasn't dead yet. The pale eyes were wide. He drew up his legs as Sharpe had drawn up his legs. He gasped air into his lungs so that the scream could fight the pain that he'd made Sharpe fight for 2 weeks. And then Sharpe twisted the sword free, held the point above Leroux's throat, and finished him off. He left his sword swaying above the lifeless Frenchman and stepped back. Leroux was dead. Hogan had watched Sharpe's anger. He rarely saw the rifleman fight. He'd been awed by Sharpe's skill, troubled by the turbulence of his friend, and he saw the distaste that crossed Sharpe's face when it was all done. Leroux was no longer the enemy, no longer Napoleon's man. He was a pathetic, cringing corpse. Hogan's voice was mild.
"Wouldn't he surrender?"
"No, sir." Sharpe shook his head.
"He was a stubborn bastard."
Sharpe picked up the Kliegenthaler, the sword he'd wanted so much, and it could have been made for him. It settled in his right hand like a part of himself. It was a beautiful and deadly weapon. He unclipped Leroux's snake-clasp belt, tugged the sword slings free from the body, and strapped the scabbard over his own scabbard. He pushed the Kliegenthaler home. His Kliegenthaler. Leroux's black sabretache was spotted with blood. Sharpe lifted the flap, and there on top was a small leather notebook. He opened it, saw a star chart surrounded by a strange language, and tossed it to Hogan.
"That's what we wanted, sir."
Hogan looked at the dead in the valley, at the prisoners, and he looked at the survivors of the King's German Legion heavy dragoons who walked their horses back from the unsuccessful attack on the remaining 2 French battalions. The Germans had won a great victory at great price, and the valley was stinking of blood. Hogan looked at the book, then at Sharpe.
"Thank you, Richard."
"My pleasure, sir." Sharpe was taking Leroux's overalls. He had worn overalls exactly like these until the fight in the Irish College. Now he'd killed another chasseur colonel. Leroux's overalls still had the silver buttons down their legs, and Sharpe grinned as he held them up. He wiped his sword clean on them. Leroux's sister had once asked Sharpe if he enjoyed killing, and he had given her no answer. He could have replied that sometimes it was terrible, that often it was sad, that usually it happened without any emotion, but that sometimes, rarely, like this day, there were no regrets. He picked up his own sword, the crude sword that had won the fight, and smiled at Harper. "Breakfast?" Epilogue. Salamanca was honeyed gold in the sunlight, a city built like Rome on hills above a river. The morning sunlight slanted the shadows long in the great plaza. The wounded, 2 days after the great battle at the Arapiles, still died in the hospital. Sharpe stood on the Roman bridge and stared down at the sinuous green weeds. He knew it was foolish to be here, maybe a waste of time, but he waited. A company of Spanish soldiers was marched across the bridge. The officer grinned at him, waved a cigar. The men looked curiously at the 2 swords that hung by the grim rifleman's side. A farmer drove cattle past him. 2 priests went the other way, arguing violently, and Sharpe paced slowly behind them, stopped at the small fortress arched over the roadway, and walked slowly back. The clock on the hill struck 10. A cavalry sergeant drove a dozen remounts into the river. They drank while he rubbed them down. The edge of the river was very shallow. Children played there, running easily to a small island, and their voices carried up to the bridge. She might not even come this way, he thought. But she did. 2 liveried servants first, mounted on horseback, then the dark blue coach with its 4 white horses, and after that another coach that he presumed was for luggage or servants. He pushed against the stone of the parapet, watched the servants ride past, then the 4 white horses, and then the barouche, its cover up, was opposite him. She saw him. He had to walk a few paces to where the barouche had stopped. He looked up.
"I tried to see you."
"I know." She was fanning her face. He felt awkward. The sun was hot on the back of his neck. He could feel sweat trickling below his armpit.
"Are you well, ma'am?"
She smiled. "Yes. I find myself temporarily unpopular in Salamanca."
She shrugged. Madrid may be more welcoming.
You may find our army in Madrid.
Then I may go north.
A long way?
She smiled. A long way.
Her eyes dropped to the two swords, then back to Sharpe's face.
Did you kill him?
In a fair fight. He was embarrassed again, as he had been at their first meeting. She seemed no different. She was still beautiful, unbearably so, and it seemed impossible that she was an enemy. He shrugged. Your horse died.
Did you kill it?
Your brother did. She half smiled.
He killed very easily.
Her eyes went back to the sword again, then back to Sharpe.
We were not very fond of each other.
He supposed she meant she and her brother, but he couldn't be sure she was not talking of himself. She shook her head.
Did you wait for me?
He nodded. Yes.
Why?
He shrugged. To tell her he missed her? To tell her that it didn't matter that she was French, a spy, released only because she was a Spanish aristocrat and Wellington could not afford the scandal? To tell her that amid all the lies there had been some truth? To wish you well.
And I wish you well.
She mocked him gently. To Sharpe she seemed untouchable, unreachable.
Goodbye, Captain Sharpe.
Goodbye, Mum. She spoke to the coachman, looked back at Sharpe.
Who knows, Richard? Maybe another day.
The coach lurched forward. The last he saw was her golden hair going back into its shadows. He thought to himself that he had nothing of hers to remember her by, only memory, which was the worst souvenir. He felt in his new ammunition pouch and fingered the message that had been delivered that morning from Wellington himself. It thanked him. He supposed that Napoleon would have written similar messages to Leroux and La Marquesa if Sharpe hadn't taken the notebook from the shattered squares at Garcia Hernandez. After the battle they'd found that was the name of the village near to the hill in the valley. Major Hogan was expansive at lunch. Sharpe was to stay in Hogan's old lodgings, to be fed well by the landlady, and Hogan drank well before he left.
You're to stay and recuperate, Richard. General's orders. He wants you fully strung again.
Yes, sir.
Forrest will wait for you. Don't worry. Your company's safe.
Any news of a new colonel? Hogan shook his head, belched and patted his stomach.
Not yet. I think Lawford would like it again, but I don't know.
He shrugged.
Forrest might get it. I don't know, Richard.
He pushed a forefinger into Sharpe's side.
You should be thinking about it.
Me? I'm a captain. Sharpe grinned and bit into cold beef. Hogan poured more wine.
Think about it. A majority next, then Lieutenant Colonel. It could happen, Richard. It's going to be a long, bloody war. We just heard the Americans are in now. They may be in Quebec for all we know.
He sipped his wine.
Can you afford a majority?
Me? Sharpe laughed.
At £2,600, where do you think I can get that kind of money?
Hogan smiled.
Don't you usually get what you want, Richard?
Sharpe shrugged.
I get the rainbow, sir. Never the pots of gold.
Hogan twisted his glass in his hands.
There was one other thing, Richard. A smallish thing. I've been talking to Father Curtis, and he did say something odd. He says that notebook was well hidden. Truly well hidden. And he can't imagine how Leroux could have found it.
Leroux was a clever man, sir.
Aye, maybe. But Curtis was sure it was too well hidden. Only Lord Spears, he says, knew where it was.
His shrewd eyes were on Sharpe.
Really, sir?
Sharpe poured more wine.
Does that strike you as odd?
Spears is dead, sir. He died well. Hogan nodded.
I hear his body was some way from all the others. Some way from the fighting, in fact. Odd?
Sharpe shook his head. He could have crawled away, sir.
Yes, with a hole in his head. I'm sure you're right, Richard.
Hogan swirled the wine in his glass. His voice was still neutral.
The only reason I ask is that I do have a responsibility for finding whoever was a spy in our headquarters. I can make myself unpleasant, I suppose, turn over a lot of stones,
But you do understand me, I'm sure. I don't think you need to be unpleasant, sir. Good. Good. Hogan grinned at Sharpe, raised his glass. Well done, Richard. What for, sir? Nothing. Nothing. Hogan toasted him all the same. Hogan rode away that afternoon, going eastwards to the army that now marched towards Madrid. Harper left with him, mounted on one of Hogan's spare horses, and for the second time that day Sharpe found himself on the Roman bridge. He looked up at Harper. Good luck. I'll see you soon, sir. Very soon. Sharpe touched his stomach. It hardly hurts. You've got to be careful, sir. I mean, a killed that Frenchman. Sharpe laughed. He wasn't careful. Hogan bent down and shook Sharpe's hand. Take your time, Richard. There won't be another battle. No, sir. Hogan smiled at him. And how long are you going to wear 2 swords, eh? You look ridiculous. Sharpe grinned and unclasped the Kliegenthaler. He offered it to Hogan. You want it? Oh, good Lord, no, it's yours, Richard. You won it. But a man only needs 1 sword. Harper watched Sharpe. He knew how Sharpe had craved after the Kliegenthaler. He had seen Sharpe hold the sword last night. The Kliegenthaler had been forged by a genius, shaped by a master, a weapon of contained beauty. To look at it was to fear it. To see it in the hands of a man who could use it like Sharpe was to understand the mind that had made this sword. It seemed to weigh nothing in Sharpe's hand, so perfectly balanced was the steel. And the rifleman drew it out now, slowly, so the steel shone like oiled silk in the sun. The sword at his side, the sword that Harper had given him, was crude and ill-balanced. It was too long for an infantryman, it was clumsy, and it was stamped out with hundreds more in an ill-lit Birmingham factory. Beside the Kliegenthaler, it was raw, cheap, and crude. Yet Harper had worked the cheap sword as a talisman against Sharpe's death. Something more than friendship had gone into the blade. It didn't matter that it was cheap. The cheap sword had beaten the Kliegenthaler, the expensive sword, and there was luck in the blade. Dozens of similar swords had simply been left at Garcia Hernandez after the charge, not worth the bother of picking up, and the peasants would fashion them into long knives. Yet Sharpe's sword was lucky. There was a soldier's goddess, and her name was Fate, and she had liked the sword Harper made for Sharpe. The Kliegenthaler was stained with the blood of friends, with the torture of flayed priests, and the beautiful sword contained not luck, but evil. Harper watched as Sharpe drew his arm back, checked for a second, and then threw. The Kliegenthaler wheeled up into the sunlight, circling, dazzling with quick flashes as the steel caught the light. It seemed to hang for a second at the top of its arc, speared light at the 3 men, and then fell. It fell towards the Tormes' deepest part, still turning, and the sun left it so the steel was grey, and then it struck the sheen of the water, broke it, and was gone. Harper cleared his throat. You'll frighten the fishes. That's more than you ever did. Harper laughed. Hey, caught some. The goodbyes were said again. The hooves sounded on the bridge's stones, and Sharpe walked slowly back to the town. He didn't want this leave to be long. He wanted to be back with the South Essex, in the skirmish line where he belonged. But he'd wait a week, and eat his food, and rest as he'd been ordered. He pushed open the door of the small courtyard of the house that was his new address, registered with the town mayor, and he stopped. She looked up. I thought you were dead. Well, I thought you were lost. He'd been right. Memory was the worst souvenir. Memory told him she had long dark hair, a face like a hawk, a body that was slim and muscled from the days of riding the high border hills. Memory forgot the movement of a face, the life of a person. Teresa put the cat on the ground, smiled at her husband, and came towards him. I'm sorry. I was far north. What happened? I'll tell you later. He kissed her, held her, kissed her again. There was guilt inside him. She looked up at him, puzzled. Are you all right? Yes. He smiled. Where's Antonia? Inside. She jerked her head towards the kitchen, where Hogan's motherly old soul was singing. Teresa shrugged. She's found someone else who wants to look after her. I suppose
I shouldn't have brought her, but I thought she ought to be near her father's grave."
"Not yet." They both laughed because they were embarrassed. The sword scraped on the ground and he took it off, laid it on the table, then hugged her again. "I'm sorry."
"What for?"
"Worrying you."
"Did you think this marriage would be calm?"
She smiled.
"No."
He kissed her again, and this time he let his relief pour out of him. And she held him tight so that the wound hurt, but it didn't matter. Love mattered, but that was so hard to learn. And he kissed her again and again, till she drew away. She smiled up at him, happiness in her eyes.
"Hello, Richard."
"Hello, wife."
"I'm glad you're not dead."
"So am I." She laughed, then looked at the sword.
"New?"
"Yes."
"What happened to the old one?"
"It wore out." Not that it mattered. From now on, this old sword with its dull scabbard would be his sword, and fate's weapon. Sharpe's sword. Historical note. It may seem wilful, even perverse of me to introduce yet more Irish characters into Sharpe's adventures, yet Patrick Curtis and Michael Connolly existed, and, in Sharpe's sword, play the roles they played in 1812. The Reverend Dr. Patrick Curtis, known as Dom Patricio Cortes to the Spanish, was rector of the Irish College and professor of natural history and astronomy at the University of Salamanca. He was also, at the age of 72, the spy chief of his own network that extended throughout French-held Spain and well north of the Pyrenees. The French did suspect his existence, did want to destroy him, but they discovered his identity only after the Battle of Salamanca. As modern spy novels would say, Curtis's cover was blown, and when the French did make a brief reappearance in the city, he was forced to flee for British protection. In 1819, when the wars were over, he received a British government pension. He finally left Spain to become the Archbishop of Armagh and Primate of all Ireland, and he died in Drogheda at the good age of 92. Archbishop Curtis died of the cholera. Sergeant Michael Connolly of the Soldiers' Hospital in Salamanca died of alcoholic poisoning not long after the battle. I have no evidence that Connolly was in the hospital, which was situated in the Irish College, before the battle. In fact, I would rather doubt it, but he was certainly there after the events of July the 22nd, 1812. I've traduced his memory by putting him in charge of the death room, when in fact he was appointed to be sergeant of the whole hospital. Rifleman Costello, who was wounded at Salamanca, wrote about Connolly in his memoirs, and I've shamelessly stolen my description from his book. He was indeed attentive to the sick. He did, as Costello says, drink like a whale. But his chief distinction was his anxiety that the British would die well in the face of the French wounded. Costello quotes him, "Merciful God, what more do you want? You'll be buried in a shroud and coffin, won't you? For God's sake, die like a man before these here Frenchers." Sergeant Connolly was immensely popular. The funeral of the Duke himself, Costello says, would not have attracted more mourners than did Connolly. One of the pallbearers, a Cockney ventriloquist, rapped on the coffin and imitated Connolly's voice. "Let me out, won't you? Oh, merciful Jesus, I'm smothered." The cortege stopped, bayonets were produced, and the lid prized off to reveal the still dead sergeant. The incident was thought to be extremely funny, a joke in good taste, and it doesn't seem to be out of character with Wellington's men. Cahoon Grant, the exploring officer, also was a real character, who was captured shortly before the Battle of Salamanca. He escaped from his captors in France and spent some astonishing weeks at liberty in the streets and salons of Paris. He continued to wear full British uniform, and if he was challenged, he claimed that it was the uniform of the American Army. His story, more incredible than fiction, can be found in Jock Haswell's The First Respectable Spy, Hamish Hamilton, 1969. The French did use codes, and Captain Scavel, mentioned in Chapter 4, was the man who broke the enemy codes. Any reader who would like to see how the codes worked can find all the details in Appendix 15 of Volume 5 of Oman's A History of the Peninsular War. For the details of the espionage background to Sharpe's sword, I owe a debt to Jock Haswell's book,
and, for that and much more besides, to Oman's vast and brilliant history. Salamanca is still one of the most beautiful cities of the world. The plaza is virtually unchanged since the 6th Division paraded there on June the 17th, 1812, although the bullfights have been moved to a modern arena. The plaza is simply magnificent. The area where the French created a wasteland around their 3 fortresses has been rebuilt, alas, uglily. But enough of the old city remains, and it well repays a visit. The Roman bridge is now reserved for pedestrians only. The crenellations and the small fortress were removed in the middle of the 19th century, restoring the bridge to its original appearance, though the stone bull is still there above the 11th arch. It marks the place where the bridge was broken in the floods of 1626. Only the 15 arches nearest the city are Roman. The other 11 are reconstructions from the 17th century. The Irish College is unchanged from the days when it was the Army's hospital in 1812. The battlefield is a particularly pleasing sight to visit, for the ground has scarcely changed since July the 22nd, 1812. Some trees have gone in the years since, and a railway line now runs between the Greater and Lesser Adapile, and on into the small valley where the 6th Division halted Clausel's counterattack. There are a handful of modern houses south of Adapiles, but not enough to spoil the ground. To find the battlefield, take the road south from the city, the N630 to Casares, and the village of Adapiles is signposted to the left. The side road to the village roughly marks the left-hand limit of the 3rd Division's advance, and the heavy cavalry must have charged just above where the village is signposted on the main road. It's well worth taking a good account of the battle with good maps. I've simplified the story of the battle a little, concentrating on the events around the Adapiles, and anyone interested enough to visit the site would be well rewarded by reading one of the many splendid accounts that are available as non-fiction. Once at the Adapiles, the ground becomes obvious thanks to the hills, and there's a memorial obelisk, now sadly weathered, on the crest of the Greater Adapile. Climbing to the memorial makes one wonder at the Portuguese troops who had to make the same climb in full kit against a defended skyline. They truly had a hopeless task. I spent more than a week walking the battlefield, and, as ever, received much help from the local people. Salamanca was a great victory. Wellington suffered close to 5,000 casualties, of whom about 1,000 were killed outright on the field, and no one knows how many dying later of their wounds. Marmont, fearful of Napoleon's wrath, tried to hide his casualties. He told the Emperor he'd lost about 6,000 men. In fact, he lost 14,000, 1 Eagle standard, 6 other standards, and 20 guns. It was a shattering defeat that told the world that a French army could be utterly beaten. It cleared the French from western Spain, and the defeat would have been even more crushing had the Spanish garrison at Alba de Tormes obeyed orders and stayed at their guns. Their defection from the war allowed Marmont's remaining 34,000 soldiers to escape, and it led also to the strange and impossible victory at Garcia Hernandez. The Germans lost 127 men in the charge. The French, including a whole battalion taken prisoner, lost about 1,100 from 2,400. The first square broke in much the same way as the description in the novel. To find Garcia Hernandez, follow the road to Alba de Tormes from Salamanca. It's well signposted because Alba de Tormes, thanks to St. Teresa of Avila, is still a busy place of pilgrimage. Go through the town and follow the signs to Penaranda, and the village is some 7 kilometers beyond Alba de Tormes. Today it calls itself Garcia Hernandez, and the road bypasses it. But turn left into the village, cross the only bridge that leads over a small stream, and the track, suitable for cars, leads into the lee of the hill where the King's German Legion made their magnificent, extraordinary charge. I owe a great debt to Thomas Loggio, physician and friend, who supplied me with a suitable wound for Richard Sharpe. He saved me from my own medical ignorance, though I fear I may have embellished the information to his embarrassment. For that I beg his forgiveness. Whatever is accurate about Sharpe's injury, treatment, and recovery belongs to Dr. Loggio. The rest is all fiction. No Leroux, no Lord Spears, no codename El Mirado, not even, alas, a Marquesa de Casares el Grande y Melida Sadaba. Sharpe and Harper are just shades of the real men who marched and marched and finally fought on that burning July day in the valley by the Arapiles. It was a great victory, and they must have been relieved, the survivors, and perhaps a little apprehensive, for they knew surely that the war that in 1812 was spreading around the world would need many more such great victories if it was ever to end. Sharpe and Harper will march again.
That was
Sharpe's Sword by Bernard Cornwell. Read by William Gaminara.
We do hope you've enjoyed listening to this Chivers audiobook. For details of other Chivers recordings, please contact us, and we'll be delighted to send you a catalogue listing all our titles and recent releases. Our telephone number and address can be found on the box cover or in the catalogue.